Everything you need is to succeed at least once. A terrifying werewolf in fury prepares to strike with its sharp claws, which end up hitting the cheek of a young warrior who narrowly dodges and prepares a counterattack with his sword. However, the werewolf leaps into the air, surprising the warrior with its agility. With no time to react, the monster's foot approaches the swordsman at high speed, delivering a powerful kick to the man's jaw, sending him flying. The blow is so strong that just the impact against the wall caused immense destruction in the area. Finally, the warrior finds himself practically defeated in a pitiful state amid stones and dust. However, he used his last strength to mock the monster, which despite knocking him down had been pierced by him. A few seconds later, the warrior recovers and grabs his sword, which is embedded in the werewolf's body, to finish it off once and for all, ending the monster's life with a cinematic, precise, and fatal vertical strike. Then he thinks there's nothing in this infernal world, and a system message informs him that the level 4 hellhound is exterminated. He is alone with these monsters that keep appearing, and the system continues saying that he has gained a certain amount of experience. While grumbling, one of the messages catches his attention, informing him of a level up. However, suddenly a system error appears with the notification starting to collapse along with the warrior's mental state, causing immense frustration in the swordsman, who was informed that level 4 Ryu Hanbin returned to level 1. He needs to be at level 5 to move to the next area, making him cry out for help as he is desperate to be stuck in this place for so long. However, the endless red immensity of that place seemed to have no end. During his terrible stay in this plane, the young warrior had faced dragons in his first year. Then 2 years passed with him still trapped in that place trying to adapt. Thus time continued for 3 and 5 years, with the hero now facing the monsters that once tormented him. In a battle with one of them, the system warns that after piercing the dragon, the fall would likely lead to his end, but that didn't happen. After being trapped in this hell for so long, the only thing left for the warrior to maintain his sanity and hope was counting his days on the cave walls. But 10 years had already passed since he fell into this world, so he gave up counting the days and, in a fit of rage, destroyed the place with a punch. The man had been isolated for so long, having fought only against monsters for a decade. Thus, even with the system sabotaging him, he naturally became stronger. On a typical day of his routine, the hero starts thinking about what his current level might be. Meanwhile, he finds himself above a colossal dragon, ready to start his hunt. Somewhere in the kingdom's alleys, whispers are heard followed by unpleasant moans. A blonde man is being attacked, and already on the ground with his last breath, he comments that these demons are scum, and that the goddess will have no mercy on them. But the aggressor finishes him off before he can give any elaborate testament. A hooded figure tells his partner to take it easy because they'll be in serious trouble if they're caught by a Rathenian, but the woman doesn't seem to care about the warning. However, the man says they can return there to kill more once they've completed the contract, which convinces the girl to leave the place. Finally, the woman comments that their job is easy because they just need to find the person who came to this world the same way they did. And as she leaves the alley, the girl sets everything on fire to cover the evidence. This is a world called Thelha Rathna, where someone is selected as the chosen one. The objective in this world is to survive and become as strong as possible. After this brief explanation, a small wolf bites the protagonist's arm and throws him to the ground, making him scream in pain. The man rolls for several meters among the stones and landslides of the place, and when he manages to stop, he is extremely confused, not knowing what is happening there or where he is. Then he looked back, wondering what that dog was. However, he didn't even have time to think about his current situation, already having to defend himself by smashing the animal's skull with the stone that was beside him and throwing it away. As he went to check the monster's body after his attack, one thing was on his mind: if he didn't finish off the animal, it would kill him. Even with its jaw completely shattered by the received stone hit, the monster's instinct makes it continue its assault to the end, placing the protagonist against the edge of a cliff. While he doesn't understand why the animal is attacking him, a yellow message appears in front of him saying it contains instructions. This confuses him as he realizes there is a system of levels and strength, and that players can level up and gain experience by defeating monsters. For a moment, this trace of happiness at realizing he is in a fantasy world causes the hero to lose concentration on the monster that is about to strike him. In such a case, he couldn't stop thinking about where things started to go wrong. As he got up from his bed, he thought about how he woke up every day at noon and wondered if he had been too lazy. 3 months had passed since he was released from mandatory military service, so he felt he had enough reason to relax a bit. Thinking that after leaving the army he could become an active part of society, the last 3 months ended up being an eternal void. Nothing in him changed even in the 2 years he spent serving, with his reality being just eating chips and using his computer recreationally. However, this was a reality that would change very soon. While eating his chips as usual, suddenly a brown smoke began to envelop him, leaving him desperate. But there was nothing he could do, so the smoke began to consume him. And within seconds of this event, he had completely disappeared from the room, leaving only his chair and peripherals as abandoned legacies. In a black and white plane, someone states that all the chosen ones have been gathered, and our hero wonders if he has gone to a better place. The voice continues to complain about the small number of people present, as in heard there were 7 billion candidates. Someone converses with this voice, informing that precisely because there were 7 billion candidates, they managed to find so many chosen ones. The protagonist cannot understand what is being said and wonders if this is the voice of God, while the voice continues to instruct all the players. The first voice asks if they can really do this, questioning if it won't be too artificial, but the other responds that it will serve as motivation and help. So after deciding on the discussion, the transmission of instructions begins, and a beam of light pierces the protagonist's chest, making him groan in pain. The voice noticed there was an error in the instructions, but didn't care since it only happened to one person. Thus, the chosen one, number 388, begins his dimensional transport. While smashing the wolf's skull with a stone, our protagonist thinks he was selected as a chosen one, and that where he is the world of Felharathna. However, his reality is of tremendous insalubrity. Even now, our warrior cannot believe that everything he is going through is real, and while he is frustrated, he is also irritated. His life is now in this hell without the comforts of before, and without his parents, he doesn't know what will happen to him. In a fit of rage, the protagonist throws a stone away and punches the ground. After his moment of despair, he comments about being released just 3 months ago. So he didn't even get a girlfriend, lamenting about why this is happening to him. Suddenly, a system message informs him of danger and says that at the moment there is only a 5% chance of surviving in Felharathna with the player's current abilities. The situation confuses our hero, who begins to realize that this thing is really testing his consciousness by asking if he wants to end his life. The situation was revolting because those people kidnapped a normal person and abandoned him in a different world, saying it's necessary to kill monsters to gain experience. So an option in the system to end his own life is being induced to be chosen. Wisely, the protagonist declines, thinking that if he dies, he will not be sent home, and deciding to stay calm. They wouldn't have kidnapped him if they planned to send him back home after he died. Whether he likes it or not, it will be his end if he doesn't take care around here. For now, the protagonist needs to think of a way to survive and find a way out of there. In light of this, the system informs that the chosen one had his strength increased by finding his fighting spirit. As a yellow light shines in his eyes, several windows appear and ask for a class to be chosen. Quickly, the protagonist's expression improves as he realizes he will no longer have to fight with bare hands and can choose a class. The warrior class is presented as a melee class that can use various martial techniques, but the hero thinks this is only fun in games. Then, upon viewing the mage class and understanding that long-distance combat is the best thing to do, he decides to choose this class. However, upon confirming his choice, the system informs him that the selection was rejected because he doesn't have the necessary capacity for the class. So the hero tries the magic swordsman class, but his selection is rejected again, followed by the rejection of the healer and priest classes, which makes the protagonist lament in frustration. Finally, he found himself forced to choose the last remaining class, the one he had initially denied, the warrior class. In the next selection stage, the system asks him to choose an initial weapon. Understanding that long reach is essential, the hero chooses the long spear, not wanting any other weapon. After this, a strong light emanates from that virtual window, ready to reveal the player's initial weapon, which unexpectedly turns out to be a long sword. The hero tries to argue with the system that he had chosen the long spear and not the sword, but that previous error occurs again. Nervous as never before, he starts to complain and insult the system. But in a split second, the window closes, and the hero remembers that voice saying it made a mistake in the instructions. Knowing that the instructions were the only useful things there, an error could be something that might condemn his life. On the verge of madness, the hero falls to the ground and starts to laugh, but thinks that he doesn't want to act as those people expect him to. So wielding his sword, he thinks that at least this is better than a stone. However, the hero doesn't want his end to be there and is determined to do whatever it takes. Thus, in this place, his hellish and endless journey of strengthening will begin. On the other hand, while the protagonist trains with his sword, he apparently doesn't seem to have many skills with it, inevitably falling to the ground and starting to lament his situation. 7 days have passed since the hero came to Felharathna, and he has asked the tutorial countless times how he could go home. But it remains silent every time, making him wonder if it was just another bug. Anyway, at this moment, the hero is fighting to survive. An animal hits his shoulder, causing pain, and the protagonist chases after the monster, very irritated. The dogs he always faces are hellhounds, and if there's one thing he has learned, it's that these dogs level up too. Additionally, after he strikes with his sword, he takes the opportunity to advance and attack again. This makes the protagonist wonder if the monster is learning to face him just as he is, so he has only one choice, which is to charge with all his strength, attacking primitively. However, the blow is not effective at all, as the animal easily dodges. Now far from his attack, the monster starts to laugh, making our hero think he has no talent with swords. Now it's the animal's turn to attack. With a bloodthirsty instinct, it charges with everything it has. However, the hero is now more prepared than before and is about to use his secret resource, his thrusting skill. which incredibly finishes the animal with just one strike. The system informs him that the level 2 hellhound has been exterminated and awards 22 experience points to the protagonist. Ryu Hanbin finally obtained a skill upon reaching level 2, but because he hasn't learned how to handle a sword, he can barely use his thrust effectively. Furthermore, this is just one of the tutorial functions. If you search through the system, hellhounds can also be considered perfect food as they contain fats, amino acids, carbohydrates, fibers, and minerals. But even with all their violent nature, their fangs and claws become unusable right after death, so this place seems to have been artificially created. Ryu was sure there is a reason they brought him here, since there would be no reason to keep him trapped for nothing. Remembering the voice's comment about there being only 7 billion candidates, the hero wonders where the other chosen ones were sent. However, something in the system window catches his attention, making him stop eating. It informs that the protagonist will be able to leave the Rocky Mountains, which is his current area, and meet other chosen ones once he reaches level 5. Ryu is surprised by the information received, and the system continues. The initial zone is made up of Rocky Mountains and is a safe area where death rates are lower and experience gain is optimized. Monsters corresponding to the level only appear in safe zones, and once the hero reaches level 20, he will be able to complete the map of Thela Rathna and travel to the continent. All this information fries the hero's brain, who begins to put the pieces together. This is a beginner area where players level up to level 5, and if he reaches level 5, he can proceed and then form groups with others upon reaching level 20. Basically, upon reaching level 20 and being transported to the continent, the real battle will begin, and all of this makes Ryu crazy with anxiety. He understands that this is how the hellhounds are getting stronger, and although it is not important, the hero still wants to return home someday. Ryu believes he cannot trust the tutorial, so to meet other chosen ones and get more information, he must reach level 5 and get out of there. After that, the hero started wandering in search of hellhounds and consequently began hunting them. With the hellhounds growing stronger at the same pace as he was, defeating them did not become any easier. While eating a piece of roasted meat, the system informed the hero that he gained 22 more experience points, consequently leveling up. And by leveling up, he learned the side slash skill, continuing to face those dogs. Facing a level 3 hellhound with strength similar to that of a beginner warrior, he fought and was injured. Besides having eliminated many of them, eaten, slept, fought, gotten injured, and killed, with this sequence repeating countless times in an endless cycle of gaining experience and killing monsters. After being headbutted in the stomach by one of the hellhounds, our protagonist flew far, being thrown against the ground. He manages to compose himself, and while sliding on the ground, uses one of his hands to grab some sand. Then the monster again tries to attack Ryu with a bite that, if it hit, would end everything. But in a cunning act, the hero throws that sand into the monster's eyes, blinding it for a short period. Then he grabs his sword and delivers a side slash right in the middle of the hellhound's face, ultimately finishing it off. As a result, the system informs him of more experience gained and that Ryu has now reached the necessary amount of experience. After the 27th day, our hero finally reaches goal, leaving him in a state of immense happiness and relief. Having leveled up until now, Ryu had learned 3 skills: the thrust, the side slash, and the vertical slash. Not only that, but his body also began to show the effects of the attributes he gained, now being at the peak physical condition of a man. Even his sword, which was difficult to wield before, had become easy to handle, but as he praised his achievements, an error appeared again in the system window. That's what he thought, but suddenly something strange was happening. The system informed that Ryu Hanbin, who was previously a level 4 warrior, had now returned to level 1. While trying to deny the reality, our hero thinks the tutorial is going crazy, and that it must be just a message error. However, upon checking his status window again, he realized that the level change had indeed happened, bringing him back to level 1 once more. This left the protagonist in a state of immense fury, screaming in disbelief at the injustice happening to him. However, Ryu tries to calm down because he realizes that at least his attributes were retained as well as his skills. At first, the hero tried to look at things optimistically, thinking he had the chance to get ahead of his peers by farming all the XP of the 5 levels again. He somewhat convinced himself that this would be a beneficial experience for building his character. But what awaited him was nothing like what the hero had in mind. When facing the level 1 hellhound again, Ryu realizes that the monster is at a completely different level. He was wrong because the hellhounds continued to grow stronger despite their levels also returning to the beginning, making Ryu continue to risk his life day after day in each battle. After countless attempts to reach level 5, our hero always maintained the hope that this time it would work. He was sure that if he tried one more time, he would succeed. But this repeated infinitely until Ryu finally began to despair. During another fight now against a massive 3-headed hellhound, the protagonist cuts it down with ease. Our hero continued killing monsters that kept getting stronger and kept checking his experience. This time, he was only 77 experience points away from evolving to level 5 and leaving that place. The hero, while carrying the monster's body, comments that 7 used to be his lucky number, so this time, everything will go well. And as he throws it into a ravine full of monster bones, Ryu thinks that in the last 7 years, he has survived in this hellish situation, going from level 1 to 4 in an eternal cycle. The Chosen Ones do not age, and thanks to the recovery ability, all wounds heal in just 1 day. Returning to level 1 does not reduce their attributes, but they cannot learn new skills because they cannot surpass level 4. Their only skills are thrust, side slash, and vertical slash. As the hero is about to face a massive bone hellhound, he mocks the monster that came to him, making its extermination easier. The system notified that the monsters were placed there to help the Chosen Ones get stronger, but they are only there to be killed. In this case, an undead monster makes no sense. However, after so much time in that place, the same can be said about our protagonist. The tutorial transmission for the Chosen Ones was completed, and the 5th Jaren Rathan operation was initiated. A being thinks they are well accustomed to it since it's their 5th time there, and even in another world, players take at most a year to complete everything. While walking, they just hope to find some useful players this time. But they notice something amid that emptiness. A world seemingly discarded by someone, and probably broken, which makes them think it's very strange. Then, while rummaging through that box, the being inevitably finds a picture frame of the player Ryu Hanbin, who is currently connected to fellow Rathna. In a peaceful house on a comfortable bed, someone is resting. This person is Ryu, who wakes up in his home, wondering if he has really returned to his original world. He believes it makes sense because he was just discharged and thinks he should sleep a bit more. However, a system alarm catches his attention, not letting the hero sleep. It again urges the protagonist to end his life as a way to camouflage the mistake he made. Facing the gravity of the situation he was about to take, Ryu wakes up in that hellish world and quickly removes his hand from the system button. Sitting on the ground in a state of confusion, the hero wonders where he is. He remembers that he has been killing hellhounds like a madman for the past 10 years, thinking it seems he survived another day. But inevitably, he ended up back at level 1 again. This makes him curl up in a fetal position and grunt in frustration. The hero wonders if he can really say he is living and if it wouldn't be better to just give up. However, this depressive thought quickly leaves his mind when the protagonist hears a strange noise. As he gets up from the ground, Ryu wonders if, after agonizing for so long, he will be sent home if he decides to end his life. Still, if he is going to die, it would be better to make his life worth something, and even then, there was a part of the hero that didn't want to give up. In this case, Ryu, wielding his sword, returns to the combat zone, deciding to at least defeat one more of those bastards. After being trapped in this hell for 10 years, the hero gave up counting the days. He no longer knew how much time had passed, whether it was 5 or 7 years. So he developed a hobby and even found something to do. Surviving alone is not an easy task, and this harsh environment did not allow him to be lazy. Because of this, after his weapon was destroyed by the wear of time, our hero in his hobby creates a new one, bigger and better. And as he places it to rest on his back, Ryu thinks that this is now his reality. In the case of not being able to change his situation, he can dedicate himself to doing whatever he can. If there was nothing but rocks, then he just needed to create things, and that's how he built a house, living each day more devoted to this lifestyle. Until now, Ryu no longer lived with anger, but in an instant, his dream was destroyed by a giant hellhound that crushed the hero's house. At that moment, the hero couldn't believe what had just happened. And with no time to rest, a hand from the monster sweeps across the ground, coming towards the hero to hit him. Suddenly, the blow strikes Ryu, who is thrown far away, destroying everything in his path. However, the monster was also hit, having his arm cut off by the protagonist. The hellhound can't believe the state of its hand. But the hero cuts short its lamentation, saying it took him 3 years to build that house. With this, an intimidating aura begins to emanate from the protagonist as he remembers his house, which was turned to dust by the monster. Since it was small, this time Ryu decides to build a palace with the bones of that hellhound. Giant hellhounds like this started to appear, but they were noisy and didn't even taste good. Understanding the danger is in, the monster takes flight to try to escape, and Ryu mocks the monster, saying that even though it is so big, it is still a coward. Despite everything, after constant hunting, the hero learned the best strategy to defeat them since they always start with a powerful attack. In a display of power, the hellhound launches its fire attack, the Draconic Breath. Ryu is slightly impressed by the monster starting with such a potent attack. Inevitably, the attack hits everything within its radius, releasing fire, dust, and lightning. After that powerful attack, the monster waits for the dust to settle, standing to check the state of its enemy. However, what it sees is something that defies natural laws and all possible logic. It is clear that it is impossible to dodge the Hellhound's breath attack because the area of effect is too large, so the hero covers his body and blocks the damage with his strength. But even though he defended himself, the monster burned the tips of his hair, saving him a trip to the beauty salon. Surprised to see the enemy in perfect condition, the Hellhound then casts thunder, light, and fire spells, but these were very painful to be hit by. In this case, the hero blocks them by creating a large earth wall lifted by swinging his sword against the ground, and after that, he quickly dissipates the created barrier. Thus, he moves to deliver his final blow. However, not everything always goes according to the hero's wishes, as it cannot be said that he has talent for swordsmanship. So Ryu improvises by using his physical potential to his advantage. Moreover, the hero also doesn't have other skills because he can't level up, but with the ones he has already trained them many times. To be more precise, he trained them 10,000 times each. Then Ryu consecutively strikes the monster of the vertical slash, a side slash, and a thrust. Combining the three skills, a new one is created, the cross-cut named Triple Cross Attack. It is not a real skill, but no monster can stand after being hit by it, so Ryu is happy to survive another day. Back to the vision of that incomprehensible being who, upon seeing the picture frame of Ryu, realizes that this player is currently connected in Thelharafna. Believing it to be a bug, the being doesn't understand why the boy is still there and is surprised, because the 5th generation is operating in Jaren Rafna right now, and the 4th in Roha Rafna, and before that, the 3rd generation in Thelharafna. Desperate, the being understands that that player has been there for more than 22 years. Sitting on the ground, the entity thinks it won't be able to invent an excuse if that person finds out and also can't end the hero's life. However, when checking the player's status, he realizes that our hero is only at level 4, questioning how he survived for 22 years. Besides, the player's skills and attributes were terrible, but that wasn't entirely bad because a malicious idea came to the entity's mind. In Thelharafna, as usual, Ryu eats his hellhound meat while saying that he always felt that reaching level 4 was a breeze. Deciding to take a look at his attributes, he activates the extra attributes visualization that reveals the protagonist's immeasurable hidden potential. Incredibly, he also couldn't understand the true potential of his strength, and thinking he is at level 4, Ryu comments that he wants to eat tasty things and meet people. The hero can't see an end to his suffering in that place, but believes that as long as he stays alive, everything will work out. Thinking positively, he believes that one day the day will come when he can leave there. Suddenly, something cracks in the sky, catching the protagonist's attention, who quickly looks at the phenomenon. The being says that if he does this, some problems might arise, and the system informs that the hero has completed the Thelharafna level. Our hero doesn't understand what's happening, but the entity states that all it needs to do is erase the player and his records, believing that he will lose his life on the continent because he is still at level 4. A beam of light falls to the ground, breaking everything and lifting the rocks in an explosive phenomenon. Ryu begins to levitate and becomes very confused while the being wishes for the hero to disappear completely on the Rafna continent. As the hero is levitated, he doesn't understand why everything is happening so suddenly. He is informed that the teleportation of the chosen ones to the designated level has begun. On the continent, a storm approaches a rocky mountain. Suddenly, a lightning bolt falls from the middle of a cloud to the center of a forest. The sound of the lightning hitting the forest floor wakes a draconic descendant who grumbles about these beings not stopping coming there. The demons from other worlds are ones the monster seems to know well, judging by the equipment it apparently keeps as trophies. After all this time, everything he saw had become normal. A red sky where the sun neither rises nor sets, with piles of dead tree branches on the ground. But now, without any warning, everything changed. The hero jumps high above the trees to get a view of his surroundings. He is stunned by the landscape, unable to believe what his eyes are seeing. Being trapped in a rocky hell for so long made him forget the world's beauty, and at this moment the hero is in the saved forest in the kingdom of Greylut. Ryu throws himself into a river, belly first, laughing and enjoying his experience to the fullest. He doesn't know what is happening, and this is not his home, but it is still better than that damned mountain. However, everything is still strange because as soon as he arrived there, his level went up to 5, granting him a communication skill. Thinking for a moment, Ryu realized that he should be at least level 20 to come to the Rafna continent. So he doesn't know the real reason he was brought there, questioning whether his system is still malfunctioning and what he should do. But while peeking through the attribute window, he notices something he had never seen before. A final mission notification asking him to kill one of the 6 goddesses of Rafna. If he kills this goddess, his rewards will be eternal youth and immortality, besides being sent back to Earth with his attributes intact and his wishes granted. However, the hero must keep his identity as a being from another world a secret and register at the Hunters Guild in the corporate city of Onpros. Suddenly, that draconic monster appears and roars with great power to intimidate its opponent. Ryu realizes it is a monster and starts to worry because it seems to be a dragon. The monster calls our hero a despicable demon from another world and questions how he dares to enter its forest. Furthermore, it asks if he plans to face it without a weapon in his hands. Ryu belatedly notices he is far from his sword and sees it a few meters behind him. However, the draconic monster is preparing an attack, giving the hero no time to act, so he realizes he will have to fight empty-handed. The monster launches a burst of blue fire, saying it will burn him to ashes, but the protagonist easily dodges. While preparing a punch, he thinks this is the perfect moment to shake his enemies and kill them right after. Initially, the monster does not take the approaching blow seriously, calling it a ridiculous attempt. However, after being hit, it flies far away from the force of the blow, now opening a gap for the hero to retrieve his sword, which inevitably proved unnecessary when Ryu saw the damage his punch had caused the creature. In an epilogue, we are shown the monster's story, who was a brilliant dragon living in the skies of the Extrad Kingdom. The name of this dragon was Ephir, and it was always the pride of the knights. However, Ephir faced serious problems in the form of the kingdom's prince, who complained about wanting to ride it. However, riding a dragon is not easy, and in the end, the prince suffered a sudden death in one of his training sessions. The poor knight of Ephir was executed, and she managed to escape the kingdom with the help of other kind knights. The lone dragon, now living in the forest, had no time to feel her grief because the forest was full of humans from other worlds who appeared all the time. However, despite having received the training, she never killed her opponents. In this case, could it be said that the kind Ephir was really the source of terrible disasters? Then countless hunters gathered to hunt our poor dragon, and after being severely beaten, Ephir thought to herself that letting humans from other worlds live was a bad idea. After that, they continued to appear, so she had no choice, and besides, she is not a dragon, but a wyvern. Dragons have 4 legs and their wings are on their shoulders, whereas wyverns have wings on their forelimbs, thus, she's one of them. Besides, this is common knowledge, and begging, the monster asks to be released from the protagonist's custody. In an interrogation system, Ryu asks how she knows he's from another world, and Ephir says she wasn't sure just by looking, but that Rathmayans rarely appear there. In this case, the hero realized that this wyvern just assumed he was a person from another world. So this means no one will be able to discover his identity just by his appearance, and after this realization, Ryu asks Ephir if this is the saved forest in Greylut. Almost crying, Ephir says that this kingdom was destroyed years ago and is now called Extrad, which makes the hero angry again because the tutorial is outdated. She pleads for her life, saying she didn't know he was so strong, but Ryu argues that she should have stayed quiet instead of attacking. However, the wyvern says she did it because he is a demon from another world, which makes Ryu angry at being called that. Trying to explain, Ephir says it wasn't her who said it, but the goddess, which piques the protagonist's curiosity. The wyvern asks to be treated before anything else, but the hero is very irritated. Additionally, it is revealed that humans from other worlds started appearing in Rathna 40 years ago. Initially, humans from other worlds and Rathnians got along well, but this did not last long. Humans from other worlds began killing to level up, and the most powerful among them allied. Moreover, they created the Great Land, a group with the objective of killing the goddess. Humans from other worlds are strong because, like dragons, they can easily level up by killing their opponents. There was no way to face them since they were led by a level 100 hunter. So before the heroes came, Buralt the Sword King, Zenobia the Archmage, Garin the Terrible, and Holian the Transcendent of Life and Death arrived. They massacred the humans from other worlds in an instant, and after that, the 6 goddesses blessed the continent. Earthlings are demons from other worlds who made contracts with the evil demon god, and that is why they are quickly executed. While stepping on the animal's body, Ryu retorts, saying he was suddenly kidnapped and left to rot on a rocky mountain for decades. But when he finally leaves the place, he discovers that if anyone finds out he is from another world, the entire continent will become his enemy. Additionally, all these things happened before the wyvern was born, but the very irritated hero questions if the goddesses are scary enough to do this. Ryu states he doesn't care about making a contract with a goddess to become her minion, but he will definitely kill the damned demon god. And thus, with an intimidating aura, he asserts that he will return home alive. Looking at Ephir, the hero says he cannot let anyone know his true identity, making the wyvern tremble in fear while promising not to tell anyone. However, a terrible scream echoes throughout the mountain, revealing the monster's cruel fate. 5 days later, upon leaving the saved forest, huge castle walls can be seen on the horizon. This is a city in the northern part of the kingdom of Extrad, the city of Onpraus, which is not only large in size, but also in the number of inhabitants. Around it lies the saved forest and a dungeon in the Eifin Plain where countless monsters appear non-stop. Many hunters try to get rich quickly by risking their lives, some of them from the Onpraus Hunters Guild. People who come there are hunters or those who want to become one. However, it can also be a different case, like the fearsome beings from other worlds. Entering the Onpraus Guild, the protagonist attracts everyone's attention as he walks towards the reception. His size and physical build are impressive to the common citizens. They wonder if the man is from another guild and say he seems to be a veteran hunter. When one of the citizens was about to be rude to Ryu, the receptionist intervened, slapping the man and welcoming the hero. As she does not recognize Ryu as a hunter, she asks if it is his first time coming to the Onpraus Guild and how she can help him. While silence reigns in the place, our hero opens his mouth to state the reason for his visit. Surprising everyone's expectations, the reason was that he wanted to become a hunter. Chapter 5. Inside a cave, the draconic descendant asks if she will be helped by our hero. Ryu confirms, saying that even if his appearance is not suspicious, the fact that he doesn't have clothes or equipment from this world will reveal who he really is. The wyvern keeps grumbling, and the protagonist comments that she hasn't been killing people so far because she is a desirable beast, so he believes she won't tell his secret. With a smile on his face, our hero says that it has been a long time since he had a decent conversation with someone. Eventually, this stirs Efra's feelings, awakening her memories of when she was a companion to humans. In light of this, she decides to change her mind. She informs him that she will help the hero, who thanks her promptly, but she asks him not to tell anyone about her. Suddenly, the protagonist starts changing clothes in front of the animal, who becomes embarrassed by such a lack of delicacy. She questions what the hero is doing and he says he's changing clothes. However, Efra is indignant that Ryu is stripping, but he argues that she is too. After putting on his clothes, the hero notes that they are too small and that he might have to tear the sleeves. Changing the subject, the wyvern decides to teach a bit of common sense of that world, asking the hero not to change clothes just anywhere. But he already knew that, asking her to inform him how to find the goddess. Efra informs him that goddesses rarely meet with people, even Rathnians. She explains that one must be one of the 4 heroes or have performed a great service to meet them and receive their blessings. She adds that the only way to get the blessing is by becoming one of those who hunt monsters in dungeons created by the demon god Ornflas. Ryu understood and mentioned that the tutorial also stated he needed to become a hunter to contact the goddesses, which confused Efra greatly. When he tried to show the tutorial window, the wyvern couldn't see it, demonstrating to the hero that he is the only one who can see it. He explained to her that it functions as a support system. However, unlike other humans from other worlds, his is broken, so he doesn't exactly know how things work. Back at the guild, Rhea recalls the advice that unlike other professions, hunters lead a much freer lifestyle. Thus, it's not strange to claim they possess higher levels. In this case, he needs to be extra cautious, as many others must have gone through the same method. Finally, while fixing the hero's hair, Efra summarized all her advice by telling him not to act like a foreigner, which made Ryu extremely anxious. The receptionist hands a form to Mr. Eric Garoon and asks if he said he was from Campbell in the north, to which he stammers a confirmation. This arouses a suspicious look from the woman, making her believe it to be something dubious. Of the smile, she maintains appearances and welcomes him. Ryu, in turn, feels relieved, thinking he would be in serious trouble if he followed the tutorial's instructions. The woman asks if the man wants to transfer from another guild to this one, but Ryu denies it, prompting her to ask how she could help him. The hero says he wants to become a hunter, and the simple phrase is enough to incite fear and alertness in everyone around him. Sweating nervously, the receptionist asks if the man is saying he is not yet a hunter, and everyone shares this sentiment. They whisper among themselves that the newcomer might be from another world, but one of them advises they stay quiet. Faced with the change in atmosphere, Ryu doesn't understand their reaction, wondering if he had done something wrong. The woman asks the hero to place his hand on the measurement stone, and he wonders if he will have to fight, but realizes their hesitation indicates uncertainty. Thus, depending on his abilities, they can create an appropriate verification following the guild's regulations. All Ryu needs to do is touch the measurement stone. He doubts if it checks if someone is from another world or not, and if he is caught there, he won't be able to meet the goddess. However, if he decides to flee, it will be the same as revealing his secret. Destroying everything there would be easier, but he is confident that everything will go well. In a reality check, the receptionist is impressed with the hero's attributes, saying that all of them are a heroic level, which impresses the citizens, while Ryu maintains a dashing pose like a soap opera heartthrob. In this case, mounted on the wyvern and wearing armor, he must now kill Ornflas, the terrible demon god, making everyone happy. Witnessing the hero's story, Efra only observed all that nonsense quietly and patiently. She states that she can't believe what she just heard, but Ryu adds that dreaming is free. Contrary to the initial expectation, when he places his hand on the measurement stone, the hero is revealed as a level 5 warrior. Initially, everyone is astonished, not believing what they see. However, they quickly burst into laughter, and at this moment, they talk among themselves about how foolish they were to think he was from another world. Ryu doesn't understand the reason for the laughter, but even the receptionist can't hold back at this moment. After the laughter, she explains that most people coming from the forests to register there are from other worlds, so if the hero's level were higher, it would be a problem. One of the men joins the conversation, saying that these damned ones start at level 20 and always say the same thing, wanting to become hunters even though they are already at level 20. Relieved, the woman informs Ryu that the registration cost is 300x. Ryu had never thought he would be happy for his level being so low. However, as he takes the money out of his pocket to pay the fee, he realizes that he spent 300x out of the 400x borrowed from Efra, which is equivalent to 11,000. Then the protagonist's identification is ready, and the receptionist informs him that a second copy will cost 80x. Additionally, she tells him to return when his level is high enough. Ryu thinks that now things are starting for real and that he needs to make his name famous in the hunter circle. The woman then asks if he has a mission in mind. The hero says he wants to explore the dungeon, and at that moment, someone interrupts the conversation, questioning his choice. A man with white hair tells him it's better to calm down instead of becoming monster food. After all, someone at level 5 should know their place. The guild woman welcomes Mr. Laud and asks if he and his group are planning to go to the Save Forest. Laud then says he's heard news. He mentions that the number of monsters in the dungeons is increasing a lot, with them now even attacking nearby houses. Laud is at level 21 and boasts that he doesn't feel right sending useless hunters to do his job. In this case, he'll have to go personally. Ryu doesn't understand why the man is so full of himself since he's at the same level as Effer. However, in a general context, he is above everyone else. Even so, the hero doesn't want to get involved with him, and the woman, trying to avoid Laud's gaze, reminds that there is still a vacancy in his group. In this case, she addresses Mr. Eric, stating that completing missions alone is impossible, and going to dungeons is even worse. This makes the hero dread what's coming. Finishing, she asks if it wouldn't be better to work with Laud's group while getting used to things around there, bringing Ryu's worst nightmare to reality. After deciding what to do, the group leader turns to one of his members, informing him that since they have a rookie now, there is no more space for him. However, the mage confronts him, saying he is level 25, and Ryu realizes that the tutorial shows a higher level than stated. In this case, he must be hiding something. In his mind, the hero thinks he stared at the mage too much, but it doesn't matter since Laud stated there was no space for him. However, making a drama, the group leader contests the situation. He says that since the request comes from Miss Seguri, the pride of the Onpris Hunters Guild, he will take care of the level 5 insect. Ryu feels irritated by being called that, but thinks he can't fight him since it would lead to a fatality. Wanting to play with the hero, Laud asks if Ryu dreams of becoming the Sword King due to the size of his sword, but when he tries to lift it, he notices something. The sword didn't even budge, making him wonder how a mere level 5 can carry such a thing. At that moment, the hero's attention turns to Laud, causing the group leader to tremble all over. Raising his sword along with the hunter, Ryu orders him to release his belonging. This excites the guild members as they don't like Laud very much, and they hope for a fight to start. Suddenly, a man with blue eyes and a mohawk approaches with his group, saying he finally found what he was looking for. The hero demonstrates his strength by lifting Laud off the ground with his sword so easily, showing he's not as weak as they thought, surprising everyone as this came from a level 5 hunter who was just registered. In such a case, a mohawk man's eyes shine with what he just saw. He tells the hero that with a body like that, he'll be able to defeat even people at level 10. However, the group leader asks Berkman not to interfere since he's training the rookie. Berkman asks if the hero's name is Eric and informs him that fighting there is not a problem, but if he damages the guild, he'll have to face everyone. After accidentally breaking a guild structure, the protagonist apologizes, saying he doesn't want to fight anyone there and doesn't want to be expelled. After being bumped by the hero, which made Laud fall to the ground, he angrily says that no one else would accept a level 5 in the group besides him. Disheartened, Ryu realizes that the man is right as he used almost all of his money just to register and can't do anything due to his low level. However, Berkman breaks the hero's feeling, saying that leveling up with the body he has will be a breeze. Furthermore, Berkman was looking for someone with a muscular body like Eric, and then offers our hero an opportunity to join his group. With a gleam in his eye, the man says he knows muscles like those don't grow overnight, and that the only reason his level is low is due to lack of experience. Ryu realizes this old man's level is quite high, but because he came from another world, his growth rate is high, so he won't be able to stay in the group for long. Even so, he will still need to make an effort if he wants to get somewhere, thanking everyone for accepting him. The city of Onpraus developed thanks to the dungeon and monsters, with business and commerce revolving around these hunters. The city produced products using materials brought by hunters, and there are 2 main hunting grounds: the dungeon in the Eifin Plains and the entrance area of the Save Forest. There are some small villages near the forest, but since monsters rarely venture outside the forest, subjugation missions are very rare. However, lately the number of monster attacks in the forest outskirts has increased, so many hunters have joined subjugation missions. One typical high-level monster is known as Devolk, and despite being slow, their grip is strong enough to crush rocks. They use their own weight to create powerful attacks, charging at their opponents at high speed. One of them lands a powerful headbutt on Berkman's shield, who strains to withstand the attack. However, the warrior is stronger than the monster, skillfully countering the blow. It's the strongest tank in all of Onpraus. However, dealing with 3 Devolks at once will be a difficult task. Berkman quickly realizes the attack that will come through his weak point, understanding that he momentarily let his guard down. Luckily, he manages to defend himself by countering the monster's attack halfway. However, an accident occurs with Berkman stumbling on the ground and falling to his knees under the pressure from that Devolk. At this critical moment, reinforcements arrive with a woman holding a spear passing over the monsters with extreme speed and flexibility. She pierces the neck of one of them, giving the group's tank a chance to focus on his one-on-one fight and finish off that Devolk. This woman is the DPS of the level 21 group. After the battle, she jokes if Berkman wants to retire for having difficulties, even against these weak monsters. The tank starts laughing after hearing the suggestion, but the woman notices something different about him. Analyzing his shoulder, she discovers a deep wound and despairs, stating they must return quickly to take care of it. But Berkman says it's nothing, and in a romantic moment, asks Amber not to worry about him. With a trembling voice, she comments that she has never worried about him until now. Their mouths drew closer in a beautiful scene. However, the tank's wound begins to be healed by someone interrupting this moment between the two. The person invoked the presence of Preller's breath. It's Erwin Ropal, the level 16 spiritualist of the group and Berkman's younger sister. The tank is proud of his condition and Amber is embarrassed. She also boasts in a joking tone that her brother can't do anything without her, but one of the monsters appears behind her. Fortunately, she is saved by someone who cast a powerful spell called Firehammer. This is the mage in support of the level 18 group, Hubert Krutas, who, after saving Erwin, comments on the danger she was in by being careless in this way. Berkman's group is the best when it comes to a balanced and coordinated team. They don't just focus on attacks and are the most reliable in on-press. Checking out their teamwork, Ryu thinks there's no better place to be than this. And that's why his situation is boring, because while the group members fight, he just needs to hide and work as a baggage carrier. He had been left out of battles because his level was still too low, but they still split the profits equally with him, so it's not all bad. Things were going very well, but there was a problem that only the hero could see at that moment. Hundreds of Devolks were approaching in an ambush led by their level 25 lord, who begins to taunt his opponent for being a human. However, suddenly the leader of the monster succumbs to some injuries from projectiles launched into his body. The perpetrator of the attack was Ryu, who did this with mere shots of small stones. The hero is disappointed because even with the highest level among them, it didn't yield any experience points, and the system informs that he needs to hunt monsters of higher levels. He believes he should ask the group to hunt stronger monsters next time, and at that moment, Erwin informs her groupmate that it's time to gather. In the post-battle environment amid wooden houses, that woman forcefully stabs a knife into the monster's belly and then thrusts her arm inside the wound. With a smile on her face, she removes the monster's heart and shows it to her brother, saying they should get at least 15x for this. The mage confirms the magic stone is quite large and says they can surely get great value for it. Furthermore, they can sell the Devolk leather, killing two birds with one stone, and while observing the situation, Ryu thinks under normal circumstances he would have vomited. But he had also dissected many hellhounds, so it was no longer a novelty, prompting the hero to take the lead in producing the materials. After impressing everyone with his skills, Erwin asks how the protagonist manages to do it so quickly, and he explains he's been doing it for the past 20 years. This makes the woman curious about her colleague's age, who claims to be 24. Berkman joins the conversation and asks the hero about his parents. He explains that because he was kidnapped 20 years ago, he didn't remember much about them, and that now it was impossible to go back home. This touches everyone, especially Berkman, who never imagined the burden the hero carried, but now he didn't need to feel bad anymore as they decide to welcome him as family. Everyone gathers to try to console the hero, saying everything will be okay, and Ryu just thinks these people are really nice. The protagonist claims to be grateful for allowing someone as low level as him in the group, but Berkman consoles him, saying he stayed at level 25 for 5 years. This confuses the hero because the tank's current level is 25, so Erwin intervenes, informing that there aren't many high-level monsters around except those in the dungeon. Amber explains that the Devolk Lord is considered a high-level monster there, and that they don't need to hunt stronger monsters than those since they have no intention of going to places like dungeons. At this moment, our protagonist has a reality check and begins to worry about his future. He decides then to take action, standing up and telling everyone he will practice with his sword. While the hero moves away, Berkman asks his colleague not to strain himself too much, and the mage says not to approach the saved forest because it's a dangerous place. Among them, Erwin comments that a kind man like the hero obviously can't be someone from another world, and the mage says he will accompany him, which the tank agrees with. Approaching the fence, Hubert asks Mr. Eric how his training is going. However, even after looking everywhere, he can't find a trace of Ryu. While running at high speed through saved forest, the hero says it's impossible, because even finding various life forms, there isn't a single monster there that gives him experience. Starting to despair, Ryu frantically searches for one, but the ones he finds don't even seem to be monsters, resembling more domestic animals. In his memories, a conversation with Efra came to mind. Ryu asked if it wouldn't be dangerous for her to live in the forest, and she smiled, saying she was the strongest in the area. Then the hero comes to terms with reality, feeling defeated because there really isn't any opponent worthy of him. But he thinks it makes sense since monsters with levels similar to wyverns don't give him experience, and it's good that he returns before it gets late. Suddenly, a loud explosion is heard by our protagonist. This makes him remember the hellhound dragons from his old world. Quickly, he dashes off to find the noise that caught his attention because even though it's not as grandiose as the hellhounds, it surely couldn't have come from a normal monster. In his mind, Ryu believes that if he can hunt down the being responsible for the explosion, maybe he can also level up. Upon finally arriving at the source of the noise, the hero prepares to draw his sword and calls out the monster for battle. However, the situation in front of him is nothing like what he expected. Upon reaching his destination, Ryu finds a man with long red hair completely naked. The man turns out to be the mage from before, who is surprised by the unwanted visit, But our protagonist also didn't expect this and decides to apologize. Making the connection that the man in front of him is Laud's group mage, the hero still wonders why he's naked. However, he knows that at the moment, that's not what matters since there's no monster there. Despite this, he was certain the sound came from there but decides to apologize and leaves, saying he will pretend not to have seen anything. However, the mage asks Ryu to wait for a moment, commenting that he seems very suspicious, which leaves our protagonist indignant because he was not in a position to say such a thing. Completely naked, the mage continues, asserting that this is not a place where a level 5 can be. While thinking he must find the monster soon, Ryu says he heard a loud noise as he passed by and thought there might be a big monster nearby, and that since his group must be waiting, it's better for him to go. But the mage was outraged and went to his wand to prepare an offensive. He creates a circle of fire around Ryu, interrupting his farewell, and asks the hero to stop right now and tell him the truth. The mage asks if Ryu saw the monster and threatens him with a fire spell if he doesn't tell. Unexpectedly, our protagonist walks towards the man and closes his hand around the tip of his wand, extinguishing the fire from the magic. At this moment, the mage becomes completely defenseless and the hero's expression changes to seriousness. He says he doesn't know why this is happening because he already said he didn't see any monster. Furthermore, Ryu asks what's wrong with the mage and Laud, because they're always underestimating low-level people. That mage in turn claims that's not what he was trying to say, and apologizes, admitting to acting too emotionally. In the depths of the forest, Laud watched the entire conversation and decided to draw his weapons because he was filled with tremendous hatred for Ryu. He then shouts something to be heard, already preparing for combat, and this obviously catches the hero's attention. A misunderstanding is clear as Laud comments, seeing the proximity of the two, that apparently Ryu decided to show his claws now. In a fighting stance, Laud says that humiliating Miss Seguri alone was not enough, so Ryu had the audacity to lay hands on the lady of his group. The hero doesn't understand who the group leader is calling a lady, and the mage states that his colleague must not have understood what's going on, so maybe they should leave. Laud is a powerful magical swordsman, and despite that pose, it indicates that he is preparing to execute a technique, and the pose is the disadvantage of being in this class. But when he assumes that pose, he never hesitates, so the leader of his group says he will say only one more thing. While asking about the name of the enemy who will be defeated with his twin blades, the hero tells the mage it's better to get dressed. Upon realizing he was being ignored, he becomes deeply irritated and decides to attack at once, exuding a powerful electric aura from his swords. With a serious look, Laud says he will show the difference between their levels, thus going after the hero with his storm sword skill. Ryu, on the other hand, doesn't want to escalate this into a big fight, so at the moment the sword approaches his neck. He bends, dodging the attack and apologizing. However, as he crouches down, a part of the sword's hilt hits the man's genital organ, and a strong burst of air along with lightning was caused in the place, generating a noise that echoed throughout the forest. Back at the lodging and sitting in one of the wooden houses, the hero has his sword stuck in the ground and seems to lament something. Berkman intervenes, saying Mr. Attis informed him of what happened and that it wasn't his fault, but Ryu says this is a pain for which he cannot be forgiven. After deciding to wait only for the results, Urwis opens the cabin door, leaving everyone curious about the outcome of the situation. The tank sister warns that Laud is not in life-threatening condition since he was brought in quickly, but the situation was serious. Upon entering the cabin to check the real state of the man, everyone fell silent. Although blame could fall on him, the pain and suffering he was going through could not be solely attributed to one person. This was something no one could comfort him with. That morning, Mr. Attis took Laud back to Onpras City. Next, the group leader finally found out the truth about Attis's gender and had difficulty facing him again. The hero couldn't find the monster responsible for that huge noise, but he quickly forgot about it after spending 3 months with Bucherman's group. In front of Sade Forest at the camp, someone is upset about news regarding Laud. The situation seems serious because, according to rumors, he decided to go to the dungeon alone. Amber comments that going to the dungeon alone with that hunter's level is akin to committing suicide, so Ryu questioned it because he thought Laud's level was high. She says it is, but he's used to facing weak monsters, which they hunted to survive, naturally helping him level up. However, there were no high-level monsters, which the hero easily understood, so he decided to ask if the ones in the dungeon were different. Amber explains that they are not originally from this world. The monsters are created by dungeons installed by the demon god Ormflas, so it's common to see some near level 30 or even higher. In Ryu's mind, he believes these level 31s must help him level up, so it's necessary to go to the dungeon even if secretly. However, Berkman informs him that monsters are not the only problem, and Urwis adds that many humans from other worlds secretly hunt there, causing the hero to give up. In case it's such a dangerous place, Ryu is curious why Laud is going there, and Bucherman explains it's probably due to a healing artifact. Upon questioning about the artifact, it's explained that the source of power inside these dungeons are artifacts, items of various shapes with various abilities. According to rumors, one of these artifacts has the power to heal any kind of wound, so Laud probably hopes to find one of those. Numerous monsters have been emerging from saved forests lately. In this case, Bucherman hopes this isn't a bad omen, but Ryu understands this must be his only option. As night falls in the forest, everyone in the cabin lies down to sleep. However, our hero decides to take a walk alone. He says no matter how many times he comes, it's still scary and there shouldn't be a way for a huge monster not to appear in a place like this. Remembering Effer lives nearby, the hero thinks it's best to go to her and ask. However, as he passes by a tree, something different from usual appears in front of him. Yawning, Ryu tries to remember where the wyvern lives and doesn't notice a monster behind him. The two stare at each other for a brief moment, and upon realizing what's happening, the hero is startled. He backs away, questioning what the being in front of him is, and prepares to draw his sword. This monster is a level 31 Tatiro. The description informs that sword attacks are useless because its body is covered in a shell, and they usually live in the dungeon. Ryu doesn't understand why a dungeon monster is there and ponders what the monster system said about being resistant to physical attacks. In this case, these are terrible opponents to face. Given their advantage over the hero's fighting style, they also have greater numbers. Demonstrating they are capable of talking, one of them asks if he's a mage and another denies it after noticing the sword the man was carrying. At this point, the Tatiros start laughing at Ryu's face for being a swordsman, but he lands a vertical strike on one of them that cuts it in half in one go. Rejoicing upon realizing the tutorial is a lie and leaving the monsters in shock. The desperate Tatiros discuss among themselves that the hero's weapon actually has magic imbued in it. However, the monster's pride speaks louder and shouts that knives don't hurt them because they've always devoured swordsman humans. After finishing his speech, Ryu quickly appears in front of the monster, asking what it's talking about. One of them wisely decides to flee as he realizes the trouble he's in and that it's dangerous outside the dungeon. However, in an instant, Ryu catches up and asks where the monster is going, which freezes him with fear. In a desperate attempt to save his life, the Tatiro starts digging under a tree. He tries to flee as fast as possible, and Ryu stays by his side because he wants to go wherever the monster is going. After digging a lot, the monster finally reveals the portal from where it came and prepares to escape. Ryu comments that he found the Tatiro, but his attention turns to the portal in front of him. The hero asks the monster what this is, but doesn't want to talk. Then the system informs that it's a magical teleportation in use with destination to the Eiffen Plain dungeon. The fact there's a portal connected to the dungeon sparks Ryu's interest and curiosity. He had never heard of something like this appearing in the dungeon and asks if this is something the monsters did, but the Tatiro informs him they don't use magic. The monster's answer doesn't convince Ryu, who questions him again and says he would let him go free if he told him. However, if there won't be any cooperation, our protagonist states that he will just have to destroy everything. However, the monster becomes desperate, saying that there can't be any destruction because no one can enter by that person's order. The hero doesn't know who this person is, but still decides to enter the portal and tells the monster to pretend it didn't see anything. The monster's current mission must be to ensure that no one enters the portal so that person won't find out. Despite doing this to safely explore the dungeon, the Tatiro was convinced by that argumentation and started covering the hole with dirt again, claiming to know nothing. Already in the dungeon, the claws of a Tatiro are dangerously close to the face of a hunter who is in real danger. He seems cornered, being pinned down, but still worries about his group mate, telling her to hold on. After managing to free himself from that unfavorable position, the hunter prepares a powerful kick, hitting the monster's head, while telling it to stay away from his partner. However, it's noticeable that so far none of his attacks have worked. His axe is completely useless in this case. Magic truly seems to be the only possible solution. At this moment, a Tatiro ends up piercing Alicia's left leg, making her moan in pain and fear. Even wounded, the mage casts a spell, asking for the great light to spread his presence in the place along with its bright sound. Thus, she conjures the flash spell that blinds the monster. However, the axe hunter is also affected by the flash, realizing that everything is blurry at the moment, but at least he can see through one eye. While covering one of his eyes, the hunter asks Runel for help with his healing. But when he turns his face towards his friend, something completely shocks him. Unfortunately, his groupmate has been captured by a Tatiro and is no longer alive. Facing this, the hunter prayed to the heavens for someone to come to his group's rescue because their tragic end was closer than ever. Before being finished off as well, the hunter pleaded for help again, now losing hope. Then the Axeman is surrounded by a pool of blood coming from his back. However, the blood isn't his. It's the monster's because, in answer to his prayers, someone appeared to help, defeating several Tatiros at once. The hunter realizes that the Tatiro's head was severed with just one blow and not just one. It's mentioned that a Tatiro always protects its head with laminated arms, and the space to attack the neck is extremely small. However, this person first made the monster lower its arms and then cut off its head using that opportunity. Facing this technique can only be done by a magical swordsman user of jewel blades like Lod, the man in front of him. Lod asks if the hunter knows him, and he informs that yes, they had heard that he came to the dungeon to hunt days ago. The man praises his savior, saying he's amazing, and Lod awkwardly thanks him, having only been trying to survive for the past 70 days. Raud asked the young adventurer if he knew him, and he confirmed, saying he knew that he had started exploring dungeons alone a few months ago. But the lost swordsman who had been wandering for 70 days told the excited young man that the rumor was not entirely true. After his last encounter with the protagonist, a man got drunk at the guild and found himself in the dungeon after passing out. And since he entered there alone and drunk, he couldn't find the exit, but everything would change because of these two adventurers. The injured mage who stopped the bleeding had heard the rumor that he was looking for the healing artifact he didn't even know about, but he grabbed a potion upon seeing her injury. But the young man tried to stop him from using the rare potion since they had some regular ones, but it was too late. When the girl claimed that the man's actions were related to her gender, he denied it, which made her ask for the specific reason. Then Raud claimed that the potion wouldn't heal her wounds and thought it would increase their chances of escaping the dungeon. The mage swallowed her pride and decided to repay the man later when he said he decided to use it on her instead of keeping it. With that, the man went on his way, stating that this wound would make it impossible to wander through the dungeon. So the girl asked if he really made a detour to help a group of strangers. When the woman was about to start arguing, the magical swordsman was struck by intense pain, which he tried to disguise in front of the two. The pain was due to his cowardice, but he advised the young ones to focus on escaping the place, stating that he wouldn't be able to endure much longer. But the dungeon explorers assumed that the man helped them despite suffering from such a painful wound that not even a rare potion could heal. Suddenly, the place started to shake aggressively. But when the boy speculated an earthquake, the girl claimed that this doesn't happen in dungeon dimensions, which led him to think that this tremor was the work of a monster. So Raud prepared his sword and asked the two young adventurers to run since he would rather die than do number 2 in front of a woman. The girl claimed that the crazy man would die if he faced many monsters, but he didn't care and told her to run since he was about to be relieved from his stomach pain. A loud sound of footsteps could be heard from one of the many tunnels. Then the other adventurer grabbed his confused companion and ran into another tunnel. With tears in his eyes, the boy stated that they would only slow down the magical swordsman and should make the best use of his sacrifice. But the surprised man couldn't understand why the boy was running away with the girl. Raud was not pleased with the situation but assumed that this adventure would have increased his level. But when the man thought he could handle a number of monsters, a giant swarm of Tataras began to emerge from the tunnel. Seeing this, the poor man ran as fast as he could to escape what he considered certain death. But unexpectedly, the monsters themselves were also running for their lives. The magical swordsman looked at the terrified giant insects as they fled into one of the tunnels. Raud was astonished and wondered what could have scared such a swarm like that. Meanwhile, several Tataras' corpses filled the other side of the dungeon. Their killer was none other than Ryu, who began exterminating them effortlessly. The strong man was disappointed with the lack of XP received from the dungeon he had been eagerly awaiting. The protagonist spoke about how hard it is to swing his blade in such a tight space and complained to the monsters about the force he had to hold back with a tank. A golden tatter asked the others to flee, but they refused to show their bravery. Then the golden insect motivated itself and claimed that the swordsman would defeat them. But its words suddenly turned into screams as the mountain of muscles armed with a giant sword charged toward them, demanding XP. And when the man started complaining about the lack of enemies, a glowing floating object caught his attention. Ryu couldn't believe what he was seeing. To his surprise, the man discovered an artifact called the Fireball Bracelet, which was used as a power core. But before the man could even get excited, he began to theorize that this is the kind of item gained after defeating a sub-boss with a high-level monster dead behind him. Then he thought about how all the nearby weak monsters would disappear if he took the artifact and about the final boss with his main magic item, but he felt something was wrong. The system informed the man that the artifact would grant him the ability to cast fireballs by shouting the name of the attack, which could be used 30 times. As soon as he read the bracelet's description, the man put it on without thinking twice. After all, it's every man's dream. Then, after confirming he was alone, the man began to invoke the magic. Concentration and focus filled the eyes of our protagonist as he was in the middle of the invocation. At the end of the spell, Ryu extended both arms in front of him, ready to launch a fireball. The mystery of monsters that appear endlessly in dungeons was revealed by the hunters who explored them, discovering that they are artificially created in a special chamber. And the reason monsters appear incessantly was the central artifact in the middle of the chamber. To this day, the reason why the core takes the form of an item is still a mystery. However, the hunters named these mysterious objects full of magic. These powerful items were known as artifacts, but to the man's surprise, no fireball came out of the artifact, making him wonder if it was broken. It turns out that it is necessary to reach level 31 to be able to use it, unlike other items. But Ryu, smiling in frustration, thinks the bracelet is garbage because someone who managed to get this deep into the dungeon shouldn't have to worry about level requirements. However, there is a reason why the return of an adventurer with an artifact is something quite rare. It's all because of the difficulties adventurers face over the years and the growth of their egos due to the discovery of a magical item. These two factors would make them see the torment ahead, just as the steps in front of Ryu, as another chance for greatness. The protagonist got excited and assumed that the boss must be down there. A large stone door opened. The man who had finally descended the stairs needed to get out before his party's tank woke up. Ryu was now in the central area of the dungeon, wanting the boss to appear soon in that empty room. As the protagonist approached the central item, he began to taunt the absent monsters, hoping for a decent fight. But as the man continued rambling and tried to grab the core, a mysterious entity was watching him from above, and a tentacle grabbed the careless man's arm as he reached for the artifact. The tentacles seized the protagonist before he could notice them. Ryu was finally face to face with what he had been waiting for. Then the protagonist got excited about the XP that the level 45 dungeon boss called Tentacle Beholder would drop. But the mountain of muscles had to focus and get serious as his 4 limbs were trapped. Still, before he could analyze the situation, a screaming person entered the central area of the dungeon. The protagonist came face to face with Raud. Ryu couldn't believe his eyes, and the magical swordsman didn't understand the presence of his nutcracker inside that room. Then the muscular man assumed that his secret had been discovered, but the protagonist, who tried to cover up his story, was interrupted by a sudden laugh. That laugh belonged to none other than Raud. The magical swordsman startled the muscular man with his maniacal laugh as he drew his swords. Raud assumed that the protagonist was actually a monster who disguised himself as his worst fear to scare and confuse him. So the confused Ryu had to listen to the man claiming he would be fooled by the monster's appearance because a level 5 couldn't enter the dungeon. Seeing this, the muscular man decided to play along to save his secret and himself. The tentacle beholder was confused to see one hunter attacking another, but the monster began to grow another tentacle. This creature had the ability to see everything around it and relied on its quick tentacles and massive strength, a combination that allowed it to target the opponent's blind spot in a fraction of a second. But Ryu managed to grab the monster's tentacle at the last moment, saving Raud, whose sword was now just inches from his savior's intimate parts. The protagonist immediately felt alarm as his private parts were in danger. So to save himself, the man jumped into the air, hitting the tentacle in the process. The impact was so strong that the dungeon boss's eyes, who was in deep pain, almost popped out. This caused the creature to fly to the ceiling, while the relieved man descended, grateful for the safety of his private parts. But as soon as he focused on the boss monster he considered weak, Raud continued his attack. Ryu had to dodge the sword at the last moment, but the movement of his hand was about to drag the monster along, which led the tentacle beholder to almost be moved. And so the dungeon boss was thrown against a column. Raud bombarded the man with sword strikes, taking out his anger on him. But Ryu blocked and easily avoided all the blows, assuming that the magical swordsman had gone mad since he must have been treating him as an imposter, and the monster was about to be dragged again by its tentacle. The tentacle beholder suffered as it was hurled all around the chamber. In the end, the protagonist used the monster's tentacle to block the enraged adventurer's sword. Raud blamed the man for his downfall, calling him a demon and accusing him of being in a relationship with Artis, but Ryu firmly denied the last accusation. The irate swordsman wished death upon his nutcracker. Suddenly, Raud's face became monstrous while his skin surprisingly turned purple. The muscular man was confused to see the magical swordsman being lifted by a tentacle, which made the adventurer's task more difficult since he now had to rescue his assailant. The dungeon boss began to communicate through Raud and expressed its anger toward the protagonist for making it bounce all over the place like a toy. But the creature noticed that Ryu hadn't hurt this man and assumed they were close. After that, it grew 4 tentacles with needles, and as it drove them into the man's body, the creature stated that dying at the hands of his ally would be the worst death for someone like the protagonist. But the muscular man drew his long sword with a menacing aura and agreed for the monster to possess Raud's body. All the hunter was interested in was the dungeon boss's XP, which filled the tentacle beholder with fury. Seeing this, the monster decided to adopt a new tactic. Raud was originally going to be killed for the dungeon, but the tentacle beholder chose to turn him into the dungeon's new sub-boss. And after killing all the hunters present in the dungeon, the monster planned to make them to devour them alive. The first meal of the new Raud and his monstrous ham was already decided, and so the sub-boss attacked the protagonist to savor his flesh. Even among dungeon bosses, tentacle beholders always required intelligence to be defeated. Its intelligence is sufficient to overpower humans despite its lack of destructive power, which would lead hunters to be infected with parasites when captured, exactly like what happened with Raud and his monstrous arm. This process would turn humans into monsters. The dungeon boss thinks that Ryu is incapable of taking down the infected magical swordsman since he is just a man despite his strength. The monster's attack was easily dodged by Ryu, who used his sword without the creature noticing. Suddenly, the dungeon boss's vision was cut in half. The muscular man seemed truly irritated. The dungeon boss was cut in half in front of the disappointed man. He couldn't comprehend his defeat. The hunter managed to kill the monster effortlessly using the wind generated by his sword strike. According to the defeated monster, the swordsman is so strong that it would be useless to open the portal and decided to flee before he took the main item. The tentacle beholder decided to inform someone of the situation, but suddenly it was struck from behind while trying to flee. It was none other than Ryu, who killed it thinking it was an insect. With that, the muscular man decided to return to his group. But something seemed to have caught his attention. The man started counting and then shouted 54 billion. It was already morning in the outside world. Someone was training their muscles. It was none other than the tank. But while he was training outside, his sister came over and asked about the backpack carrier. Both the Lancer and the tank said they hadn't seen him, but the absence of his weapon made her concerned. She began to imagine the worst, when Eric accidentally startled her by appearing from behind with a giant dead lizard on his shoulder. The girl expressed how anxious she was about the man's sudden disappearance and asked if something had happened, which he denied. The disappointed man began to recall the dungeon. A few minutes ago, the man was surprised by the number on his screen. By killing the dungeon boss, he acquired a total of 113,340 EXP. Ryu remembered that he needed 1100 XP to go from level 4 to level 5 and how the giant hellhounds were worth only 258 EXP. With that, the man assumed that he only needed 2200 XP to reach level 6 and speculated a big jump in his level after killing the dungeon boss. But he was stunned to realize he needed a total of 54,581,862,560. The man then began to calculate the XP required to level up. With that expression, Ryu left the boss's chamber. He kept the same expression as he exited the dungeon. Upon exiting, he encountered the monster from before, holding a purple lizard in its hand. Ryu took the dead beast with him. That constant look made his teammates worried. The Earthling finally understood just how desperate his situation really was. Some time had passed since the protagonist's adventures in the dungeon. Even after a week, he and his teammates couldn't locate any monsters outside the sought forest. And due to the absence of prey, they returned to Onfrost earlier than expected. The guard at the city gate stated that they would need to show their license, otherwise they would not be allowed to enter. But when the driver yelled at the guard about this stupid law, the team members discussed how strange this was since they should only need to show their guild emblems to gain access. Buckman explained to the young guard that they had been out of the city for 3 months and needed to be informed about recent events. The guard turned out to be Gorman, a friend of the team's captain, who was asked what happened while they were away. According to Gorman, the Hunters Guild ordered all its members outside the city to return. This was due to the closure of the Ipen Plain dungeon. The protagonist began to look around. He noticed how his companions were gloomy and how the streets were silent when they should have been happy that they no longer had to fear the dungeon. Ryu only managed to use the teleporter because he didn't retrieve the core, which means someone else stole it after he left. Curious, he asked the support who had closed the dungeon, but the answer was that not knowing who did it worried everyone. Closing a dungeon is an incredible feat for hunters, and only an Earthling would hide such an achievement. But that wasn't the only problem, the Lancer stated. The Inquisitors, who were Earthling hunters of the Church, would pursue anyone suspected of being above level 20 since they couldn't differentiate hunters from Earthlings and would torture people into confessing. The protagonist found this absurd and worried about his friends who were above the required level, and this was the reason why most hunters had left the city. It was then that Ryu realized that his kind would always be rejected. But Buckman ended the discussion because they had business to attend to. Since they had been out in the wilderness for so long, the tank suggested they go collect their rewards and return to the guild to exchange the demon stones. All the team members were delighted with the idea of selling the goods in the rookie's backpack to celebrate his first mission. Suddenly, the muscular man realized something. But when the tank proposed that Madame Ember go to Balton's shop with Eric, he stated that he would go alone. The Lancer was concerned since the Mountain of Muscles ignored market prices. But Buckman didn't care, because the young man would soon realize the importance of the items he carried. But a loud, surprised scream was heard from Balton's shop. It turned out that the shop owner was unwilling to buy the protagonist's goods due to the current situation. Trading these items would put anyone in danger, and it was revealed that the city heavily depended on dungeon rewards, stated the merchant. With the dungeon closed and the presence of Inquisitors and their prey, everyone would flee the city, so no one would buy the shop owner's goods, but the man kept begging. Even when the Earthling tried to negotiate with low prices, the old man still wasn't willing to buy. The old merchant feared the Earthling hunters. But before he could continue his explanation, one of them entered the shop, insinuating for him to wait in line. The presence of this person from the Church of Darkness, who terrified the shop owner, thanked him for introducing him briefly. Ryu immediately began to observe the Inquisitor. But when he tried to check his level, the panel was surprisingly blurred. Suddenly, the Earthling hunter approached the protagonist. The mysterious person who couldn't be identified by the system asked the muscular man if he couldn't see his level. But the protagonist denied it, thinking about the Inquisitor's quickness. After a brief confrontation of presences and some questions, the Earthling hunter discovered that Eric was an orphan from a remote village and a non-believer. The masked man found these facts about the hunter quite suspicious and indirectly accused him of being an Earthling. But the man once again denied the accusation, stating that he was a rookie, which made him even more suspicious. Suddenly, the Earthling hunter pulled out a wooden board. This item allowed the Inquisitor to reveal the true level of a given hunter, but to his surprise, the muscular man was only level 5. This twist was unexpected for the masked man as the hunter returned to his business. The shop owner was impressed by the young man's courage in front of the Earthling hunter. However, the old man couldn't buy his items because he had no customers. Ryu, who presumed he was out of danger due to his low level, kept his fear of being discovered hidden from the masked man. But as soon as he theorized that he couldn't see the man's level because of the mask, he was asked by the shop owner if the bracelet was for sale. This was the artifact he had obtained in the dungeon after killing the sub-boss. Ryu firmly denied it, but he accidentally pulled the bracelet from the old man's hand. And to the protagonist's misfortune, it rolled to the Inquisitor's feet. The masked man picked up the artifact from the floor. The Inquisitor seemed to have noticed the bracelet's property. With that, the air around the man changed as he questioned how a level 5 adventurer possessed an artifact. Ryu presumed he was out of danger and wondered if he should feign ignorance. The Inquisitor stated that a rookie shouldn't be venturing into dungeons, and to the protagonist's surprise, he returned the artifact and even asked him to take good care of it. But since Eric was a novice hunter, the masked man decided to teach him a lesson in the form of a story. 15 years ago, a veteran hunter lived with his family in a small eastern village. Despite not being the leader of the group, this man had the power to influence others, but it all started with one of his group's routine missions. However, he, the strongest of the group, was terrified by the supposedly harmless monster in front of him and his team, which confused his companions. When he was cornered by his colleagues, he shouted that the monster's level was well over 800. But when they didn't believe him, he had to confess his identity as an earthling capable of seeing everyone's levels. But at that moment, the monster discovered them. So the hunter stayed behind to give his friends some time to escape. This led the narrator to ask the listener who met their end in this story as expected. But when the novice adventurer stated that the veteran hunter was the one who died, the masked man corrected him. Only the hunter and the group's leader survived, while all the others the hunter knew perished. It turned out that the group leader only lost his job for reporting the case to the Church of Darkness, while the other members died being investigated for sympathizing with the enemy. To everyone's surprise, the man returned home. But no one was there to greet him because the villagers, terrified by the rumor, massacred his family and burned his house down. Then, driven by hate and rage, the man fled after massacring the village inhabitants. According to the Inquisitor, only misfortunes follow those beloved by Earthlings, but the muscular man must be innocent since he is only of a low level. Ryu asked the masked man why he told that story, and he explained that it had to do with Earthlings using novices to get rid of certain artifacts. These cases were quite frequent, but the masked man promised to use everything in his power to protect the innocent man. But the masked man's intentions were revealed when he asked the Earthling about his group. After hearing this, the protagonist was ready to punch the Inquisitor with all his strength, but a red-haired figure intervened between the two men. The protagonist halted his attack because of a person who politely bowed before the masked man. This person was Artis, who intervened because, according to him, the Inquisitor misjudged the situation. The protagonist asked the mage not to repeat such actions. Suddenly, Artis began yelling at the hero and scolding him for failing his simple duties, and so he pretended to be the one who gave the artifact to the muscular man. And before the Earthling ruined his act, he silenced him by continuously scolding him and insulting the priest, who then asked the man who he was. The mage introduced himself as Artis Bannister. He was the 37th leader of his family. The priest stated that the Bannister family, dragon hunters, should be among the fallen nobles, but the shining dragon emblem said otherwise. The Inquisitor apologized to the noble for not recognizing him as he was on official duty and asked who that man was to him. Artis pretended that Eric was his new assistant despite being dense as a novice, so the muscular man understood the mage's good intentions. Apparently, the artifact had been given by Artis to the novice for research, and yet he got himself into this situation. And with a comical and serious expression, the Earthling decided to join the act. And so the master apologized and took his assistant to continue their research, bidding farewell to the Inquisitor. Ryu thanked the man who criticized his acting skills. Eric admitted that he must have seemed suspicious to the mage since he was holding an artifact, but Artis assured him that it was just revenge for staying silent after seeing him in the forest. However, the Inquisitor became intrigued upon learning that the errand boy was the one who had obtained the precious magical artifact. So to confirm his suspicion, he asked the two liars about the bracelet's ability. But unfortunately for them, they contradicted each other. The muscular man said fire, while the other said electricity. It was at that moment they realized they had made a mistake. In that instant, the Earthling hunter's doubts were confirmed, and his mask began to glow white. With his win, the Inquisitor was about to imprison Artis and Eric. On his first day of adventure with Buckman and the others, Eric was attacked by a tree ogre, but the level 13 monster was immediately cut down. On the same day, a small level 15 Pennock also tried to eat him, but the atrocity was defeated with a single punch. Despite escaping his tutorial world, the man was now stuck with these insignificant monsters. The experience gained from the magical dogs was much better than that of these forest monsters. At least back then, he could get more than 0 points after killing a monster. All the protagonist could think about was leveling up. The disintegrated monster beneath his feet gave him no XP, but suddenly a voice brought him back to reality. Eric was in the tent with someone trying to get his attention. The voice was none other than Buckman, reassuring the protagonist since it was his first mission and offering him a special welcome meal, though he wasn't sure about the taste. But the cook of the meal took this statement as an insult and asked the tank to stop filling the rookie's head with such ideas. Amber served him a plate, stating that he should consider himself at war while on duty, claiming that she didn't recognize him yet. Ryu was suspicious of the plate when the support jokingly called him a picky eater. As strange as the food might be here, it certainly couldn't compare to the meat of the magical dog. But then he realized it had been a long time since he had a decent meal using a proper plate and spoon. The protagonist remembered how lonely his old hellish world was. But now, that feeling was part of the past. All the team members watched the young man as he ate his meal, and it was at that moment that a gentle smile appeared on the Earthling's face as he asked for his second serving. The young man really felt like he'd escaped the endless tutorial. The Inquisitor's mask began to glow white. Both the mage and the swordsman were about to be imprisoned. The wind used by the masked man wasn't magic, according to Artis. It was the wind of healing, indicating that the mage was a high-level magical spirit. In that case, fighting the Inquisitor wouldn't be an easy task for the protagonist, and fighting seriously would reveal his identity as an Earthling. According to the priest, the lives of the two men would be spared if they stayed within the cyclone and the cost of their limbs. But he wanted them to surrender willingly. Seeing this, the protagonist realized there was only one way to resolve the situation and asked the man if he was looking for the one who closed the dungeon. The Inquisitor agreed to spare everyone else if the muscular man could find the dungeon closer since he didn't have much time. Ryu declared that he was the one who closed the dungeon. Suddenly, a noisy carriage entered the city. It was Raoul returning to the city with the two young adventurers he had saved from the dungeon, while one of them praised the man for closing the dungeon alone. The man assumed that he was the one who defeated the tentacle beholder and then took its core, but found himself starving on a plane after closing the dungeon. The young ones spotted the magical swordsman at the exit of Onfrost and considered rescuing him as repayment for saving them in the dungeon. And with that, the man assumed that his days of glory would begin. But to the young ones' surprise, their days of glory were cut short by the Church of Darkness, who arrested him. Raoul being the dungeon closer was something unexpected for the muscular man. He had simply assumed that the magical swordsman had turned into a monster, but even Artis was shocked by this news. The Inquisitor presented his apologies on behalf of his church, despite having done nothing wrong according to Ryu, but Artis was concerned about what would happen to Rude. He would be taken to a secret prison but would be released if Raoul just told the truth and had a clear birth record, which irritated the protagonist who wanted to keep the man behind bars. But in the end, Ryu was relieved that nothing went wrong because of the irritating man while he discussed the demon stone-powered vehicle with the noble. The Inquisitor then mentioned how he ruined the protagonist's item sale and asked him to come closer. The masked man was about to hand him a large check that he needed to sign. However, Ryu felt uncomfortable as he had been taught never to sign any paper without thinking twice. He assumed this was an attempt to enroll him in the Church of Darkness, but the masked man denied resorting to such low methods, unlike the Church of Light. Then the Inquisitor showed him a golden item. A tension was created between hunter and prey. With that, the priest left the city, leaving behind an irritated Ryu. Artis expressed his relief when the incident ended well, but Eric remained silent. This behavior intrigued the mage. The Earthling had a favor to ask of Artis. Meanwhile, at the ruined Onfrost Hunters Guild, the guild receptionist deeply apologized to Buckman, but he explained that it wasn't her fault that the guild master, who didn't even remember them, fled and praised her for keeping the place safe when everyone else hurriedly left. The girl asked the Lancer if they managed to make any profit with the demon stones, but when she threw 5 silver coins on the table, they both assumed that was all they got from selling the stones, but she denied it, stating that it was all the guild had left. The two young ones had trouble understanding. Then Amber angrily explained that they weren't called back by the guild master because they would have realized he was stealing all the money before fleeing. But Buckman tried to see the positive side, as thanks to the guild master, all drinks were free, but the Lancer didn't care since they had lost their source of income. Then he reminded her of the day he went to a remote village with no dungeons or guilds, claiming to have fought alone for 20 years when she saved him countless times. Buckman stated that he didn't care about the guild since he and the Lancer had been together ever since, so she pointed out that she was still single. Amber's face began to heat up as she tried to backtrack on what she said. But just as the man was about to confess, the support interrupted them because he found food. And just as he was about to suggest a party for Eric, the food in his hand was sliced by a silver coin thrown dangerously close to his face. Then Amber, with a murderous aura, proposed continuing the conversation after the party and that they should be alone. Buckman's party was as lively as ever. Someone was at the door. A mysterious person entered the guild. This turned the lively noise into focused silence on the new presence. Buckman's eyes widened as he saw the man. Artis had entered the guild building. Upon seeing this, the tank's eyes widened. For some reason, this mage was carrying his companion's bag. Artis was sweating from exhaustion. He then collapsed under the weight of the gigantic bag. After helping Artis and allowing him to rest, he praised Eric for carrying such a colossal weight around. The concerned group leader asked the mage why he was carrying the rookie's bag, and to his surprise, all the items inside it had disappeared. But Buckman asked about the bag's owner. Suddenly, Ember turned her attention to the bag with a face full of wonder. The bag was filled with money, a total of 10,000 EX. Buckman wondered how many items Eric had sold after seeing all that money. But Ryu also asked the mage to give the tank one more thing. This item made the kind man's eyes widen. Buckman received the guild badge of his newest recruit, and he asked the red-haired man why Eric had resigned. The mage didn't know the reason. The Earthling is wandering alone through the streets at night. Ryu appears terrified by something. When he accepted the check from the Inquisitor, who pulled out a mysterious object, the priest asked him if he knew what that object was. Seeing this, the Earthling immediately became frightened. The object was actually a golden badge. It had Great Earth written all over it with an image of the globe. The muscular man was terrified because this organization was supposed to have been obliterated by the 4 heroes 20 years ago. But he decided to stay calm and feign ignorance. Since Ryu was only level 5, the Inquisitor didn't expect him to know about it. But the pressure increased when the masked man pointed out that Eric was too weak to be an Earthling. The protagonist could feel the Inquisitor's threat entering his mind. But if he knew about the Great Earth, the man should only remember the veteran hunter. A strong punch obliterated a wooden object. The fist was none other than the protagonist relieving his frustration on a small wooden cart. Eric hadn't left his companions behind by choice, but that he noticed a light beside him. Eric came across 3 men smoking next to the wooden cart. These 3 seemed irritated that the muscular man had destroyed their things. Back at the guild, the rest of the group was shocked by the rookie's resignation. The young one was determined to see him and persuade him to return to the group, but Amber wasn't convinced. However, as they argued, a sensible tank told them to stop. Buckman couldn't force anyone to follow him because their job involved working under the wings of death all the time. But as Artist left, the tank had one last word for him. He asked him to inform his friend that they would always welcome him back if he decided to return to the group. So Artist stated that he would do his best to ensure Eric's return. But the group didn't care about the mage's word and was in their own little world, discussing their companion's sudden departure. The mage had no idea of the muscular man's problems and difficulties, and yet he couldn't help but feel some envy toward him. Water was thrown on Ryu's unconscious head. He was awakened by a thin and bony man, and Eric had no idea where he was. The tall, muscular man assumed that the unfamiliar Ryu was a hunter because of his sword and accused him of injuring his young men. The 3 men then added that he destroyed the cart, which made the dark-skinned man even angrier since he dared to rest in their territory. So Ryu apologized for the damage, stated that the 3 men injured themselves by attacking him, and that he had just rested in an abandoned house. The injured men confirmed the story but used his hardened body as an excuse to accuse him of using magic. But Eric denied using such methods and taunted the giant man, calling him a coward who couldn't think for himself. But the 3 behind the bald man denied having said that. Then the Earthlings said they weren't telling the truth to push the big man to his limit. The bald man had had enough of Ryu, and he decided to silence him with a punch with all his strength. But the level 11 human broke his hand as he was even weaker than the monsters in the dungeons. Still, the protagonist now had to carefully think about his next move. He was surrounded by a crowd of armed men, but it would be easy for him to escape these ordinary humans. But when he abandoned the idea since he wanted to keep a low profile, an old man entered the scene, thinking the noise was caused by a monster attack. The boss said all the noise was caused by a man he referred to as a dog, not caring about the danger. But Ryu didn't like being called a dog, the enemy he had fought for so many years, and the beasts probably despised their slayer as well. Then, looking at the man trying to be imposing, the boss easily guessed the Earthling's tutorial world. So the old man told his subordinates to untie the muscular man they so feared. But the boss informed them that it was better to release him because he could kill them all in an instant while he easily broke free from the rope. The astonished Ryu wondered how the old man knew about his former world. Then the old man laughed in response and agreed to reveal the secret only if the Earthling accepted working for him. The story now shifts to 6 months after Raud closed the dungeon in the suburban area of the eastern castle wall in the city of Onfros. There you could find a poor, crumbling house. The men who captured the Earthling despised the building and took everything of value from it. But the woman occupying the house and her child didn't know what was happening, so the bald man told them that her husband should have informed her. The tall man was there to settle things once and for all with the man of the house who came running. After that, the armed man raised his sword against the dark-skinned man's subordinates. The man was determined to protect his wife and child along with his home despite being scared. But the leader didn't care and called for the hammer. The husband was speechless upon seeing the enormous weapon. The wielder of the object was none other than the protagonist himself, and it looked poorly made. But the homeowner decided to preserve his pride as a hunter and defend his home against the muscular man. Even so, the man's sword couldn't even pierce the Earthling's chest. With an emotionless look, Ryu ordered the man to step aside. The husband was speechless when his blade failed to pierce the chest of the hammer wielder. But the most impressive part was that Ryu's human body was capable of bending metal. And so the Earthling destroyed the man's house, who had called him a beast, with a single strike of his hammer. The family was left speechless at what they were witnessing. It turned out that the men who supposedly attacked them were actually part of the Onfros Architectural Association, who had built a splendid new house for the small family. The bald man and his team were tasked with restoring the city's castle walls and demolishing dilapidated houses. They were proud to provide a sturdy building as they used the same construction materials as the aristocrats, including mixed stone supported by golem magic. The house was also coated with a special slime resin to keep any hostility at bay, and if the residents approved, it could potentially be used by soldiers in case of an emergency. The bald man explained that in addition to living there for free, the husband would receive payment for supporting the castle walls. But when everything was explained, the owner of the new house fainted. He gently explained that they had done him a great favor since there wasn't much work left for hunters. But the man was mostly grateful to the one he had tried to stab and desperately tried to offer his sincere apologies. Ryu asked the bald man if he could leave, but the husband insisted on treating him to a good meal. Still, the depressed earthling insisted on going to make his report. The bald man didn't like how the hammer wielder rudely refused the family's kindness and hospitality. But the earthling became truly irritated when he was called strange. The homeowner immediately tried to stop the two builders before the situation escalated. Ryu was shaken when he heard the child call him a weirdo. The bald man started yelling at him while everything continued to spin. Even the homeowner's hospitality sounded like hostility to the protagonist. Eric couldn't think straight as the homeowner apologized to him once more. Even the innocent child's laughter sounded like mockery to the muscular man. The boy then ran to hug the earthling. But upon hearing the boy innocently call him a weirdo, the protagonist began to imagine him as an inquisitor. Because of this, the earthling's eyes filled with murderous intent. The frightened woman then hugged her son to protect him, and she sincerely apologized for treating him this way while he reached for the missing sword strapped to his bag. Ryu noticed his hand's unconscious movements and snapped back to reality. Then, to avoid causing more trouble, the muscular man left. The homeowner thought it was his fault that the hammer wielder was in such a bad mood, but the bald man reassured him, denying any grudge. Ryu was paid 600 EX for each job he performed, which was more than a middle-class hunter earned after a few months of work. He even became well-known among similar businesses in other cities, since his help significantly increased work ethic. But no soul managed to get close to the muscular man. Ryu rudely entered the president's office without knocking on the door. But the angry man didn't care about manners and demanded an explanation from the old man. The earthling was irritated by the design of the last house because it didn't belong to this world. And since the design was from another world, the president deemed it wise to send an earthling, even though he never spoke. At this point, the muscular man thought the old man was just toying with his nerves. After the president mentioned the old tutorial world, its former resident had been working under his orders for the past 5 months. In his rage, he destroyed the president's desk. A silence fell over the room as the papers on the desk quietly fluttered to the floor. Ryu was desperate for some answers and almost begged for them. This made the president find his attitude rather weak. The old man explained that 4 decades ago, everyone, including them, enjoyed life as humans. He stated that even those from other worlds enjoyed this way of life, which made the young man certain that this man was aware of the situation. The president asked the man if he knew why he always acted differently from the others. But when he said it was because he was an earthling, the old man denied it. His behavior was caused by him living differently from the locals of this world. As an earthling, Ryu only interacted with hunters, but 40 years ago, when his kind first appeared, there were more job opportunities outside of hunting, and they acquired great knowledge of other worlds. If Ryu restrained himself and lived quietly, no one would find him strange. The president then placed a paper on his desk for his strongest worker. The earthling was to avoid hunting after accepting this work request as a hunter. But as the muscular man was about to refuse the offer, someone knocked on the door. The president stated that he didn't need the muscular man at that moment, and he declared that the person at the door believed that the former hunter wouldn't reject the work offer. The mysterious person entered the room. Upon seeing this figure, the protagonist's eyes widened. The person at the door was none other than the mage from Raud's group. Ryu was surprised to see the red-haired mage there. While Artist was quite happy to see the muscular man in good health, the earthling confronted the old man about the mage knowing his location since he had to hide his face, but his distinctive muscular silhouette betrayed him. But when the president put on his sunglasses, he stated that Artist frequently visited, so he let her in and assured her that she would never be associated with Ryu again. However, the earthling pleaded with the old man, explaining that if Artist were associated with him again, it would only harm the young mage. The redhead introduced himself as Artist Bannister from the Onfrost Guild, but the old man decided to skip the formalities. The president was well aware of his worker's past as a hunter, but since he now worked for him, the old man considered the muscular man part of his family, and he regarded the work offer as an insult to him and his architectural association. But Artist stated that he wasn't formally there on behalf of the guild, but on a personal matter. The redhead explained that his presence in the group made a difference despite being a complete stranger. He continued by reminding them that Raud had protected him from the man when he saw them in the forest, which made the old man question the nature of their relationship. But when the mage mentioned that he was naked in the forest and didn't want to talk about it, the old man began to imagine the most inappropriate scenes between the two. But Eric assured his boss that nothing happened as he imagined, while Artist continued to explain. The mage then recalled how Eric gave him a huge promissory note so that he could stop hunting, which made the old man imagine him indecently. With that, the president put his feet up on his desk, having heard enough. The next second, the poor earthling was thrown out the window by the old man. The president, who assumed the mage was a woman, stated that the muscular man should take responsibility for his actions and that he wouldn't speak to him until he resolved the matter. Artist was happy to go on a mission with Eric, but the tall man was irritated because the mage had altered many things in the story. Ryu then complained that he had left his old job 5 months ago, but Artist reassured him, saying they were going on a safe mission as they were only collecting samples. To comfort him, he promised to protect the muscular man at all costs with an innocent smile and stated that they could talk normally since they were now comrades. A bright blue sky settled over the Sot forest. Artist and his backpack carrier were now making their way through the forest. Eric wondered why the red-haired mage chose him as a companion for this mission. Ryu speculated that the man might be aware of his dungeon incident, and if so, he wondered why he was acting now after a 5-month delay. The earthling decided to act normally so as not to raise any suspicions. A small level 2 Kalak was found by the muscular man. The creature started nibbling on the backpack carrier, who was surprised by its cuteness. But just as he suggested keeping the small Kalak as a pet, the creature was demolished by a flaming attack. It was Artist who ruthlessly killed the small creature with a fireball. The mage then panicked upon seeing his friend being bitten and began pouring potions on him to heal the tall man. Artist asked the stunned man to notify him if he spotted any symbols. The exploration of the forest continued as a small bird landed on the man's head, but Artist incinerated the small bird and continued burning everything in his path. He kept creating fire as his spell began to consume the forest. He explained that this hostile behavior was intended to protect them from any enemy monsters. The mage then turned to the level 5 to check on how he was doing. Eric, who had already had enough, asked him to stop using fire magic even if he had control over it. So the mage promised to restrain himself as much as he could. It was getting late. The law was quickly cut in half. Ryu was informed that the unpleasant Rowds group was the first that the fire mage had joined. Artist revealed that he wasn't close to the clumsy swordsman, wasn't familiar with groups, and had never slept outside, but he became a hunter to personally research materials. And since mages can level up just by researching, he didn't need to go out. So the muscular man started laughing at him, saying that he was hunting dragons while sitting in his house. But the young noble stated that he wasn't a dragon hunter like his family and that dragons were now rare to find. This news shocked the backpack carrier. He masked his excitement by pretending to be from a place without dragons, but he was quite interested in anything that could help him level up. Ryu pointed out how these fantastic beasts really were rare. Artists described them as monsters. Dragons were terrifying monsters that could scorch the earth with limitless magic and had giant wings that allowed them to dominate the sky, but that wasn't enough to terrify Artist. What he feared was their ability to level up after killing an opponent just like those from other worlds. Still, they were intelligent beasts with the ability to converse. It was possible that dragons hid away to live peacefully despite feeling lonely. Ryu then told the mage about his friend, the talking wyvern, who chose to hide to live without conflict. But the mage didn't believe him and started laughing as a talking wyvern sounded more like a joke to him. Artist slowly stopped laughing and was about to ask the earthling a serious question. The mage asked the sword wielder if he would reconsider hunting again. But when the muscular man said he didn't have the courage to return to Buckman's group, the redhead declared that he was forming his own. So Ryu asked the mage if he wasn't afraid that he would abandon him. Still, the earthling grew frustrated when Artist mentioned how he left Buckman and his friends to protect them. But there was no proof that the mage would betray the swordsman first. And since Eric was only level 5, it wouldn't matter if he betrayed the mage first. When the muscular man reached for his sword, he pointed out how this forest was quite isolated. Artist then pointed his magic wand at his comrade and apologized to him. Ryu calmly asked the mage to put away his wand. But before he could finish his sentence, Artist cast a spell in his direction. The redhead pointed out that the forest was more lethal than it appeared. Eric quickly dodged the shot that passed dangerously close to his head. It then hit a strange beast in the mouth. The monster's mouth was ablaze when Eric asked Artist for an explanation. The mage then explained that he burned the beast's lungs from the inside, which would prevent it from calling for reinforcements, and that it would soon die from suffocation. The earthling was impressed by Artist's skills, which were far superior to those of the mage from his former group. The fire mage asked the backpack carrier, who thought it was about demon stones, to open the monster's stomach, but he sensed that something was off. Normally, forest monsters stay away from humans, but our heroes had encountered an unusually high number of monsters today. The earthling seemed to have noticed something. It turned out that the kobold the mage killed should have been found in dungeons. Opening the furry monster's insides had nothing to do with demon stones, but something much more important. That night, 2 monsters were on top of a watchtower. After opening the monster's stomachs, our heroes found the finger of a man who surely lived in this dark village now occupied by kobolds. Since there were no other bodies nearby, the beasts had started hunting humans, and since they were dungeon monsters, Ryu asked if one had appeared nearby. But the mystery only deepened as a dungeon had appeared, which would have notably changed the area's topography. Eric proposed returning to the guild and asking for help, but Artist seemed to have found something. A man hanging in the air by a rope was spotted by the fire mage, who assumed he was still alive. Eric had to stop the impetuous mage from jumping into action to save the hanged man. He suggested rethinking their course of action, as the man might already be dead. Then something hit the Kobold Watchman in the face. It was a small arrow with a blue crystal. Then the stone began to crack. After that, a massive explosion destroyed the watchtower. The optimistic artist, who hoped the man was still breathing, used a weapon that fires demon stones using magic as fuel. As the mage ran toward the center of the village, he asked the level 5 hunter to hide. Ryu was irritated by such a display of bravery since the poor man was already dead. The village was about to be engulfed in flames. Explosions began to cover the village. A figure behind the flames threw a demon stone at the back of a monster. As he observed the village, artists supposed that it had been months since the kobolds conquered this place, which explained why there were only monsters occupying the area. Something almost hit the fire mage's foot. Artist was surprised to find the kobolds hiding in the abandoned houses. He knew of the kobolds' intelligence, but he never imagined they had mastered long-range attacks. However, the monster was shocked to see its friend pulverized by a flame that appeared out of nowhere. It was artists who ignited the building from within, killing all monsters inside. These kobolds were fighting a fire mage while hiding inside closed houses. This strategy would lead to the beast's early destruction. However, one of them escaped the building with a spear. The fire mage's wand began to fade. The surviving beast let out a loud roar. Artist threw a demon stone at the kobold that attacked him with a spear. Unfortunately, the mage missed his target. Then he threw his deteriorating magic wand at the monster. Next, he pulled out one of the many wands he kept in his pocket, and the wand that Artist threw at the monster shattered on its head. This resulted in a massive explosion that eliminated the beast. The village was now in ruins as our heroes untied the dead man. Artist was saddened because Eric was right. The man he risked his life to save was already dead, and it appeared that he had died from the cold. But the muscular man had a hard time believing it since he never felt cold while living there. The dead man's emblem indicated that he was a level 27 hunter from the same guild as them. Ryu was surprised as there were many signs of hunters outside the village. After analyzing the situation, they concluded that they were looking for a place where hunters frequented and could disappear without anyone knowing. A dungeon seemed to be the place that best fit this description. Since the Ipan Plain dungeon had been closed for a few months, it seemed the most likely candidate, but the question remained about how people got from there to this village. Eric seemed to have found something important. Ryu's discovery might be the answer to his question. The mage was shocked by what he saw. The Earthling discovered a hidden and closed portal. But according to the fire mage, these vile creatures were too primitive to conceive such a portal. So the Earthling asked if the Taters would be capable of creating it. But Artist thought it was a joke since it would require at least a level 40 mage who knew spatial transition magic to open a small portal with limited range. And from the village to Ipan Plain, the Conjurer would need to be at least above level 60. This sent a chill down the muscular man's spine as he noticed something important. Ryu asked what they should do if the portal's creator was indeed an enemy. A cold presence filled the air as a mysterious figure approached our heroes. Artist was shocked by what he saw. As Eric prepared for the worst, a new enemy with a skeletal face appeared. The swordsman and the mage were now about to face a lich. Ryu pointed out that this new enemy had a high level. The level 72 lich was, in fact, a mage who slowly turned into a zombie after being resurrected inside a decaying body. But the person it sought seemed absent and declared that our heroes had fought against its kobolds. Then the monster began to analyze the traces left by Artist on the battlefield. The lich asked if Artist was a mage and if there was another presence with him as well. But when the muscular man was about to respond, he was interrupted by the fire mage as the undead man probably couldn't see or hear him. Since the creature relied on magic detection, it would be able to locate a mage but not a level 5 swordsman. Artist wanted to ensure his friend's escape. Suddenly, the lich fired an ice attack at the muscular man. It turned out that the lich could indeed see the muscular man as it unexpectedly had a functional eye. Artist was concerned about his friend's condition, but he reassured him, saying that the undead mage only hid his sword and asked him to focus on this new enemy. From the lich's presence and attack, the Earthling could sense its murderous intentions and magical abilities. The overwhelming undead was much stronger than the fire mage. The lich once asked his married colleagues about marriage, and one of them replied that it was about sharing the same goals and dreams. He was so impressed by this answer that he ripped out the eyes of a man named James and a woman named Katerina. The madmen used their eyes to declare them husband and wife. He then used his ice magic to easily block a sudden attack from the fire mage. The lich grew irritated because Artist and Eric didn't pay attention to his words. The flaming attack was quite powerful, but the undead managed to block it with ease. Ryu noticed that his companion had aimed poorly, but that wasn't the case. It was the level 72 undead mage who curved the spell's trajectory with his own power. The lich enjoyed parrying the young mage's weak attack and took great pleasure in witnessing the struggles of the two men. But Artist didn't give up and decided to use his demon stone weapon. After firing the weapon, he urged the muscular man to escape, and to the monster's surprise, the projectile actually hit him. The demon stone began to crack. A massive explosion struck the undead while our heroes tried to escape, but the protagonist didn't understand why the demon stone actually hit its target. Since the undead was immune to physical damage, he didn't think to block the demon's stone, which wasn't mana and couldn't move because the surrounding mana had exploded. And since the forest was filled with mana, the monster would have difficulty tracking Eric and his mage friend. But the Earthling felt uneasy. He felt as if his capture was certain. Suddenly, our protagonist stopped Artis from advancing. The fire mage didn't have time to react on his own. Eric saved him from being impaled by the dome of fissures that rose up. This spell trapped them in a frozen area. A gigantic ice prison dome was formed by the Lich in the middle of the forest. And even though they were trapped in a unique spell, our heroes needed to focus on the fight. Eric and Artis risked freezing to death like the hanged hunter from before. And unfortunately for the fire mage, the mana around them was affected by the cold. Our heroes were in a difficult situation since the fire mage couldn't activate his spell. This happened because fire magic, which burns mana, is the opposite of ice magic, which freezes it. The Lich finished his explanation by stating that he had simply canceled the mana's ignition with his ice magic. Then the monster decided to freeze the muscular man and the fire mage. And for that, the Lich used a freezing storm. Ryu would easily withstand the icy wind. This resistance was probably caused by his high attributes, but not everyone could endure the cold. The freezing storm was severely affecting the fire mage. The undead mage assumed that the hunters must have been tortured by the mana freezing inside their veins. Then he promised to end them peacefully if they would only lose consciousness. And since the skeleton didn't plan to finish off the young mage quickly, the Earthling decided to fight seriously after Artis lost consciousness. This was the only way he could continue living as a human. But Artis apologized to the protagonist. The struggling mage admitted that he only thought of himself. Artis then pointed his wand at his own heart and proceeded to ignite the mana within his body, causing him to writhe in agony. Seeing this, the swordsman assumed that the mage had gone mad. But the undead mage was ecstatic and thrilled by this spell. The insane fire mage ignited the mana within his own body to prevent it from freezing, but it was painful to endure. Ryu was worried about his friend, but he seemed to have something important to say. Artis told him to flee immediately if a hole was formed in the dome, no matter what happened. This made Ryu think the mage had gone mad since he wouldn't be able to defeat the Lich alone, but he didn't care and wanted the swordsman's word. Eric, who was speechless, had no other choice after seeing the fire mage's determination. Artis could now fight with a clear mind since the level 5 gave him his word. The undead mage was eager to face the young fire mage's next spells. With that, the fierce noble pulled out several wands. He then threw 3 of them into the air. A spark was created when the stone on top of each one made contact and shattered in midair. This resulted in a massive explosion. It was powerful enough to launch the undead mage into the air. The Lich assumed the explosion was caused by the demon's stones on top of the wands and opened the dome to weaken it, wondering if it was a form of camouflage or a last resort. Then, to be sure, the skeleton covered his eyes and used his mana detection. But the explosion of the demon's stones, now turned to dust, blocked the Lich's hearing and mana detection. Without any trace of Artis, the Lich had no way to locate him. He then thought of the dungeon that had been sealed. Suddenly, a giant worm emerged from the smoke, ready to bite the monster. The Earthling finally understood the nature of the presence he had felt half a year ago in the forest. He also realized why Artis had been naked on that occasion. Eric could hardly believe his own eyes. The true nature of the fire mage was finally revealed. To everyone's surprise, Artis was a real dragon. The worm asked the protagonist to trust him for now, even though he couldn't explain properly. The Lich was also impressed by this revelation. He was ecstatic at the presence of a dragon, and he was just a baby worm, born a century ago, which explained his excessive use of fire magic. But when the monster mentioned that red dragons could use fire from birth, Artis asked him to stop spreading such rumors. The Lich decided to take the opportunity to learn more about this fantastic creature. With that, he unleashed a powerful snowstorm as he prepared to face a dragon. The undead mage was eager for the countless XP points he would gain after defeating the rare creature. He then channeled his ice magic in hopes of analyzing the dragon's abilities. But the Lich was overwhelmed by the flames. The monster was thrown against the walls of the ice dome. Despite not being fully mature, the worm was still a fierce dragon. He was far superior to human power, so killing him with cold might be impossible. But the Lich needed to end this as quickly as possible. The Earthling was impressed that the baby dragon's flames were strong enough to melt the ice dome's walls, but the problem was his level. Artis the fire dragon was only level 52. The dragon was about to unleash a devastating attack. While concentrating his magic, Artis asked Eric to hold his position. The dragon had just used a powerful fire arrow. The Lich was terrified by the concentration of heat mana coming his way, but he was only pretending to be scared since he could easily dodge such a direct fire attack. But the real problem was the ice mana filling the dome. As fire magic slowly dissipated in this dome, the dragon was doomed to waste his strength before damaging the ice walls. After thinking this through, the Lich finally understood the reason for the baby dragon's struggle. Artis was worried about Eric, who told him to focus solely on the battle. Now the undead mage would have to fight seriously, as he was facing a fire dragon, so the Earthling declared that he could fight on his own. Our protagonist unexpectedly found himself the target of ice magic projectiles but managed to dodge them easily. but Artist used his limb to protect the human, suffering damage in the process. He then began scolding the level 5 for acting recklessly. But Eric assured the baby dragon that he should focus solely on his undead enemy for now. Suddenly, the Lich came flying toward them, attacking the dragon's face. He was surprised that an all-powerful being suddenly decided to protect a mere human. The undead mage assumed that the beast using its body to protect a hunter was actually under someone's control. Artist was in a difficult situation since not even his dragon form was a match for his skeletal enemy, but at least he could evacuate the muscular man. The dragon then ignited the wand that was stuck in the ice wall. The Lich theorized that Eric was actually the beast's meal, and that he was only trying to protect his food. But Artist had heard enough from the chatty skeleton. He began to unleash his flames in all directions while the undead easily dodged all of them. The Lich saw himself as a being, just like Artist, beyond humanity, and he wondered why they had to live in the shadow of the human race while the dragon melted his ice spikes. The Lich stated that he considered humanity a powerless race inferior to him, while Artist tried to incinerate him. But the undead mage emerged unscathed from the dragon's attack. The Lich claimed that humans should fear monsters like him and treat them as gods. But before he could finish his sentence, the red dragon managed to hit him with a punch. The ice dome's wall was damaged as the skeleton was thrown out by the dragon's fist. All these efforts were exhausting for the baby worm. But the undead didn't suffer any damage after such a deadly blow, and he began to fall from the ice dome walls. But he managed to drive 2 ice blades into the baby dragon's legs. The Lich remained calm and stated that he wouldn't have been in danger if the dragon had been at a higher level. The Earthling couldn't bear to watch and wish that his draconic friend would lose consciousness peacefully. But then Artist asked Eric if he feared him because of his true nature. The Earthling denied it, stating that he had seen creatures much scarier than a baby dragon. Eric told the red dragon that he actually found his size amusing, but Artist took it as a joke. Artist wanted to get to know his friend better, but he acknowledged that his time was running out and finally asked his comrade to keep his word and escape. Suddenly, the wand stuck in the ice wall exploded. At last, a hole was opened in the thick wall of magical ice. The Lich was shocked to see an opening form in his ice trap. Artist told the protagonist to escape before being trapped again, but the Earthling was more concerned about the dragon. But the dragon advised the man to keep his word, saying that he would stay behind to defeat the skeleton. Ryu suspected that Artist planned to engage in a fight to the death with the Lich so that he could save himself. So he decided to witness the monster's battle from outside the dome. The undead mage was surprised to see the dragon putting so much effort into saving a single man. Ice spikes began to form at the dome's exit. The ice filled the sky as the Lich activated his large-scale freezing magic. And so the Lich used his storm of blades. The sharp blades began to fall from the sky as Ryu wondered where he had gone wrong. Perhaps it was because he assumed he could block the spikes. Or maybe he was wrong for not telling Artist that the hanged hunter had already met his end. Or for not facing the high-level enemy seriously. It could also be the result of wanting a normal life. The blood-covered Earthling had difficulty understanding the situation. The baby dragon selflessly used his body as a shield to protect his human friend. A large part of the ice dome disappeared, and several ice fragments pierced the dragon's flesh. The protagonist only dreamed of existing as a normal human. That was his only wish. Artist used his body as a flesh shield to protect the muscular man. The impressed Lich found no more pleasure in this fight. Artist was a simple monster despite being a dragon, according to the undead mage. Ryu immediately checked on the dragon's condition. The Earthling wanted to know if his friend would survive, but the red dragon, relieved to see his comrade safe and sound, reassured him, saying that he could still fight. But Eric didn't believe in his tough attitude, thinking that his friend would eventually succumb. And as the ice fragments began to melt, there was nothing left to seal the wounds and stop the dragon from losing blood. This left the muscular man uncertain if the dragon would survive even if the undead mage was defeated. And even if the dragon survived, healing him with potions would be impossible in his dragon form, but the human didn't want to reveal his true form in front of him. But Artist didn't want to see the level 5 with such a sad expression, since the dragon, who desired more power, assumed he was the only one to blame. Artist apologized for failing to protect Eric as promised. The Earthling couldn't believe that the dragon had gone so far to keep his word. Artist was gravely wounded, but the dragon looked up at the sky. The Lich used his ice magic to create a giant blade while lamenting the dragon, who had been raised and influenced by humanity. He then began questioning the dragon, asking if he enjoyed feeling strong by protecting those weaker than him. The Lich considered this way of life a farce created by the weak to gain the protection of the strong. The giant ice sword of judgment was now ready to strike down our heroes. Then the undead mage tried to persuade Artist that Eric would betray his secret, but he managed to escape alive. So the Lich would allow the dragon to join them if he eliminated the muscular man. Artist agreed. Artist agreed that both he and the undead mage were perceived as monsters by the human race. But when a monster renounces its humanity, it risks ending up as badly as the Lich. A smile formed on the protagonist's face as he heard the dragon declare that he would be human until his last breath. This statement confused the one who had given up his humanity. And with that, the giant ice sword of judgment was launched at our two heroes. Eric found it amusing because the dragon had put all this effort into a meaningless promise. but artist stated that keeping that promise is as difficult as trying to be human. However, something seemed to have caught the dragon's attention. The earthling charged directly at the giant ice sword. Artist considered this madness as the muscular man prepared to leap. But with a determined expression, Ryu declared that, like the dragon, he also wished to be part of humanity. And with that, the protagonist jumped high into the air to confront the gigantic ice sword. While the undead mage was impressed by this leap, he thought Eric was merely hastening his own demise. The Lich underestimated the muscular man for being level 5. The earthling used a horizontal strike. His opponent was baffled as his skull was shattered. The blow was so strong that his own shirt tore apart. The giant ice sword was also shattered, but the horizontal strike was so powerful that even the ice dome was affected. The gigantic prison made of ice magic was completely destroyed by the wave of the attack. The shattered giant blade flew through the air. It landed right next to the red dragon, who struggled to process the situation. Artist was shocked because the dome had barely cracked when he exploded it from within. Yet the swordsman destroyed it with a single sword strike. Moreover, he even wounded the undead against whom a dragon was powerless. Artist was astonished because all these incredible feats were accomplished by a mere level 5. But the earthling warmly asked his friend not to be mad at him since they had both hidden their true identities. The surprise with this statement is whether there was any magic capable of bypassing the evaluation stone. While they were still talking, vines sprouted from the ground trying to trap them. Certainly, that is summoning magic, and the earthling is already irritated and out of patience with it. It's the skeleton's last resort, which he didn't want to use, and they grow stronger as they absorb energy. Not even the one who summoned them is able to stop what is happening. Now he awaits the bodies he will recover. More impressive than that was the destroyed body rising again, but the dragon says that a lich can do that as long as it has leftover mana. Knowing this won't make a difference anymore, but he would like to know how the boy disguised himself as a level 5. Before getting an answer, an isometric contraction of his muscles, chiseled from juice, broke the vines. Convinced that he had secured his victory, the Lich no longer knows what to make of this absurdity. There's no way he did that with brute strength alone. It's possible the Lich is hallucinating and doesn't realize it. Now the boy wants to ask him a little question because he never mentioned anything about levels. It's time for him to say how he knew about them. Dying wasn't all that bad, as his life on Earth wasn't a wonderful thing. And in this second life, he tried everything to be more cautious because he didn't want to go through death again. He needed a meticulous plan to get the undead scroll, and now he possessed death and fear. That's what he thought until he encountered this absurd existence. The dragon, although he knows him, is always surprised by these absurd displays of strength. Those dangerous tentacles were wiped out with just one attack aimed at the ground. Observing the destruction he caused, he is sure that this time there should be no bones left. But he was wrong. The Lich had reconstructed itself once again. Furious, he wants to know who this is and what he is. This strength isn't natural, and talking bones aren't either. Both sides have their curiosities. But so far, no one has admitted he is a level 5, so only two possibilities remain. The first is that he could be a seer, a good one. The other possibility is that he doesn't belong to that world. Uninterested in staying there to respond or be attacked again, the Lich takes off running. As he flees in terror, many thoughts race through his empty skull. Already regretting underestimating him, he is starting to believe the boy came there just to hunt him down, knowing he's from another world. Before he can continue his troubled thoughts, the boy is already in front of him, ready to stop his escape. With a single blow, the pile of bones was thrown to the ground. The impact leaves a trail of destruction and a large mark in the earth. Quickly getting up, he does everything possible to escape from that being more terrifying than himself. The boy is indignant because it's due to people like that Lich that nice guys like him have to suffer. Meanwhile, the Lich is not at all interested in continuing the conversation and is only thinking about completing his escape. To protect himself, he made a massive summoning of an ice knight, hoping to buy some time. But it wasn't agile enough, and the summoning did make the boy shift his focus. He is still dedicated to stopping the Lich. His blade is getting closer and closer to him. The strike is imminent. With the impact, the Lich suffered a serious orthodontic loss. His teeth flew like small puzzle pieces from a horrible puzzle. The force of the blow is so great that, even though it's a cut, the skeleton's whole body goes flying. Not far away, the dragon watches everything happening, knowing his friend has already surpassed the limits of mortal beings. But even that strength is too much for this standard. It's possible he's wielding aura. However, it doesn't matter. All the blows so far have been insufficient to stop the Lich's regeneration. Terrified, he asks if he isn't being attacked with aura to be taken as a reward to the Inquisitors. If that's the case, he promises to pay up to 3 times the reward, but the boy has no idea what that even is. He just wants the skeleton to come down and stop running, and he throws several small stones toward him, resembling a shotgun blast. This regeneration is already wearing down his patience, and the dragon asks Eric to use his aura. Only with aura strikes will the regeneration be interrupted. He knows this and also knows that as they gain levels, swordsmen learn to use aura, but he can't use it because of his level, and the dragon tries to teach him how to use this ability. But here's something he didn't expect to hear. It's hard to believe he doesn't use aura. Even the Lich didn't see that coming, that Eric is incapable of using aura. A barrage of ice projectiles is directed at Eric, who has his back turned. He repels them easily and warns the Lich that such an attack is completely useless against him. Likewise, attacks without aura cannot harm the Lich, who is now more confident. Seizing the opportunity, he directs his attack at the injured dragon. A low blow, and he asks the boy not to worry about him. Being faster than the projectiles, he defends his friend, even though he's aware that the attack was a distraction. He just didn't imagine it was to gain distance from him, rather than to escape. Around the skeleton, several huge ice plates appear. If he can't use aura, it's possible to hurt Eric's body. It's fine that he can block magic, but he must be completely vulnerable to mana use. A blue, icy vortex begins forming at the Lich's position. He's ready to condense all the mana he can and, with it, atomize the boy's body. A massive shot sweeps the path toward Eric. The light emitted by the beam is strong and intense, causing the dragon to cover his eyes. Opening them slowly, he's confronted with the improbable happening. Eric was standing with his blade raised. Before him, a wall had risen containing the Lich's attack. That was raised solely by brute force, with no effort on his part. Even so, it wasn't going to last long under the intensity of that attack. Now the dragon is worried and wants to join the battle, because if Eric can't use aura, he can't do anything about this situation. But the dragon needed to be a little more patient, because ever since they first saw him, it's clear that he's been wearing down. Curious, he wielded his sword to approach, as he wants to confirm his theory up close. He walks across the frozen ground, lifting the snow that forms with his steps. Addis still hasn't understood what he means by this. Faster than the eye can see, Eric was no longer there. He advanced down the path, using the ice beam as a long corridor leading to his destination. The Lich watches what happened, incredulous. Eric continues to advance. That condensed mana before him and nothing are synonymous. The tip of his sword keeps clearing the way. The Lich is growing more and more terrified, and if he had a heart, it would have already stopped from pounding so hard. The mana beam is split cut. The figure of Eric is now visible to the Lich. The heat generated by the friction of his blade separates the condensed mana even further. Eric was already close enough to the Lich. His sword had collided with the epicenter of that source of magical energy. Unable to react in any way, the Lich finds himself caught in the grip of Eric's hand. Now both are face to face, and the Lich can do nothing more against this person. Finally, observing him up close, he noticed there were several cracks in his skull. Cracks that hadn't been there before. This realization of the obvious made the Lich feel fear. That is, he can be damaged enough to turn into dust, and now the Lich is terrified. While he screamed, a formation of mana enveloped him, as if sprouting from his bones. A large ice formation appeared suddenly. This was the opportunity he sought to escape, or at least try. He had already defeated many powerful enemies. It couldn't be possible that this person could take him down. Worse than that, an enemy completely incapable of using aura. Falling to the ground, he realized something was missing from his skeletal body. His little legs were incomplete. Just as surprising as that was the view he had of the ice fortress he had summoned. Besides being shattered, Eric had emerged from it without showing any effort. In one of his hands was the missing part of the Lich's anatomy. In possession of them, terror crept through the creature, who begged him to stop. Without any concern, he began scraping the Lich's bones on his sword, so they would start turning to dust. Faced with that terrifying scene, the Lich screamed repeatedly for him to stop doing that. But the creature's scream was motivation for Eric, who scraped them even more vigorously. In the open field, a dragon lies where it crash landed. Addis is tired and weakened. Eric opens a potion, ready to pour it on the creature. After that, she returns to her human form. Covering him, Eric wants to know why he always ends up naked when he transforms, to which Attis replies that clothes tend to tear during the process. What he really wants to know is the fate of the Lich they were fighting. At the moment, the Lich is completely immobilized. His arms and legs had turned to dust, worn away by the friction with Eric's blade. And to ensure he stays truly immobilized, Eric's sword is embedded in his body, preventing any movement. He may not use mana, but he can destroy the skeleton's mana sources, which now can't even move, let alone attack. Seeing that the Lich is still alive, Eric tells his friend that the Lich's central structure is quite resilient. There was no other way to deal with him. But Attissi knows how difficult it is to try capturing someone without them perishing in the process. Not to mention that beings of the same kind are even harder to face, as some lack the courage to kill. Eric asks his companion if he knows who he really is, but there is still something they need to discover about the Lich. Seeing the dragon approaching, the Lich wants to know if he's come in his human form just to mock him. Holding one of his bones in his hand, energy begins to pass from one body to another. In the process, the Lich began to scream in pain. As he agonizes, Eric asks if the undead are capable of feeling pain. A small amount like that wouldn't do anything to people, but since Liches are made of mana, the process is torturous. If the Lich is interested in continuing to live, it would be best for him to tell the truth from now on. Addis wants to know who the companions he mentioned are and why he hunts inexperienced hunters. As a small mist comes out of the Lich's mouth, from it emerges a coin rolling across the ground. Eric picks it up and examines it for a moment. Smiling, the Lich says that a young dragon definitely doesn't understand how life really works. If he were at least 500 years old, he would know, because their race has already joined them and Hissy knows nothing about it. On one side of the coin is what appears to be a planet. The Lich says he wants everyone to witness the destruction of Earth in the afterlife. With that, he clenched his glowing teeth, which began to crack. He became a strong source of luminous energy, blinding Eric. The same happened with Attis, who still doesn't know what's going on. An explosion of apocalyptic proportions engulfed them. Elsewhere, someone is gathering supplies for camping, including 2 very fluffy blankets, as well as combs, brushes, and nail clippers. The dragon had gathered everything she needed and was now ready to set off on her journey. She tries to say goodbye to her former home as she drags a backpack larger than herself. Her things are too heavy, perhaps she needs to get rid of some of that load. But she still hasn't accepted that idea, and just imagining it brings tears to her eyes. It took her an entire lifetime to accumulate everything there, and she doesn't want to part with her things. Unfortunately, a lot of strange things have been happening lately. The forest fire ended up destroying her entire garden. Another day, while trying to sleep, a large ice boulder nearly crushed her. And then there was an earthquake so strong that she thought the continent was split apart. These things have been keeping her from sleeping, and her scales are already in terrible shape. For her, the blame for all of this lies in helping that traveler from another world. But she's just a wyvern and nothing more. While she laments, a figure appears at the entrance to her cave. Quickly, she shifts her focus to what was there. But now, there's nothing anymore. She needs to hurry and leave because she thinks something bad is going to happen, and a man is surprised that this wyvern can talk. Apprehensive, she doesn't know how to explain how he got in, let alone that he overheard of her talking to herself. Raising his hand in a friendly manner, the man asks her not to be frightened, as he's only looking for a friend. She says no one lives there, to which the man replies that's precisely why finding him is so difficult. Trying to end the conversation, she says she hasn't seen a human in the past year and can't help more than that. The man doesn't believe her and says she must have seen him, because his friend is actually a skeleton. The skeleton's teeth glow increasingly blue. He closes his mouth, ready to make his final move. Those teeth must be magic stones, and the skeleton must be completing his self-destruction. Even using the mana he has left, there's nothing more he can do now. Eric wants to know what that is, but the dragon can only tell him to run away immediately. For he was about to explode, but his strength failed him and he was unable to complete the act. His hair spread across the ground as he collapsed. At what would have been the epicenter of the explosion, there was now a massive crater. Inside it, the woman asks if someone had dropped a bomb there. Turning to the man, whose name is Richard, she wants to know what was written in the guide. From the residual traces of mana, it must have happened just over a week ago. And surely that was the self-destruction of Shin Ha-jun. Curious that this happened, as he became a lich because he was afraid of dying. Before her friend could respond, a man appeared beside her, asking Leslie, as she was called, what she was doing there. Her first move was to draw the blade she carried to attack the man. He defended himself skillfully, without being too surprised. Then he told Alejandro that he had already warned him not to touch her if he wanted to keep both hands on his body. As long as she healed him with her magic, there wouldn't be a problem. Even more enraged, she asked if he wanted to be sliced into pieces. The conflict between the two escalated, and a large cut was made in the ground. It was Richard who had stopped the dispute, and it was him who attacked to make them stop fighting. Faced with this, he said that Alejandro had arrived late, so he would say it again. The skeleton was dead. The explosion had been caused by him in his final moments. There were no signs of the enemy, and you should be a little more respectful. With that, he found it odd that the lich exploded, and so did Leslie, as he was level 72, but that wasn't her main concern. What's strange is that the explosion happened there because on his way there, he saw another clearing where the battle must have taken place. It's possible he self-destructed outside of combat, but there is no other energy present besides his own. Eric's simple and brilliant solution was to kick the lich's head like a soccer ball. It was the only thing he could do to create some distance. After that, the head simply exploded. But he hadn't used enough force for it to explode, and Actis said the explosion was caused by self-destruction. Since his friend was knocked out, he jumped over the wall back to the city. Not knowing where he lived, he went to the house of the head of the Builders Association, but he ended up being thrown out. After causing trouble, he was hunted by the guards. He ended up finding some smugglers. After that, he got a little busy into Actis. He was more dangerous than the lich. In the end, everything worked out and his friend was awake thanks to the old man from the association. He has no idea how someone as strong as him exists, and for that, he is grateful. He can't even imagine what would have happened to him if he had been captured by the lich, a demonic creature from another world. He tries to backtrack, realizing he was too specific when he mentioned the other world, but Eric says that where he came from, there were also bad people. But he prefers to live a normal life in this world rather than become a sick person. Addis didn't know there were people from other worlds here, and Eric confirms that many of them end up becoming assassins, while others live normal lives. His fundamental difference from them is that his guide is defective. Addis wants to know if this guide is the demonic power they received from Ormphalos. Indeed, it is, one of them being the ability to see levels, and the other must be something secret the user is unaware of. For Atis, there must be something that compels these people to commit murders. Perhaps the problem with his guide makes him always appear as a level 5. But even so, he has no idea how severe this defect is. He fears that he might go insane and turn into a killer like the others. As a consequence of this possibility, nothing good will come from them continuing their relationship. Since he has a lot of money saved and nothing tying him to that place, he said goodbye to his friend. Addis clutches the blanket on the bed and says his name is Attis Emphadir Ragnaraka, a fire dragon, one of those created by the malice of Kivriel, and that fire dragons are known for keeping their word. And he is a fire dragon like his ancestors. With that, he is determined to fulfill and honor all his promises. Eric looks at him in admiration. He says his name was Reeve Haben, a former soldier, and with that, he left the room. Night falls on the city and a carriage passes through the gates. Eric had to take the carriage to its destination, and with the documents, he will be able to pass through the city gates. His new identity will be with the agent. He should pick up the things from him and dispose of the carriage. He wants to know what he'll do with that money, but the old man said it's a small price to send a problematic person far away. Thanking him, he says he'll repay the favor, but he wants him to promise something. He should never, in his life, kill anyone, because that's when he'll become a monster. Recognizing the wisdom in the advice, the old man said he'd keep that in mind. As he leaves, Eric says that one day he'll come back to visit him. Before going in, he stood outside for a while. Looking up at the sky, he asks the entities to protect them. Elsewhere, the Wyvern is landing. That is the place where the Lich's fight happened, but there are only traces of his energy in someone much weaker. She laments because of all the bad things that could happen if she was captured by the Great Land. Leslie doesn't believe the Lich would be defeated by something so weak, but the young man checked everything he could and there are no more signs left. If that's the case, the only possibility is that he was obliterated purely by physical force. Collecting the dirt from the ground, he says that there are some creatures that could take down a Lich using only strength. A dragon that has lived for over 500 years could turn bones into dust, and there's dragon blood in that place, which means they hope to find its whereabouts. In the shadow of the trees, he doesn't know what to do now. With the wheel broken, he can't continue his journey. If he stays still, he'll lose all the items from the carriage, and in the bushes, thieves are watching him, thinking it's a trap. They were supposed to have the courage to follow his orders. One of them steps forward, greeting what could be a merchant. Seeing that the carriage is broken, he offered to help him unload the cargo. And he should be honored that Kalendor, the bandit from Black Gorge, is offering his help. While being threatened, Eric lifts the carriage with just one hand to retrieve the wheel. As he places it in the correct position, the bandit's henchmen flee. His journey continues along the road. He couldn't find the way, but he was very lucky that Kalendor was able to read it. The fact that Kalango appeared made him very happy, but Kalendor corrected him, saying his name was Kalendor, not Kalango. Threateningly, Eric asked if he had said something, and the bandit quickly replied, "No, my name is Shitty Kalango." But now he should look to the side. On the horizon, he sees the city, much larger than Onpras. The dungeon city of Highton, with a large gorge beside it, is the biggest and most famous dungeon in the entire north. He wants to know if it's dangerous, but the entrance is at the bottom, and monsters rarely escape. Having to go down all that way wouldn't be great for him, and finally, they had arrived. The line is quite long, and entering may be difficult since the city is so large. But he has all the necessary paperwork, and Kalango manages to make his escape. He was almost caught at a checkpoint, but bumped into something. It was Eric, much to his displeasure. He does everything he can to be released, fearing he might be captured there. Since it's Eric's first time in the city, he doesn't know how things work. At the bottom of the crater is a prison, and that's where the detainees are sent. Filled with cruel people, a highway bandit like him wouldn't last long. And recently, they captured someone from another world, someone who even makes the prisoners afraid. This piqued Eric's curiosity. While he continues to beg, a guard approaches, thinking something might be wrong. And from Kalango's hands, a bag of coins falls. Eric says his employee had resigned, but that he has the papers to enter the city. He just needs to finish his business there, and the bandit doesn't know what that money is for. Hearing the question, Eric says it was very difficult to start life with just the clothes on his back. So he should rethink his life and change his choices from now on. Kalango says he'll make good use of those coins. Eric feels quite satisfied. Only then does he realize he gave the wrong bag, the one with the gold coins. What he had in his pocket were copper and silver coins. Looking back, he hoped to find Kalango nearby, but he had already disappeared. There's a sign in the hallway. Along the way, many people are advertising services. The travelers finally enter the city. Without little money, it won't last long, and he's in quite a bind. He's already thinking that he'll have to go back to working in construction. Maybe that's his true calling. It's more money than some hunters make, and perhaps leaving there had been a mistake. Looking around, Eric hopes to find a sign for the Builders Association. But instead, he comes across one looking for a military veteran. However, it's not just the sign that catches his attention. It's his friend who's standing there. Thinking about what could happen, he grabs him from the crowd and begins to flee the area. Since the city is large, he manages to escape with him. Now, in another place, the two are sitting down having coffee. There are a few places like that in the city, and every time he drinks tea like this, he feels like he has no worries. Finally calmer, he wants to know how his friend got there in just 2 days. Besides arriving so quickly, he also wants to know what Attis is doing there. However, Attis doesn't understand the excitement and asks if the old man hadn't told him anything. To keep his identity as a dragon a secret, he was supposed to meet an agent in that city. But Eric, while grateful for the consideration, thinks he's a magnet for problems and prefers to be left alone. Lamenting having wasted money on buying such a big house, Eric asks if Attis will become the leader. But with someone as strong as Eric, there's no one else who could be the leader even though he feels inferior for being level 5. His goal is to remain discreet and level up so he can speak to the deities. His immediate problem is that the monsters are of no use for that, and he asks if there's water to drink. In the kitchen, he came across a refrigerator. He can't believe that exists there, and Attis says that people from other worlds always underestimate that one. He had already lost hope of drinking cold water whenever he wanted. He placed his hand on the door to open it. To his dismay, his level is too low to do so. He needs to be at least level 10. Furious, he tried to destroy it, and Attis says that it's a magical item, which is why the level is required. Frustrated, Eric says that in his world, there weren't these level problems. Unable to do anything, he headbutts the refrigerator while Attis explains that these items are made by the Demon King. Still without hope, Eric doesn't understand the connection. Attis had come to a conclusion on how he could show himself without issues despite his level. Contrary to what people think, it's a very simple solution. All they need to do is take out Hanbin. They went to the Hunters Guild headquarters in the city of Highton. Inside, people couldn't stop marveling at what they saw. His presence caused a huge commotion. At the counter, the woman says his measurement reads level 37 and his hunter registration is complete. With the papers in hand, he thanked her. At the adjacent counter, the other attendant said it's been a while since a handsome hunter showed up, and she was quickly served by someone else, not her. She was left to help the shirtless guy who looked like a rogue. Embarrassed, she said he should put on some clothes as even the other hunters were feeling uncomfortable. His stern, wordless gaze was his only response, and the attendant apologized for what she said. Grabbing the measurement stone, she said she'd check his level now. An onlooker remarked that it's the first time he's seen such a show-off, and having a chiseled body doesn't mean you have a chest of steel. His friend says it wouldn't be wise to measure the shirtless guy's level, but the attendant insists it's necessary. Worried about what might happen, he watches the scene. Eric takes the stone in his hands and squeezes it. Fully committed to his role, he declares the stone is evil, and that he needs to do something about it. Crushing it, he says his body should never be tainted by such evil energy. Shards of the stone fly across the hall, to the astonishment of those who witnessed the peculiar scene. With just one hand, it was truly impressive, but more than that, he also called the stone evil. Attis is pleased with how things have unfolded as people are now commenting that a person with that kind of strength doesn't seem real. Faced with this, the attendant wants to ask a personal question, but fears it might be rude. What she wants to know is if he comes from the warrior nation of Valterra. Before that, they were on the roof of the house making Eric soak up some sun when he overheard talk about Valterra. His question is how getting a tan and walking around shirtless would make him seem like one of them. But Attis says they are a nation that takes pride in their muscles, though Eric thinks they're just a bunch of show-offs. Since they are an isolated tribe with few people, the perception others have of them is quite peculiar. In his drawing, Attis shows several strong people taming beasts, seemingly somewhat primitive. In this narrative, Eric is the chief of that family who came to the continent to test himself as a warrior. If he's going to walk around in such an embarrassing way as a married man, how would that help him? That's his concern. If he's recognized as a veteran warrior, he won't need to hide his strength, and that way he can gain fame by clearing dungeons and get noticed by the gods. But he still needs to touch the stone, and Attis' suggestion is that he destroy it. Once he does that, the rest of the story would be up to him. Now, everyone is impressed with this powerful stranger, and indeed, he looks like a veteran warrior of many battles. Attis mentions that he scared the receptionist and that with the stone destroyed, it won't be able to determine his level. Apologizing, Attis steps forward and explains that her friend still doesn't understand how that world works. Since the stone uses magic, it's a forbidden item for warriors from his tribe. They are willing to pay for the damage, but the receptionist says that if he doesn't register as a hunter, he won't be able to take on missions. That's fine as long as he's registered as his bodyguard. Now that Eric understands everything, the warrior identity allows him to avoid having his level measured. And even though registering as a bodyguard involves a bit of bureaucracy, Attis could easily handle that by using her charm on the receptionist. Her beauty dazzled the receptionist, making it impossible for her to suppress her more lascivious desires. Her glasses almost failed to filter the light from that radiant face. Once she gained the favor, another woman invited Attis to go to the bar, and Eric realized it's always his friend who gets all the attention. However, he recognizes that it's thanks to her that his problem was solved, and he already knew that with his kind of body, he wouldn't be popular with the ladies. Surrounded by men, they want to know if they could form a team together, and one particularly eager guy even asked if he could touch his muscles. All those hands and questions about how much he could bench press, it wasn't the kind of attention he wanted. To get away, he shouted at them, saying he couldn't take it anymore. At least everything in the city was resolved. But far away, something is happening in the middle of the desert. Among the canyon rocks, there's a passage. At the end of it, light shines, revealing an exit. Its formation causes air currents to always pass through it. At the end is a large tower with several cells around it. A man comments that the scale of that place has grown even larger. He says that this time his friend managed to capture many people. They are dungeon refugees, and he only invited them to come there. These people are worth more than ordinary citizens, and there's no one more willing to obey orders than a refugee with nowhere to go. Leslie remarks that he must have done something wrong and that this place was given by the dragons as proof of the alliance they have. All dragons over 500 years old have joined them. They need to know if there's a traitor among them. But it's curious that he went to that region because only in a dungeon city would his human form work. Since the blood is dry, they can't use tracking magic on it, so it's up to Alejandro to do something about it. Dissatisfied, he said it wasn't his fault they lost track of the dragon. With them all gathered, the young man wants to know why Alejandro brought them there, because he doesn't believe it was just, so he could complain to them that he's been playing king. Pointing to the stage, he says that wasn't the reason. They observe as Alejandro gives the order to send in the person. A man enters the stage. He's a former hunter, and he wants to see if his companions will believe his words. He's a criminal who used to kill female hunters in the dungeons, and they stole him away before he could be executed. Already on stage, the prisoner asks if he does this, will he really be freed as promised? Leslie says he's only level 37, but Alejandro told her to look closer. Finally, she notices what's different about him. On his neck, there's an artificial guideline. No one had ever survived such an implant before, and Alejandro says they no longer extract from dungeons, but from people. The other man wants to know if the collateral damage has been reduced, as this is still far below what the person they work for desires. Richard quickly catches on, and Alejandro wants to know what they need to improve. With the wyvern present, he says they need a sacrifice. That was definitely a very kind wyvern. She didn't need to feel that way because it wasn't her fault. The woman wielding swords in both hands prepares herself. Like a homicidal maniac, the prisoner asks if he needs to do it quickly. And since he had just recently gotten out of prison, he should do as he pleased. With the stage set, Alejandro announced it was time for the game to begin. The maniac said that at first he felt really weird, but the more he did it, the more familiar he became with this thing called a guideline or directive. Seeing that his level was higher than hers, he asked if she didn't want to beg for her life. In response, she said that begging in a place like the one they were in was completely pointless. Excellent news for the degenerate, who was hoping she'd react. The wyvern could hear the sound of blades clashing. People from other worlds terrified her, but she had once been the best flyer in the kingdom when the knights rode her. She needed to save that girl while they were distracted and fly away from there. Peeking through a crack, she watched what was happening. The battle raged on with no apparent victor. The girl's feet moved smoothly across the stage. He realized she was dancing a bit disconcerting for him. He told her she should try something more provocative as the audience must be bored with this. But she replied that if that were the case, he should have at least taken a bath. And she hoped he liked his new haircut. Only now did the degenerate notice that his hair had been cut. That made him even angrier. Leslie noticed that the girl also had an artificial directive, to which Alejandro confirmed, saying that only with it could the level difference between them be bridged. She might be able to win, but he didn't find her exceptional in anything. However, she was a test subject with a lot of potential. Seeing that the girl had her eyes closed, he asked if she was blind. With his hair cut, the degenerate lamented that he missed out on the Christmas soup kitchen event, and this filled him with rage. Alejandro asked him to stop, but the prisoner refused. Shifting shape and assuming a hybrid appearance, he said he would tear her apart. Leslie pointed out that he had said they were only doing human extractions now, and she wanted to know why he transformed into a monster. The way it was done, half of what was given to him came from a human and the other half from a monster, which is why he changes form when using abilities. His claws drew near the girl. An electric flash appeared, like a bolt of lightning. She had cut him, and the only way to avoid collateral damage was by using human extraction. Weakened, the criminal realized he could no longer do anything. His body fell behind the girl, who continued without opening her eyes. Turning to Alejandro, she said she had to abort the test because the prisoner had lost consciousness. Alejandro said it was fine as he was useless, but asked her to take care of him before he made more noise. Realizing he was about to receive a wooden overcoat, the prisoner stood up, claiming he was still fine. Before he could even finish his sentence, his head was removed from his body. The coldness with which the woman killed the man surprised the wyvern, who thought that since they were of the same ethnicity, there would be more compassion. She didn't even blink or hesitate in following orders. Richard commented that if she's blind, she must have learned to wield swords and magic through the directive, and besides, she has an excellent sense of danger detection. If that's the case, the artificial directive is complete, and that should have been reported already. But with this directive, her level wouldn't increase even if more enemies were defeated. If she doesn't do that, the directive serves no purpose for them. Additionally, they aren't the only ones who can gain levels this way. Dungeon monsters can too. They had tried it with monsters, but it didn't work either. The solution to the problem wasn't there. Alejandro asked if he was referring to a dragon core. That's out of the question. Since they were allied with the dragons, it wouldn't be possible. Then he tossed a medallion toward Alejandro. Even though the alliance exists, it would be a different matter if there was a traitor among them. a special item given to them to destroy the dragon that may have defeated the Lich. Leslie teased him, asking if he was really capable of doing it. It came at the perfect time, as an artifact like that would be extremely useful. They were leaving now, and they would say that the artificial directive was nearly complete, and Leslie endorsed her colleague's opportunity, saying he would be well rewarded once it was finished. Bidding farewell provocatively, she wished him luck. They finally left, and Alejandro was left alone in his room. Now it was his responsibility to find the dragon, and he was at a crossroads. Finding a dragon in human form would be very difficult, as they couldn't use detection magic now. As he was leaving, he instructed the woman to have the wyvern dispose of the body lying there. She opens the door to find the wyvern, but there's nothing there, not even a trace of her. This even makes the blind woman open her eyes just to be sure no one's there. The wyvern had overheard the entire conversation, and the information was too bizarre. Everyone there is insane, and she couldn't imagine getting out of that place alive. With that in mind, she needed to leave as quickly as possible, as every second counted. Using her wings, she forced open a door that was closed. Finally, she saw the sky. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. She dashed across the ground, trying to take off. Behind her, the blind woman was coming in a fury, ordering her to stop. Too fast. He hadn't expected the blind woman to catch up so soon. Even though she had left first, she was practically in the same position now. Her blades were ready, and electricity surged through one of them. A lightning bolt struck down, much to the wyvern's surprise. She barely avoided being hit. Had she not taken to the air, she would have been struck. Slightly more relieved now that she was escaping, she continued to gain altitude. She was happy the escape was brief, and now that she was in the air, it would be even easier to flee. However, something latched onto one of her legs, keeping her tethered to the place. The blind woman pulled on the rope and drew closer to her. Everything was happening too quickly. In front of her was the woman armed with her swords, determined to keep her from leaving. With her eyes wide open, she declared that the wyvern wasn't going anywhere. They were connected by the energy rope, but unlike before, the wyvern was now in her element, and she wouldn't allow herself to remain tied to such a place. She definitely wouldn't, as she hated small, cramped spaces. Now the blind woman was surprised. She hadn't expected the creature to be able to speak. As the wyvern surged forward in flight, the woman was dragged along, her sword still tethered to the wyvern's leg. Holding on as best as she could, she asked the wyvern to wait a moment. She warned her not to fly any higher and then let go. Looking down, the wyvern imagined the woman was skilled enough to land alive, but she was hesitant to fly higher because of archers. However, there was nothing visible, not that she could see. On the horizon, greenish glows began to form. Over the entire area, it seemed there was a magical barrier. Finally, she realized that her escape was far from complete. In the crater dungeon, things were grim. In the deepest level, the action unfolded. A massive worm attempted to attack. Its charge was futile, as Eric cut through it as if it were a wall made of foam. He was defeating them too quickly. He needed to control his strength better. Saying that, he landed safely on the ground while cutting down another one of those creatures. There were too many of those truck-sized monsters to worry about them individually. He hadn't intended to use this ability, but he had no other choice. Only his shadow could be seen with this movement. One by one, the monsters were sliced and defeated. This was his signature move called the casual stroll. It involved passing underneath large monsters while holding his sword. It wasn't strong enough to kill all of them, but the result was already satisfactory. Then he shouted loudly that dinner was served. The monsters writhed in agony, terrified of what was happening. A giant blaze of fire engulfed the area. Finally, they were wiped out, no more hostility coming from them. Floating in the air, green orbs appeared. Eric wondered if that could be energy. However, he had never seen anything like it while leveling up. He wanted to know if his friend Artis felt anything different, but all Artis felt was the embarrassment of receiving something that resulted from someone else's effort. Curious, Eric wanted to know why his level hadn't increased, but Artis explained that it didn't happen that fast. He gave a lengthy explanation about it, and Eric thought it was just about killing the enemy. In truth, they don't absorb experience, they absorb the energy of the creatures they kill. It's the dragon's core that does that, and the energy, when absorbed, is unstable and contains life force. They need to absorb this unstable energy, but if they take in too much, they could explode, and Eric told him to put some clothes on. There's a limit to how much energy one can absorb, just like drinking too much water can lead to drowning. And since it's been 15 years since Artis last did that, he's a little nervous, but Eric tells him he might need to level up a lot. If it's been 15 years, Eric asks how old he is. Artis is 150, a child among dragons, but a great-great-grandfather to Eric if he were purely human. Some of them live to be 1,000 years old, and Eric wants to know what level they can reach. Artis isn't sure, as there aren't many ways to measure a dragon's level. It's a situation much like Eric's. There aren't many enemies capable of contributing to this, and those that do are very dangerous. And since dragons live long lives, they require a lot of energy to level up, and his friend says that once the level is high enough, they don't need to keep rising. But ancient dragons didn't think that way, and they became greedy, and small portions of energy no longer made a difference. The same thing happens with Eric. His experience only increased a tiny bit when he defeated a level 50 monster. To continue evolving, they realized they needed to store the energy somewhere. The ancients called this place a well of energy. Humans, on the other hand, called it a dragon's nest. If that's the case, Eric wants to know if in that place he'd be able to level up, and artists mentioned the dragon core. Meanwhile, the wyvern is struck by the massive energy. There's no way to stabilize all that energy without a dragon core. The body will enter a continuous process of destruction and regeneration due to the overwhelming energy. That's why a place like this is a fortress that cannot be breached. The servants see what's happening to the wyvern and urge Elise to come inside. The servant says that Elise is more important than the wyvern and nothing should happen to her. If something did happen, he would never forgive them. Trapped in the snare, the wyvern remains bound. As for Elise, she's given up waiting for the outcome and is returning to a safe place. Her clothing still bears the marks of the beast's tears. Suspended in the air, the wyvern continues to receive the massive energy influx. In a quiet place, a crown falls to the ground. She has no idea where she is. Even so, she stands on a blade of water. All that exists in that place is the open sky and a massive body of water that extends to the horizon. She still doesn't know where she is or what she was doing before this. A man stands behind her, and this man calls her by name. Effer. That voice is very familiar to her. It brings back nearly forgotten memories from when she was just a hatchling. It was this man who named her Effer, because it was a beautiful name that suited her. She can't believe it's the bald chief, and he tells her that yes, it is him, but he's not just the bald chief, but the leader of the Dragon Knights. Emotional, she can't believe he's alive, the bald chief of dragons, but he says that's not his name, and that she is the best among them, she shouldn't cry. But she says something got in her eye, and Effer asks where the others are. In response, the man says it's not yet their time. Underneath the crown in the water, a red stain begins to spread as if it were blood. For putting the prince's life at risk, he was sentenced to execution. That wasn't his fault, but Effer's, who volunteered in the face of the misfortune. He tells her she is radiant, but also too skeptical. The water starts to rise, and he has something to tell her. She should learn to trust others because she needs someone by her side, in case something falls in her eye while she's flying. The water envelops everything, and where his figure stood, a core forms. She finally falls with her wings injured and her ankle still tied. Even so, tears stream down her face. The blind woman stands, holding a sword in one hand. Focused, she does everything she can to sever the bond. Effer falls onto the platform, her body covered in wounds. Unable to move, she writhes in pain. Ellis runs toward her, much to the distress of one of the servants. She hopes the wyvern wakes up soon and that everything's alright with her. Barely able to speak, Effer asks why the wound came to her, and Elise is relieved that the wyvern is conscious. She had absorbed too much external energy, disrupting her internal balance, and her wounds needed to be treated immediately. Given the situation, Elise asked for a restoration potion, but the servant said it wasn't necessary. It would be a waste to pour it over a body. Alejandro had returned after seeing a flash of light in the sky. He had no idea it was Effer trying to escape, so he instructed them to leave her as she was. Elise tried to insist, but manipulating that kind of energy is difficult even for a dragon. There's no way a wyvern could handle it. It wasn't worth wasting the potion on a dying wyvern. Since she had a sword in hand, she should just finish it quickly. Introducing herself as Elise, she asked Effer to close her eyes. She tried to calm her, asking her to imagine herself as a pot full of water, flowing and the water turning into marble. It won't hurt, it's just part of nature. Elise reassured Effer that she was doing fine and that Afer was wonderful company. Finally, Elise struck with her sword. Turning to Alejandro, she asked if she could now have access to the potion. Alejandro was taken aback as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. She had simply made a cut on her own arm. And if that wasn't enough of a reason, she was prepared to increase the cut. One of the servants worried about what Elise was doing and waited for Alejandro's permission. Alejandro, as he left, remarked that the wyvern had better be worth it, as this would be the last time he would be so charitable. Hearing his words, Elise thanked him. Now she was in another room. Her wounds were being properly treated. Effer commented that all of this seemed very strange, and there must be a reason Elise spared her. Indeed, it wasn't as if Elise didn't have a reason behind her actions. Elise asked Effer if she had ever cared for a plant, to which Effer replied that she once had a small garden. Before she could finish, Effer was startled, thinking she might be eaten. But Elise reassured her, saying she doesn't eat her plants and wouldn't eat her either. Elise explained that while she can't see, she can feel the energy of things. She even knows that Effer has a mane, which is why Elise surrounds herself with living objects, because she can sense them. You don't give water to dead plants, but you survive, Elise said, and Effer asked if that was why she was given the potion. Most people, including Alejandro, who also has a directive, think she was just lucky. But Elise could feel the energy core that had formed inside her. It's a dragon core, Elise said, though Effer doubted it because she was a wyvern. Still, Elise suggested it might be possible due to Effer's intelligence. Hearing this, Effer wondered if what Alejandro saw was a core. A dragon core was the last ingredient needed to complete the directive implanted in Elise. But Elise had brought her there without telling Alejandro what she had seen inside her, and she asked if Effer still considered her a faithful servant of Alejandro. Effer pondered all the variables, confused as to whether this might just be a ruse to deceive her. But if she kept thinking that way, she would never know the truth. Turning her back to Effer, Elise asked if she could really see the shape of things through their energy, and Elise confirmed that she could. Effer turned around, making a silly face, and said, "I'm Alejandro." She began making comments as if she were him, saying that Cal licks my hair every morning to make it look like this, and Elise spat out her drink, struggling to hold back her laughter. Effer continued her imitation, and Elise begged her to stop, saying she couldn't hold back her urge to laugh anymore. The two began running around the room, playing and laughing. Not far from there, in an apparently abandoned house, a servant approached a man, saying that some hunters had leveled up significantly that month. But the hunter the man was looking for wasn't on the list, and the servant asked if that hunter might have fled. The man dismissed the idea, saying that he was surely still there, trying to make money and must already have an interesting history. The list included all those above level 50, and beyond that, there was someone else. The servant handed him a hunter's newspaper. "Definitely not them," the man said, "too low level and far too peculiar. There's no way they could go anywhere without being noticed." Inside the dungeon, a hunter was struggling to defend himself from a giant spider. He and his group were having a hard time dealing with all of them. His friend, who was about to finish off his own spider, taunted him, saying he would defeat his spider faster. Competitive, the hunter scoffed, saying that would never happen. A volley of arrows was shot toward the spider. Upon impact, the spider exploded, and at the same time, the other hunter smashed his spider with his hammer. They argued over who killed their spider first, with the hammer-wielding hunter claiming he had already tallied more monsters in total. But his friend disagreed and advised him to take better care of his mental health. Nearby, some women screamed they were trapped in the spider's webs. They had appeared out of nowhere, and one of the women shouted for them to look up. A massive spider was descending toward one of them. Realizing the danger, the hunters called out that they were on their way to help, as they were all part of the same team. One of them was struck, feeling the force of the blow. The shaft of his spear protected him. He had barely avoided being laid out flat on the ground. These were warrior spiders. They shouldn't have appeared there, as they hadn't ventured that far into the dungeon, and they could only defeat them with magic. Faced with the situation, they wondered if they would even be able to outrun them. But then a mage cast a freezing spell over the area. The spiders were immediately frozen. He found it strange that the place had suddenly become cold, and his colleague mentioned that it was someone who had done that. Now all the spiders were dead. The mage approached and clarified that they weren't dead, just knocked out. It was the Voltarian warrior and Artis, the mage, who apologized, saying they didn't mean to get in their way, but they should let them handle the monsters while they saved the women. The young man said it was an honor to meet them and that he felt much safer with them there. Artis thanked them for guiding him. The young man had thought Artis didn't have proficiency with ice magic, but Artis explained that he learned it out of necessity. Meanwhile, the women did their best to seduce Artis, saying they were healers. In this situation, the young man suggested they join forces, but Eric firmly refused. The women insisted, but Eric was adamant. Artis stepped forward, explaining that his friend only focused on his training and always declined invitations. They continued to try to seduce Artis, suggesting that after all of this, they could go for coffee, and Artis fell for it like a fool. Eric looked at him disappointedly. Their strategy required some people to witness their deeds to help boost their notoriety. Not to mention, if they leveled up too quickly, people would grow suspicious. Observing humans, Artis had realized that appearances were very important to them. The witnesses would spread the word of their heroism. However, Eric cautioned that they still needed to be careful and things might not be as easy as they seemed. Artis, confident in his strategy, assured that he would make Eric the most famous hunter in the city. So far, Artis had been right about everything, except for one thing. The girls never seemed interested in Eric, only in Artis. The guy with the short hair laughed, saying they amused him. A real hunter must continue pushing beyond his limitations, he said. And this mage's appearance doesn't matter. He's not even qualified to be a true hunter. Upon hearing this, Eric stepped in front of the short-haired guy. He acknowledged the man's fame but said he didn't care about it nor about any disrespect shown to his master. But what Eric actually did was open the door behind the short-haired guy. They had finally arrived. In front of them were several spider nests. In the center, it seemed there was an arena and a spider larger than the others. Even though they had walked a long way, they hadn't realized they were so close to the center. One of the women asked if the dungeon would disappear once they finished. Eric explained that while there were many dungeons, completing one wouldn't cause the crater to vanish. This was a relief for Eric, as they weren't ready to leave the city yet. In the middle of what appeared to be the arena, there was an artifact. The presence of an artifact could only mean one thing, and the short-haired guy knew what it was. There was also a guardian, the dungeon boss. The guardian was known for its long-range poison attacks, and the short-haired guy suggested that Eric join him in attacking the legs. However, the short-haired guy didn't want to just stand by and watch. He proposed that he lead the attack while receiving cover fire. He wasn't about to leave all the glory to the guests. Going over to his friend, he asked for protection for the healers while they attacked. Artis mentioned that something seemed off, and Eric agreed. Curious, they wondered if they should check things out. But Eric was interested in seeing how the others would perform. Protected, the healers prepared their spells. The short-haired guy instructed his friend to follow their usual strategy, and his friend agreed, though grudgingly. Whoever kills the boss would be the winner, and the guy in armor said not everything needed to be a competition. As they approached, the spider launched its venom. Chanting spells, the healers readied themselves to protect their teammates. They were shielded by the magical barrier the healers invoked. Their coordination was impressive. Beyond the defense, the healers cast spells to increase the damage of the attacks. As the team attacked, the healers blocked the long-range attacks. Climbing on top of the spider, the short-haired guy remarked that there wasn't enough time to attack all of the spider's legs. His friend agreed. If they were going to attack, it was better to go straight for the head. They succeeded, and artists commented that they were good, but not as good as Eric, to which Eric agreed. However, Eric was puzzled by how low the enemy's level was, given that it should have been the dungeon boss. The healers also celebrated the team's achievement, having completed a dungeon. They were all excited because it was the first dungeon they had finished together as a team. But before Eric could congratulate his friend, the friend had disappeared. Behind him, a cloud of debris rose into the air. The short-haired guy still didn't know what had happened to his colleague. The healers were also terrified. There was something about the situation that was undeniably immense. The spider's legs were as tall as buildings. It was bigger than the entire arena they were standing in. This was a queen tarantula level 50. Although it's a risky profession, it's uncommon for hunters to die while merely exploring dungeons. This is because they usually stick to areas compatible with their levels before venturing into more dangerous places. But the way they analyze levels isn't always accurate. They end up relying more on what other hunters report. That means the more a monster appears, the more accurate the description becomes, but this overlooks those monsters that rarely show up. Most deaths occur because hunters are caught by dungeon bosses simply due to a lack of information. The short-haired guy fell to the ground, terrified by the size of the spider that had just appeared. In its mouth, the spider was preparing a devastating attack. No one had told him that a monster like this was in the dungeon. The spider's attack hit the ground. The force of the impact nearly caused an implosion, raising a cloud of dust and debris. But the short-haired guy was still alive. Someone had protected him. It was Artis, who had cast a shield in front of him. The short-haired guy asked how Artis could use such high-level magic, and Artis replied that he had learned after fighting someone else who used similar magic. However, Artis had no wand left, and the short-haired guy called him crazy for discarding it. Worse yet, the monster didn't need just magic to finish them off. Full of courage, the short-haired guy demanded that the mage get out of his way. He prepared his spear, ready to try and hold off the attack. But it was Eric who stepped in with his massive sword. Artis remarked that Eric had taken his time, but Eric explained that it took a while to get the healers to safety, and they should be safe by now. The spider screeched furiously. Given its enormous size, it wouldn't be able to follow them. It was time for them to make their move. As they prepared, they discussed strategies for taking down the spider. The question was whether Eric's sword could pierce its exoskeleton. The short-haired guy insisted that they should flee and alert the guild, or else they would die, and other hunters would meet the same fate. Artists argued that this was exactly why they needed to kill it here and now. The boldness of that statement nearly drove the short-haired guy insane. Worse yet, they seemed far too calm about the gravity of the situation. Concerned for them, he urged them to leave, as this wasn't just any boss. Eric simply told them to cover their ears. The short-haired guy could barely keep his footing as the force of the blow shook the ground. Despite his efforts, he collapsed to the ground, while the other two remained unfazed. The impact drove the spider's head deep into its body. The strike was so devastating that the spider couldn't possibly have survived it. The short-haired guy still couldn't comprehend what had just happened in the dungeon. It appeared that the barbarian had thrown his sword like a spear, just like that. Even though the spider's body was severely damaged, it was preparing to attack again. He warned them, thinking they were distracted. But before the spider could attack, its body exploded, and Eric and Artis walked away with their backs turned, unfazed. As if that weren't enough, the sword came flying through the air. It landed, embedding itself into the ground next to the short-haired guy. On the sword, they had attached a wand, and they had exploded it from the inside. That was their strategy. They had just killed a dungeon boss with such simplicity. Even after killing the spider boss, Eric still had a long road ahead. If he killed one of those every day, it would still take forever. The short-haired guy asked if that was it. Eric responded that yes, the dungeon would now close. Riding a lift back to the city, Eric couldn't hide his concern. He asked Artis if he could do anything for the young man, but not everyone was like Artis. Probably the boy was in shock. Since his friend's death, the young man had been paralyzed, doing his best to get stronger. It was good that the warrior was a Valtarian. It must be nice to be born strong. Artis said, though Eric interrupted him, saying, "Look at the boy. Are you saying life isn't fair? Everyone has to struggle to survive." That's how it had been for Eric too. He was lucky to have found them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be alive now. And the boy was well aware of that he was only alive because of them. But what really worried Eric was his friend, and he asked if what had happened to him was just bad luck. He wondered if his friend had died, but as soon as the lift arrived, Martin and the healers were there waiting for them. The short-haired guy finally realized that his friend was alive. They scolded him, thinking he had been hostile to the warrior. In his defense, he believed his friend wasn't alive anymore. The force of the blow had been enormous, but the Voltarian warrior had caught him before he hit the wall, which was the only reason he was still alive now. Though it's hard to believe, but Martin reminded them that they were forgetting something. The short-haired guy became briefly pensive. Then he turned to their two saviors, and all of them, bowing respectfully, thanked Eric and Artis for saving them. Eric accepted the gratitude but didn't say anything. He simply said he'd be waiting outside. Martin assumed the short-haired guy had angered Eric, but Artis had a proposal. The artifact they retrieved was useless to them, and they were going to sell it in the market. However, they wanted to give the group the opportunity to buy it first. Since they wanted to sell it quickly, they'd offer it at half price. The short-haired guy didn't understand why they'd do that. Artis told him he was lucky. Inside, the group was thrilled to now have such an artifact. It would have been unfortunate if they had died after all that effort, and besides, the short-haired guy wasn't high enough level to handle that spear. Outside, a man passed by in a carriage. He knocked on the wall to call for his passenger. They had found the Voltarian warrior, and the mage was likely with him as well. This was good news, and he hoped both of them would cooperate. He had been searching for them, especially for Artis Banists. Inside the carriage, the man overheard people wanting to thank him, and he was pleased to know he was becoming famous for helping others. He hoped this would lead to being noticed by the gods soon. In this way, he could eventually work for the goddess, take revenge on the evil god, and maybe, one day, return home. Artis was already searching for Eric, who hid remarkably well for someone his size. The carriage stopped beside Eric, and the man asked if he had time for a conversation. Eric figured his friend must have already left, but after searching, he found nothing, not even the carriage that had been there. Inside the carriage, Artis asked the man what he was doing. The man had requested a conversation and then ordered the carriage to continue, even surprising himself with how easy it had been. Artis was in a predicament because he didn't have a wand with him, assuming the city was safe. The man remarked that it was wise not to draw his wand and noted how much he resembled her. His sister, in this case, Adora Bannister. She wasn't well known, but 10 years ago, she had fought alongside the 4 heroes against the dragons. Had she returned alive, she would have received the goddess's blessing like the other 4 heroes. Her work had laid the foundation for the ongoing fight against the dragons. Upon hearing this, Artis ordered the carriage to stop. Talking about her didn't interest him at all, and he demanded that the man get to the point. The man explained that the heir to the family had been missing for 10 long years, but now that he had seen him in person, there was nothing to worry about. The carriage stopped as they finally arrived. He had chosen a quiet place so they could talk more comfortably. As Artis stepped out of the carriage, he was met with a familiar sight. In front of him was his home. The man was surprised, as this wasn't where he had intended to go. Eric appeared, joking that he hadn't realized he was so good at traveling by carriage, and the man reprimanded him. Since the coachman wanted to go elsewhere, he had given him a well-deserved break. They should reconsider their idea of becoming famous, as they hadn't expected to have a pursuer. But the man insisted that wasn't the case. Now Eric wanted to have a conversation with him, but the man desperately asked him to wait. Artis glanced at a necklace, commenting that it was real, as it exuded a gentle energy typical of the goddess of light. If that were true, it meant one thing. The man was indeed a representative of the Church of Light, just as he had said, but Artis had slapped him across the face before. The man introduced himself as Otto, a level 45 priest serving the goddess. Artis apologized for the beating, explaining that he hadn't expected to be kidnapped. Otto said he had only done it because the matter was too delicate. He forgave Artis but was furious with the warrior who had hit him without hearing him out first. Otto tried to say something in another language, attempting to explain that he didn't understand, but the priest saw through his ruse. Oddly, the target for the job was Artis, not the Voltarian warrior who traveled with him. Now Artis wanted to know what the church wanted with him. Otto knew that many of the ancient dragons were no longer alive, and he hadn't expected much from Artis, given his lack of experience. Otto continued, suggesting that if Artis managed to mentor the Voltarian warrior, he must have considerable experience for a 17-year-old, unaware that Artis was actually 150 years old. Otto added that he trusted Artis and would be contacting the church, but emphasized that this was a highly confidential mission. They were investigating a man named Alejandro, who had been seen in refugee camps. They had never heard of him before, and they wanted to know if he was involved in some kind of criminal activity. However, the situation was more complicated than that, and Otto explained how the refugee camps operated. With the influx of migrants to the city and rising costs, the poorer residents ended up moving to the refugee camps. A young girl ran to tell her mother that her father had returned home. She eagerly asked if her father had made any money, while the wife inquired about how things went in the city. He replied that he hadn't sold much, but his wife reassured him that he would soon. The girl asked if he had found the person who helped him. He mentioned that he had seen someone who resembled them at the guild, but it turned out to be a Voltarian warrior. Another man nearby commented that it would be great if a warrior like that could help them. Suddenly, the man rushed toward the other man, yelling. He told his wife to go inside as he needed to find out what was going on. The other man shouted that they needed to run because a monster was after him. Unfortunately, the man didn't escape, and the monster caught him. The creature paused to devour its victim. As people fled, Kalango readied himself to fight. The monster should have been nocturnal, and his wife frantically searched for their daughter. She hoped the girl was hiding inside the house, while another person arrived to help deal with the monster. Joseph had gone alone to the monster's nest, even though Kalango had told him to wait for backup. But the hunters would never come for the price the refugees could afford. People in poverty couldn't live like this. Meanwhile, the girl went out another door, searching for her father. Without proper training, non-hunters rarely reached level 10. Even weak monsters could cause catastrophic damage to people like them. The church couldn't do much except find a hunter willing to help. What they could offer was to increase the people's contribution level, allowing them to meet the goddess one day. Artists said they would do that, but Eric interrupted. Instigating Artis's virtue wasn't enough reason to be looking for a specific hunter. Indeed, Eric was right. Otto and the church weren't just looking for Alejandro. They were looking for where he lived, a dragon's nest. And Artis, being a dragon hunter, should have heard of it by now. Artis scoffed, saying it was impossible, as no such nests were supposed to exist anymore. But Otto insisted that the church wanted to investigate. Alejandro had covered his tracks well, and they were never involved in any direct crimes. Meanwhile, a wyvern flew through the skies with her companion. A lightning bolt struck in the middle of the city. The girl was safe, and the monster had already left. Kalango couldn't believe what had just happened. He didn't know who the woman was who had saved them, but for now they could rest knowing she had been sent by someone. Alejandro, from the dragon's nest. Elise was still unsure if she had understood correctly. Was Alejandro really asking her an effort to help the refugees? But that was exactly what he wanted, for them to capture the monsters from time to time and assist the refugees. He had also ordered another servant to lead the support team. The idea of helping the refugees so suddenly wasn't something Elise had expected to hear. It was clear Alejandro had ulterior motives, and he had commanded the servant to check on the wyvern daily. After all, the last time Effer had attempted to escape. Elise would also keep a close eye on her, because if the wyvern escaped again, the entire support team would be punished. Initially, the location was hidden, but now it seemed many refugees were eager to move there. Going forward, they would discuss the dragon's nest and allow people to relocate there. Given the effort Alejandro had put into keeping the place secret, his sudden shift in attitude didn't make sense. Elise wanted to understand his reasons, but someone called out to her. A massive monster was heading toward her, ready to attack, but Effer intervened, preventing disaster. The monster was momentarily distracted by the pain, but Ellis remained concerned for Effer. She didn't know if anything was wrong or if her companion was hurt. But one thing was clear, she definitely needed a bath before anything else. Shielding herself from the wind blowing in her face, she declared that it was enough for the day. Effer remarked that it would be a shame to let hair like that go unwashed, but Ellis pointed out that there were still monsters lurking around. Besides, they don't need to hunt them all. They must have realized by now that the area belongs to the humans, as she has lived like a wild monster for a long time. The wyvern wants to know if Ellis sometimes uses her sword without the directive, and indeed, that happens. The patterns with the directive are always the same, and occasionally, she changes them. So the wyvern got curious. The directive helps her use the sword in the most efficient way, but when she was little, she saw someone using the sword in a cool way and wanted to do the same. She didn't know anything about hunters when she was young, and her mother used to comb her hair. She never thought her mother fought monsters, and one day she discovered that her mother also used swords. In her innocence, she thought her mother danced with the sword, and she found her fascinating as she practiced with the sword in the mornings. One fine day, she never saw her mother again because she didn't return. A man appeared at her house days later. It was Alejandro. She was taken to the dragon's nest by him, and an artificial directive was implanted in her body. That's how she lost her vision, and she tries to remember the way her mother practiced. If she continues relying on the directive, she fears she will just become a product of Alejandro's work. Hearing all of this, Effer suggests they flee. She could take her, and if they head west, no one would catch them. But Elise cannot flee because it would only be a matter of time before Alejandro claims another victim. The wyvern suggests that Ellis go to the Inquisitor, but that wouldn't work either. She had asked for help from people in the city before, but they turned up dead the next morning. Whenever she disobeyed, he would end up killing an innocent person to force her obedience. The only way she imagines stopping him is by absorbing all the energy from the nest and rendering it useless. If she could do that, everything would change. To achieve this, she needs Effer's dragon core. Even though she has one, she still doesn't know how to absorb energy. The wyvern comforts her, telling her not to feel down because she's very talented, and that one day she will be as powerful as a dragon. If that's the case, it's better they leave before the other dragons arrive, because if they discover the nest, other dragons will know about it too. That was the missing solution. Alejandro is using the nest to lure dragons there, but the wyvern thinks he cannot defeat an ancient dragon. But Alejandro isn't the type to take such risks. Surely he is capable of extracting the core from a dragon once he finds it. Otto says that Artis must infiltrate the place alone for the mission to succeed. They already have the documentation for his disguise, and since Alejandro is looking for mages, Artis won't be harmed. There are infiltrated people who will help him, but Eric insists on going with him. Infiltrating like this is too risky, and he won't leave Artis alone. However, Eric is too distinctive and Alejandro would easily notice him. If that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss, and they won't take the job, so they should look for someone else. However, Artis accepts the mission and confirms that he will go alone. Eric is surprised by his audacity. He reminds Artis that he is his bodyguard and that he shouldn't forget who makes the decisions. With that said, Otto assumes they finally have an agreement. He will wait for them at the east gate with the necessary paperwork. For Eric, this is too risky as his friend doesn't even know what he will face. Even though it's a good opportunity to work with the church, this wasn't how Eric imagined it. But Artis' family honor depends on it, as the mission was assigned to someone like him. Still, Eric isn't moved and says there's no need to remind him that Artis is a dragon, and that his family name belongs to humans. Artis asks him to take that back, but Eric doesn't understand why he holds onto that name so strongly. Even though he's a dragon, his former master saved his life and risked hers to destroy that nest. He asked if the concept of honor exists for someone from another world. Honor is irrelevant to the dead. Artis falls silent after hearing this. He believes he's become a bit stronger since they've been training together. And because of that, he says he won't die and Eric doesn't need to worry. Alone in his room, Eric reflects on his friend's words. The carriage continues its journey down the road. Those are the items that need to be hidden, and those are the documents he will need. His level is listed as lower to avoid suspicion. However, he asked for some space to read without interruptions, needing silence to focus. Otto respected his space but thought it seemed like Artis have fought with his wife or something. While waiting, Artis pointed out a mistake. It said his gender was female. Otto assured him it wasn't an error. Faced with this, Artis asked if Otto knew how to apply makeup. In a camp, people organize themselves into caravans and the girl hugs her mother. The mother tells her daughter to wish her father a safe journey, but then tells him that she hates him, while the man comments that he will bring good food on his return. The woman looks at her husband and says that the girl didn't mean what she said, and he replies that he understands and that she shouldn't worry. Surprised, he says that the line is very long but sees Kalendor. The man greets Elegy and asks her what they are doing there. Elegy responds that they are escorting people and asks if he will go with them. He then replies that yes, manual labor is the only thing he knows how to do, and he will help with construction. She replies that she won't be able to return home until the work is finished and asks about his family. The man responds that he worries about his family, but says that Mr. Alejandro is hiring hunters and testing the best ones. One of the hunters gets punched in the face during the test, and a voice announces that the other hunter has won. The young man in charge of selecting and supervising the test tells the winner that he has passed and welcomes him to the dragon's nest. The winner celebrates and the selector tells the other candidates to step forward. While one man consoles the loser, Elegy telepathically speaks with Effer about the hunter candidates and says their level is very low. Then Effer tells Elegy that going to the dungeon would be more advantageous for those of a high level, and Elegy asks Effer to take her away. Before the two leave, the selector calls the next candidate, and a girl steps forward. Her name is Ariana Stia. Earlier, Attis was transforming into Ariana Stia, and the reason was to infiltrate the Brotherhood, although her partner warns her to be careful. Before going to the hunter selection, Attis asks her partner for his glasses, and although reluctant, he lends them to her. Attis asks what he thinks of the disguise, and he responds that he can't see because he is without his glasses. Later, at the selection, Ariana Stia introduces herself to the other candidates and the selector. The young man asks for her documentation, and she becomes nervous about showing it. The other candidates are surprised because it is uncommon for a girl to be a hunter candidate. The losers begin to question Ariana, asking why she thinks she will be chosen when they themselves have lost their matches. One of the candidates, who is twice her size, tells her that she will die during the selection tournament. While everyone laughs at Ariana, she says she needs to prove that she can complete commissions alone. Observing all the commotion surrounding the girl, Effer tells Elegy that there will always be foolish people everywhere. But Elegy starts to feel something strange about Ariana. While Elegy senses Ariana's energy, the instructor asks if she is level 30 and she confirms that she is. The instructor questions why she is participating in the selection when she has a different level than the other candidates. He looks at Ariana's documentation, and she watches him anxiously. Then the instructor approves her just by looking at her documentation. Elegy questions why she was approved. The candidates become outraged, claiming favoritism because she did not take the test like the others. The instructor tells everyone to calm down and says that the dragon's nest needs a mage and that each test is evaluated differently. Someone questions what the instructor just said, and Elegy appears with her sword, saying she wants to test Ariana. The selector tries to make her change her mind, but she insists on testing Ariana because she feels something strange about the approved candidate. She also says that she needs to ensure Alejandro doesn't get more strong people on his side. Then the two begin the test, and Elegy questions Ariana about her first attack because she tried to prevent Elegy from using her sword. She questions Ariana about the tests, and Ariana responds, saying it was mostly luck, but she starts thinking she needs to be careful. Then she reflects that she will limit herself only to ice magic. Elegy ends up abandoning one of her swords, The fight continues between them, but suddenly, a burly man appears and starts fighting them both. The burly man asks if he wins the competition by injuring both of them. One of the men says that the burly one is named Polly and questions what he is doing at the test, as he had been dismissed from the Crater Asylum. Polly says that everyone is right about him and that he is level 45. He also says that since he doesn't like human meat, he came there looking for delicious meat. Then he looks at the ground and asks if he also injured the test judge. Elegy and Ariana team up to fight Polly Pork. Suddenly, Polly Pork looks down and sees the test judge safe and sound. The judge tells Pork not to worry about him because he is perfectly fine. The judge tells Polly that unfortunately they will not accept any more candidates for today. Polly Pork then asks if that means he was approved. The instructor, with a nervous smile, looks at Polly and says that he was not informed in advance. He then tells Pork that no one can be approved if they are injured, and he immediately punches Pork in the stomach, injuring him. After hurting him, the judge writes on the form that Polly Pork's injury was accidental and even says that he might have lied about his level. Ariana tells the judge that maybe he didn't lie about his level because she saw a cherry red energy coming out of him. The judge responds that Pork was an aura thief and invites her to go to the dragon's nest. Aura is a red energy emitted by someone who undergoes extremely intense training. With this energy, a short-haired young man tries to explode a bottle but fails. Addis approaches the young man and startles him. Then the two sit down and start talking. The girl tells him that it is a matter of training until he can obtain the red energy. She also says that even she cannot fully emit all the energies of the aura. The young man feels frustrated but continues his training. This brief story comes from Ariana's mind as she questions the judge about Pork. She asks why he wrote on the form that Polly was injured when he seemed fine. The judge replies that due to Pork's fat, he would probably die of natural causes if they abandoned him there. Ariana was outraged by what the judge said. She looks at Elegy and demands that she take action regarding the judge's negligence. Elegy dismisses the request for help and sarcastically asks if she really expects her to help. Then Ellie gives in and helps Ariana open Polly's mouth, and Stia says they should take him to the dragon's nest in a large carriage. The judge is incredulous at Ariana's request, and she stares at him challengingly while he looks back at her in shock. Upon arriving at the dragon's nest, everyone gets out of the carriages, and a tired Effer says, "Finally, we arrived." Elegy approaches the dragon and apologizes to her for making her carry the large pork, and she replies that she understands it's not Uni's fault. She then looks at Ariana and adds that the request came from the person who saved Elegy's life. Ariana looks around and says that this place is the dragon's nest, reflecting that she thought the place was natural, but it was built by humans. She feels that there is no vital energy in the place and that they have occupied the ruins of the dragon's nest. Ariana was about to test the strength of the place when Uni approached her and asked what she was doing. Elegy asks why she is staring at the place so intensely, and Ariana responds that she was just noticing the constructed tubes. Uni becomes suspicious of Ariana's response, and Stia asks Elegy what is wrong. Then Elegy thanks Stia for saving her life, although it was very reckless, and Stia retorts that Pork was the reckless one. Uni replies that she was referring to the reckless attitude Stia had in saving her life. Ariana looks at the judge and asks Uni about him, and she responds that the man has only been working as a judge for a short time. She also says that the judge's real job is to act as security for the dragon's nest and criticizes Stia, saying that she humiliated him. Ariana asks how she could allow someone to be hurt, and Uni responds that good people don't last long in that place. Elegy says that outsiders think the nest is a hidden castle, but there is a scarcity of food, water, and space there. Uni asks Stia if that place really looks like a dragon's nest, and she replies that it looks more like an isolated island. Elegy adds that order and rules are very important in that place, and that stone walls are removed daily. Stia then points her wand at Pork and shoots fire toward him. Uni is startled and makes Ariana stop, questioning why she is doing that. Ariana responds that she was actually being courteous to Pork by lighting a fire to warm him. She also tells Uni that it seems like people are important to her too. Elegy gets irritated with Stia and says that she intentionally made the fire. Then the judge approaches the girls, saying that it looks like the two have come close now. Uni responds by saying that she was just talking about the rules to Ariana, and Ariana retorts, saying that it is her first time living with a group. The judge looks at Stia and asks her to leave her wands behind and come with him to see Alejandro. So Ariana goes with the judge to Alejandro, and she starts thinking that she barely managed to infiltrate and is already going to meet the leader without any weapons. The judge asks what Stia thinks of the place and if she really believes that it is the dragon's nest. He insists, saying that wasn't the question he asked, and asks again if she truly believes that place is the dragon's nest. A hand appears, writing on a piece of paper. Meanwhile, Stia looks at the judge and he tells her that she is not the only spy in the place and that the priest also sent him to the nest. Stia asks for proof of what he is saying, and he counters by saying that her glasses were not given by the priest, and that is proof enough. Ariana asks why Hendy made her leave her wands before meeting Alejandro, and he says that the man will also be unarmed when he sees her. He also tells her not to worry because Alejandro is an aura user. Henby tells Ariana to be careful not to make foolish moves that could make Alejandro suspicious of her disguise. He adds that Elegy might quickly realize that something is wrong, and Staya responds by saying that he could also be deceiving them. Before opening the door, Henby tells Staya to act quickly during the interview by asking if that place is really the dragon's nest. When he opens the door, he is suddenly struck by a magical claw in his eye and cherry-colored fluid begins to leak out. Staya looks on in shock, unsure of what is happening. Henby, terrified and with cherry-colored fluid coming from his eye, asks why Alejandro is doing this. Alejandro responds that a useful insect is better than a harmful one, but either way, he hates insects. And then Alejandro severely injures Henby. Ariana is terrified by everything that is happening. Alejandro says that he had sensed Henby's level from the beginning and looks at his necklace, confirming that Henby belonged to the Order of Light. He then looks at Ariana and says that if Henby was from the Order of Light, then who was she really? While Staya is being interrogated by Alejandro, Effer talks to Elegy, saying that her whole body aches and that she should take a break. She says Ani should go in while she flies to their room and asks if Ellie picked up something strange with her hands, to which she replies that it was just a bad feeling. She remembers touching the fire that Staya was emanating from her wand and that she usually senses people's energies when she touches them, but with Staya, it felt different. Effer asks Ani if that wasn't because Staya is a high-level mage, which is why she felt strange upon touching her, but Ani says it feels familiar. Then Elegy mounts Effer and concludes that Staya has the same energy as her dragon, realizing that Ariana might also be a dragon. Effer is shocked and Elegy, slightly irritated, tells her to hurry up because it's already late. Soon after, Ariana is thrown out of Alejandro's office and says that if she keeps getting attacked, she will have to use a magic stone. Alejandro walks over to where Ariana has fallen and tells her that the Order of Light is curious about whether that place is truly the dragon's nest. And the only way to find out is by sending a specialist who could recognize the place, then ask Staya if he is correct. She responds angrily, saying that everything is now clear since he has killed a priest of the Order. Alejandro then resumes fighting with Staya, while Elegy watches from above, riding her dragon and observing the battle. Ani and Effer rush toward the fight, and the dragon asks if Alejandro can see the core, considering that Staya is probably a dragon. Elegy replies that there is no way Alejandro could know, but he used the dragon's nest as bait, and there is only one way for him to confirm if Staya is a dragon. The only way is to corner her to the point of severely injuring her, forcing her to transform into a dragon. Effer questions what would happen if Staya is not a dragon. Then she would just end up terribly hurt. Ani responds that Alejandro doesn't care. Elegy says that she will have to kill Staya before she reveals herself as a dragon. Meanwhile, in the fight, Staya thinks about softening Alejandro's attacks, but he intensifies them. Ariana falls to the ground and Alejandro asks if she is dead and if she is really human, to which she thinks that she will soon find out. Elegy asks why Effer flew in the opposite direction of the battle and insists that they need to go to Alejandro, while the dragon talks about what they should do once they get there. Ani responds that Alejandro will force Staya to transform into a dragon and will need to hurt her to protect everyone. Elegy and Effer begin to argue, and the dragon says that she is tired of being a coward and that Staya knew all the risks. Effer says she doesn't like it when Ani stains her hands with cherry-colored fluid and that it is difficult for her to forget all the horror. Then Ani asks the dragon what she could do instead and starts remembering when she was a child and the horrors Alejandro made her witness. She then concludes that the only thing she knows how to do properly is her people. The dragon counters, saying that there is another way. Meanwhile, Staya is trapped and injured, and Alejandro tells her to speak up about herself and the Order of Light. Despite being wounded, Staya refuses and says that place should not exist. He responds by saying that the dragon's nest can only be controlled by dragons. She says that he wants the dragons to extract their vital energy, and he counters by saying that she could be a dragon, but Staya leaves the answer hanging. She also tells Alejandro that the place is not suitable for a dragon's nest, and that he will not succeed. Alejandro strikes Staya with lightning and tells her that it is not something she should worry about, threatening that if she doesn't show her true form, he will hurt her. Alejandro tells Staya that if she is thinking about leveling up using the nest, it would be a bad idea and calls her the Great Dragon. She wonders what he means by that and then says aloud that she is not the one gathering vital energy at that moment. He injures her even more. Staya says that the vital energy is gathering somewhere else. Sensing an energy, Alejandro asks Staya if she brought a real dragon there. She thinks to herself how unexpected it is that another dragon would be in that place and feels grateful for its presence as it helps her hide her true identity. She also reflects that everything was set up to lure a dragon, and she needs to escape quickly to warn the Order. However, Staya has no strength to escape and soon sees Ani approaching Alejandro. Elegy tells him that she is happy to see him well and informs him that there is a dragon infiltrated in the building. Alejandro tells Ani that he thought Staya was the infiltrated dragon, and she suggests that it might be a good idea for them to take a closer look. He looks at Stia and says that she will never be able to level up with the nest broken. He also states that he has destroyed all the bridges of the dragon's nest, and that soon, no dragon in human form will be able to leave. Elegy asks if that's why he isolated the place, and Alejandro responds that if Stia were a dragon, he would be able to capture her. He also says that given the deplorable state of the nest, thinking about construction is troublesome if he intends to capture them. Grabbing Ariana's face, he says that at least he has found something useful for his experiments, and Stia asks what experiments he means. Alejandro replies that he regrets giving Stia hope of staying alive, but life there is tough and he cannot waste resources. Ani says, "What shame." Alejandro asks what she means by that, and she responds that she had no idea the nest was broken. She then says that since Stia arrived, she has felt a bad energy and thought she would be the right person for the experiments. She also says that Ariana can help rebuild the place. Stia looks at Ani and wonders if she is trying to help her. Alejandro asks Ani if he should have someone from the Order help rebuild. He then says he likes the idea and will put Ellie in charge of Stia, and she accepts. Inside the dungeon, Ariana tells Elegy that the magic swordswoman has arrived, and she replies that now the two will work together before asking Stia for her real name. She then reveals that her name is Attis Bannister, but they can just call her Attis. Attis climbs onto Elegy's back and asks if she is heavy, and Ellie responds that she uses magic and asks Attis if she is comfortable. Attis replies that she is not and that it doesn't feel right to ride on a girl's back, and Ellie remarks that they are both girls. Bannister feels embarrassed, agrees with Ellie, and says she can walk now. Attis starts thinking that Ani is a good person, making her feel uncomfortable lying to her, and Ellie says their room is nearby. Thanking Ellie for what she did earlier, Attis says that if it weren't for her, but is quickly interrupted by Dunny, who says she shouldn't thank her. She then says that if she finds out Attis is truly a dragon, she will kill her. Bannister is startled and says that she had said the dragons were elsewhere, and Ellie tells her to stop acting dumb. Ellie then thinks that the dungeons were built with vital energy and can feel the forces as she takes Bannister there. Attis tells Elegy that both of them are high level, so it would be easy to kill her. And then Bannister corners Dunning and questions her about Alejandro. Bannister reveals her true identity, saying she is a descendant of dragons and demands that Ellie keep her secret and help her. Soon the two fall from the dungeon and land in Effer's secret chamber. The dragon tells Dunning to stop bothering Bannister, and she wakes up still in human form, looking astonished at Effer. Dunning tells the dragon to stay hidden, but overheard Attis yelling at Ellie. Elegy tells the dragon to keep her identity safe and says that it seems like Attis has the same interest in protecting dragons. She then says that the dragon was responsible for operating the nest and pretending to be a dragon core in place of Attis. Effer says that she was a genius for disguising herself as a dragon core. Bannister greets the dragon by saying her name, and Effer is impressed that Attis knows it. Attis says she has heard a lot about the dragon. She also says that he talked a lot about Effer, helped hide her identity, and even lent her 300x. A young man then appears behind Effer, and she gives an awkward smile. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Felid wonders what happened to Attis, as she had gone on a mission a long time ago, and the house was in chaos. The whole house was messy and dirty, and the money had run out. So the young man had to leave to earn some money and took on a mission. Upon arriving at the Hunters Guild, the guard tells Felid that there are some requirements to be a personal guard, but suddenly, a dungeon collapses. The frightened guard tells Felid that she will hire him, but asks him not to tell anyone about it. She shares her story, saying that she bought new clothes, stored them in her wardrobe, but the new pieces disappeared. She then shows a picture of the man who stole her clothes, and Felid recognizes him. She tells Felid that the man in the photo claimed he was on a secret mission and even stole her makeup. Furious, the guard demands that Felid find her clothes and burn the man, and he says he will do what he can. Felid begins his mission but needs to track down the clothing thief, so he starts his genetic training as a tracker. Felid arrives at the location and begins tracking using genetic information. After completing the tracking, he reaches a rocky area and senses Attis's presence. Meanwhile, inside a cave, monsters are hurting Immel. They ask Priest for the item he received from the spy is. Priest responds that he doesn't know where the item is. The monster tells him to stop lying and says that they discovered Henry was a spy and that Alejandro knows he is connected to the Order. One of the monsters says that he has realized the artificial directive has a serious side effect. He threatens Immel, saying that if he doesn't tell the truth, he will rip it out of his mouth. Priest looks at the other monster and asks what he is. The monster asks if he doesn't recognize him and says he spent a long time in the underground of the dragon's nest conducting experiments. He also says that he is responsible for creating artificial monsters. Immel is outraged and says that those monsters were once people. The ant-like monster says that the true value of humanity is not in appearances. He says that humanity is no better than monsters. After saying terrible things to Priest, the ant tries to insert a slug into Immel's nostrils. The ant says that once the slug enters the host and begins consuming the brain, the person becomes controllable. Then a rift opens in the ceiling and strikes the monsters. Immel looks up to see Felid landing on the monsters and says, Volterra. The other monsters are surprised and ask Felid if he is really Volterra. Priest wonders if the order sent Feled to rescue him, and Valtera tells Imil that he is mistaken. Feled reflects that he was worried about finding Priest dressed in women's clothes and asks Imil what is wrong with his face. Suddenly, a dog-faced monster approaches Feled and asks if he is really Valtera. He confirms that he is and asks what the problem is. The dog does not like Valtera's response and tells him to stop messing around. Feled wonders if, even acting like Valtera, he should still try to talk with the monsters. Then they attack him and throw him out of the cave. Soon they approach Feled, and one of them says that if he knows anything, he better speak, and maybe they will spare him. Valtera apologizes to the monsters for destroying the cave that was their home. He also adds that he understands the anger they are feeling because, after all, how would they feel if a stranger came into their home and wrecked it? He then recalls that a hellhound once invaded his home and destroyed it. Feled asks what the blonde man did to make the monsters imprison him and says that he needs to take him away, but before that, he will fix the cave. Imil looks on in shock and asks what Valtera is doing, concluding that he's trying to negotiate with the monsters. However, Priest needs to stop him because Valtera does not know the real identity of the two monsters. So he yells at Feled and warns him that the two monsters are not modified humans. Valtera looks up and sees a huge paw hitting him. He pulls himself together and questions them about whether they are human or not. The dog says he has no idea who Feled is, but he wants to devour him. Valtera and the monsters begin to fight. Feled unleashes an immense force upon the monsters, ultimately destroying both the cave and the creatures. As soon as the battle ends, Valtera thinks that Imil has disappeared and makes a gravestone for him, saying that he is sorry. But Priest emerges from the rubble, running toward Feled and thanking him. Valtera says that he has been looking for him and now needs to take him back to the city. However, Imil says he is sorry and tells him that Alejandro already knows everything. Before Priest can finish speaking, Feled asks him where the dragon's nest is. At the dragon's nest, experiments are being conducted on Poli pork. The scientist tells Alejandro that the only thing artificial knowledge can absorb is experience points because vital energy contains life force. Alejandro then concludes that an excess of vital energy will kill a person unless they have a dragon core. He adds that it doesn't matter and that they are testing to see if the dragon's nest works, so the scientist increases the experiment's vital energy. Polly screams in agony during the experiment. The scientist tells Alejandro that the procedure has been carried out, and he concludes that the experiment does not work. Alejandro then reflects that he truly needs a dragon core for his operations to be successful. Port turns into a monster after the experiment and tries to break the laboratory's protective glass, but Alejandro destroys the machine and puts him to sleep. He looks at the scientist and asks him to summon the ant. The young scientist replies that the monster left a few days ago to collect some testing materials. Alejandro deduces that the test material must have been Priest Imil. The scientist confirms this and adds that the ant also took 2 other test subjects. With doubts lingering in his mind, Alejandro wonders why the ant has not returned yet, despite being well protected. Alejandro then instructs the young scientist to gather the test subjects to guard the basement, as there might be an inquisitor approaching them. The scientist is shocked and asks if the basement is where the vital force fusion takes place. Alejandro walks toward the door, and the young scientist asks how many test subjects need to be sent. He responds by saying, "Send them all." It has been a week since Atis entered the dragon's nest. She and Elegy continue investigating the place. Effa reflects that, as a wyvern with a large body, she has been unable to help the girls. She also continues thinking that since she hasn't spoken much with Ani lately, she is feeling lonely because she stays hidden all day. Effa tries to complete her core and assures herself that once it is completed, she will humiliate Atis, and maybe then Ani will start seeing her differently. Soon, a small hatch opens and Effa looks up, excitedly saying, "Ani." The wyvern tells her that she had an excellent day because her core is developing rapidly. Ani ignores her and asks if her wound is better, to which she replies no. Ellie then teases her, questioning why Bannister keeps comparing herself to hunters. Feeling jealous, Effa thinks that Atis is being too whiny over a scratch and quickly asks if they found anything today. Elegy responds that they didn't find anything significant today, and the wyvern mocks, saying, "Wasn't Atis the one who said the nest was broken?" Bannister replies that she was wrong and that the one keeping the nest active is Effa's core. She also explains that when Effa tried to escape the nest and was struck by explosions of vital energy, her core became embedded in the nest. However, Effa's core is still incomplete. The dragon concludes that she must be the key to solving the problems and therefore needs to finish completing her core. Ani tells Effa to stop with her plan to complete the core. The dragon asks why. Addis responds by saying that there is another way to fix the dragon's nest. She says that the heart of the vital force is in the basement of the nest, and she intends to go there to absorb the vital energy, with Dunny helping her. The dragon replies that she has been working hard to complete her core, and suddenly, they hear a noise. Soon, the experiment creates a hole in the ground. Everyone is horrified by the monster. It begins to say that it is hungry for flesh before attacking everyone in its path. Addis and Dunny plan how to stop the monster and ask Afer for help, and soon the dragon flies toward it. Elegy quickly shouts for the dragon to come back because it is too dangerous, but Effa ignores her and swoops down at the monster. The monster looks at the dragon and says, "Bird meat." She becomes enraged by what he said. The monster throws a rock at Ephir, and she scoffs, saying that it will never hit her while she's flying. She then says that if the monster is hungry, it should swallow this and breathe fire at it. However, the monster manages to grab the dragon. While chaos unfolds outside, Alejandro prepares to face the Inquisitor, and a woman tells him she is surprised to see that he will be using the artifacts. He says that one never knows what might happen and whether it is an Inquisitor arriving or just an annoying group. Suddenly, the scientist enters Alejandro's room and reports that the experiment has escaped from the laboratory. Alejandro injures him, calls him useless, and orders the woman to go down to the lab and check on the experiments. She says that it would be better if he went down there himself, but Alejandro replies that another situation requires his attention as he gazes out the window. Outside the nest, the monster has captured Ephir, but she manages to escape. Ani shouts for the dragon to return to her. Addis looks in shock at the dragon and says that Ephir is going to use the dragon's nest, to which she retorts. The dragon grabs the monster with her claws, lifts it high into the air, and hurls it to the ground like a meteor. Elegy screams the dragon's name and begs her to respond. Ephir tells Dunny if she saw the monster explode on the ground and lands beside Elegy, saying there is no reason to help Etis anymore. Dunny slaps the dragon, surprising her with the unexpected hit, and Elegy yells for Ephir to leave immediately. The dragon's eyes fill with tears, unable to believe Ellie's reaction. Suddenly, swords are hurled toward Ephir and Dunny. Elegy catches one of the swords and the dragon cowers. Then Alejandro appears before them, saying that he thought Dunny was trying to escape, given that she had asked him not to kill the wyvern. He then says that she has exceeded his expectations, admitting that he is impressed that a wyvern possesses a dragon core. He asks if Dunny was planning to use the wyvern to absorb the dragon's nest's vital energy. Ellie closes her eyes in fear and worry. Alejandro reminds her that in the dragon's nest, there are no second chances. Addis appears, emanating fire from her wand, and tells Ephir to run. She attempts to attack Alejandro with the flames from her wand, but he laughs at the situation and mockingly asks if Ani has won over Attis for her cause as well. Alejandro notices that Ellie is approaching him with a sword and stops her from attacking him. Dunny shouts to Ephir that if she gets caught, everything will be over, then orders the dragon to run. Elegy and Attis join forces to fight Alejandro while he tries to capture the wyvern. Outside the dragon's nest, Emil and Valterra arrive at the mountains. Phalid wonders how they will find the dragon's nest when all the mountains look the same. Emil responds that not all the mountains in that place are identical and tells Phalid that the area reminds him of his homeland. Valterra tells Priest that all of this is because of a spy who doesn't even know the location of his enemy. Priest adds that he is the secret contact outside the nest, and Phalid looks at the ant, asking if they are on the right path. The ant stares at him vacantly. Emil concludes that the ant no longer understands what they are saying, as apparently transformed completely into a monster. Priest suggests that they might need to return to the Order and follow some soldiers. Then Emil looks at Phalid and sees him feeding the ant, becoming irritated and asking why he is feeding it as if it were a cow. Valterra explains that if the ant eats something from the place where it once lived, it might remember something. Priest, incredulous, asks how an ant will remember its home just by eating grass. He also points out that even though the ant hasn't received any news of Attis's death, how would it feel to see Phalid playing with a creature? Valterra becomes thoughtful. Emil says that he shouldn't be saying those things since he is responsible for all of this, but Phalid responds that he is not angry. Valterra continues, saying that he told Attis that if he went, he would die, and that he always treated him as if he were weak, but in the end, he was right. Phalid adds that if he looks back, he was just making excuses because he would be the one struggling if Attis were not by his side. Priest smiles, and Valterra asks what is so funny. Emil responds that he thought the Valterras only cared about cherry-colored fluid and battles, but now sees that they also care about their comrades. He also says that Phalid is different from the rumors about the Valterras, and Phalid responds by saying that cherry-colored fluid and battles are great. Then they look toward a mountain and see a light emerging from it, concluding that Alejandro is using swordsman magic. Priest suggests returning to the Order to bring troops to that location, but Phalid doesn't listen and jumps toward the mountains. Addis and Ellie face Alejandro, a high-level magic swordsman, alone. Thinking to himself, the red-haired boy concludes that the only thing capable of fighting the man is a dragon. At the center of the mountain, blue lighting can be seen from afar, illuminating the dark sky with an intense and ominous glow. Smiling, the swordsman observes the draconic core in his hands and comments that it took him longer than he expected to obtain it. Ephir lies on the ground with an expression of pain while the mage sits on her back, immobilizing her effortlessly. He tells the creature not to be sad. She should simply pretend she never had that core and move on. Showing the object to the duo, he states that they don't need to look so serious because nothing will change their fate. On the ground, the disguised, red-haired youth wonders why he cannot transform. His companion explains that the enemy has taken precautions against dragons, preventing them from revealing their true form. Through the polymorph collar around his neck, which has the ability to block transformations, he finds himself trapped in his human form. Hearing this information, Attis realizes that in this case, it is impossible to defeat Alejandro. Ellie yells at the man, saying that what he wants is with her, and that if he desires it so much, he must let everyone in the nest go free. Otherwise, she will eliminate herself, preventing the swordsman's plan from being carried out. From a distance, the swordsman steps off Ephir and stands up, calmly adjusting his clothes. He says that after all this time, he thought the young woman would know him better. He then questions whether she doesn't find it strange that she feels nothing even though the place is filled with vital energy. It is then that the duo realizes that the nest is not just a storage place, it is a facility for extracting vital energy from humans and other living creatures. Alejandro attacks Atis, throwing him far away, the pain coursing through his entire body. Meanwhile, the swordsman asserts that even if Uni's plan worked, all the Rathnians would still be wiped out in the process. Using her sword, the dark-haired young woman charges at the enemy, demanding how he can do this to others of his own kind. Her attack fails, and the swordsman, with a cold smile, says that to him, humans are nothing more than disposable mobs. He drives his weapon into the young woman's shoulder, making her scream in pain as blood trickles down, staining her clothes. Seeing the situation, Ephir screams her companion's name and, with tears in her eyes, begs the man to stop immediately. But when she tries to move, she realizes she cannot. Her wing is pierced by a sword, completely immobilizing her. The creature, heartbroken, blames herself for everything that has happened, thinking that if she had been stronger, she could have prevented this disaster. Holding a recovery mechanism, the swordsman says that he didn't expect to have to use the artifact on Ellie. He states that she should be grateful to him because, thanks to his help, she was able to find her deceased mother. This revelation completely shocks her. As he injects something into the young woman, he explains that to reduce the effects of the artificial guide, genetic material similar to the user's is necessary. However, he adds that it is better if she doesn't know the rest, so she can rest in peace. Suddenly, a fireball strikes Alejandro, preventing him from finishing his plan and forcing him to take a few steps back. Atis shouts for her friend to take the chance and escape, but due to the force of the attack, Ellie begins to fall into a bottomless pit. Desperate, the white-haired creature breaks free and throws herself into the pit, trying to save her companion from a fatal fall. Trying to stay focused, the red-eyed young man decides that he cannot worry about the two of them at that moment. He needs to give his all if he wants to win the fight ahead and make it out alive. Launching his magical arrows, he creates a massive funnel of fire, but soon realizes something is wrong. The magic stones are breaking too quickly, compromising his strategy. Protecting himself from the attack, Alejandro says that he let the young man live because he seemed strong, but now he realizes he chose the wrong opponent. Shouting, he declares that he will burn him with all of his electricity. Lightning strikes Atis, making him lose control of his power. Instinctively, he extends his hands, trying to minimize the damage. Thinking about his situation, he wonders if this will be his end, which would put Hanbin in great trouble. To his surprise, a muscular young man suddenly falls from the sky, creating a massive impact as he lands on the battlefield. Confused, Alejandro wonders if that was a bomb falling from the sky or if something broke when he took Ephir's core. Wide-eyed, the red-eyed youth asks what Ryu is doing there, and Ryu apologizes for showing up at that moment. Standing up, he notices something is wrong with his friend and asks what happened. The red-haired young man responds that he did his best, but his strength was not enough. Interrupting the conversation, the swordsman approaches and says that the fight is not over, ordering them to stop whispering. He then demands that the protagonist leave within 3 seconds. Before he can react, he is brutally attacked with a punch sent flying into the distance. Watching this scene, Atis remembers that his friend does not know about his disguise plan. He then asks if the young man has truly defeated the swordsman, questioning whether that man was really the leader, given the size of his level. Ryu reveals that his punch only broke most of the man's bones, but it was not fatal. Still on his knees, Atis says that regardless, he would have been eliminated if Ryu hadn't appeared. Before Ryu Hanbin can respond, a blue flash bursts forth. This makes him realize that a punch alone was indeed not enough to defeat someone like Alejandro. Standing up, his ally states that the man is actually absorbing vital energy. With a dark expression, the swordsman appears, holding his 2 swords, calling the duo damned mobs. Inside the pit, Ephir screams for Ellie, who, despite having her wound treated, does not open her eyes. Approaching, the creature notices that her companion's heart is not beating. Breaking into tears, she begins blaming herself again for everything that is happening. To her joy, the young woman awakens, coughing, revealing that she is still alive, though weak and disoriented. On the surface, the 2 allies observe the flash caused by the swordsman, who appears to have absorbed the draconic core. Surprised, the protagonist asks if the core absorbed was his friend's, but the latter explains that the man does not know he is a dragon. He explains that Alejandro was able to regenerate thanks to the immense amount of vital energy the dragon's nest contains, making him even more resistant. On the other side, the swordsman wonders how he was almost defeated by someone at level 5 who possesses no items, feeling his honor wounded. Shouting, Ryu Hanbin declares that Alejandro is standing before a true Volterra warrior, and as such, he will not forgive him for his perverse actions, but if he apologizes, he might leave with his life. Addis tries to say something, but the young man interrupts, saying that they just need to hold out until Priest Immel reports the location to the Order and arrives with reinforcements. His plan falls apart when his friend reveals that Alejandro actually belongs to the Great Land. The swordsman charges forward, stating that it does not matter if the young man refuses to reveal his true identity. But as an unforeseen variable in his plans, he will uncover everything he needs to know about the young man. It is explained that when a magic swordsman covers his body with force, the surrounding energy rises from the ground into the air. This magical ability is called the Path of Lightning. The user leaves a trail of lightning wherever they pass, creating an impressive effect. With just one arm, the protagonist blocks the man's sword attack. Meanwhile, the swordsman positions himself behind him, saying he wants to see what he's hiding so much. After all, he is nothing more than a fake level 5 Volterra. Observing the attack, the dark-haired young man realizes that the man's speed is so high that his eyes can barely keep up. Meanwhile, the young man gripping his greatsword asks if Alejandro is not going to bother hiding the fact that he is a Turan. Smiling, the man says that seeing the indifferent expression on the boy's face after saying that fact, he must be at least level 60. After all, if he were level 50, he would have been eliminated by his attack with no chance of reaction. Thinking to himself, the muscular young man says that since he needs information about the Great Land, he will have to fight the man up close. Mocking, Alejandro says that he better not dodge the next attack, unless he wants to see his ally behind him being mercilessly massacred. Revealing that the speed of his daggers causes his energy to spin out of control, making his attack even more chaotic. Creating a massive blue tornado, the swordsman unleashes Thunder Slash. Laughing, he says the boy will have to guess how many pieces he will be cut into, savoring his victory in advance. But to his disappointment, the boy suffers no damage. Instead, he has enough strength to counterattack with his greatsword, leaving Alejandro with no way out. Standing before the enemy, Ryu Hanbin says he thinks it's also a bad idea for the man to dodge his attack if he wants to keep his arms. He then asks if the man has already figured out what level he is. However, before he can finish his attack, Attis tells him to stop. Turning around, the young man realizes he hears Ali's voice inside his head, feeling momentarily confused. Explaining, the red-eyed young man says that this is his telepathy ability and that only he can hear him. He then reveals that the swordsman is currently managing the dragon's nest, which means he is using other people's vital force to heal himself. So if he is eliminated, the place will spiral out of control, causing low-level humans to be wiped out as well, leading to an unprecedented tragedy. Thus, the only way to stop it is by destroying the vital force fusion device. But since they don't have time, their priority must be sending the swordsman to his grave at all costs. He just needs to understand that whatever happens afterward won't be his fault. After all, even going down there is no guarantee they will actually find the fusion device. Ending the telepathic communication, Attis says that he has decided to stop being a burden. But before he can say one last thing, Ryu Hanbin approaches and flicks his forehead. He then questions why he had to give such a long explanation, as if they didn't have time to act. Driving his sword into the ground, the young man tells his friend to go ahead and destroy the fusion device while he does his best not to screw everything up. Desperate, the red-haired young man says that it is still too dangerous, and besides, he was the one who started all of this. Smiling, the protagonist simply says that he trusts him, showing unshakable faith. So Attis starts running and throws himself into the pit to find what he needs. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin turns to the swordsman and asks why he is still there if he has something important underground. The man responds by revealing that he also had a plan in place in case weak mobs went after the fusion device. So everything is still going according to plan and he cannot be eliminated yet. Laughing, the young man says that he will wipe out the man's existence without having to take things to the extreme. Meanwhile, Ellie guides Afer through the corridors, walking cautiously in search of the fusion device. Worried, the green-eyed creature asks if the young woman isn't pushing herself too hard by proceeding without the guide's help. Responding immediately, the girl states that she is not, because just because the guide has disappeared does not mean her ability is gone too. Apologizing, she then says that even if they manage to stop Alejandro's plans, there is no guarantee that they will be able to leave safely. The creature tells her that she doesn't need to apologize, and states that she will do whatever it takes to survive and walk freely in the world. She only needs Attis to explain the situation to everyone, so she will no longer be seen as a traitor and can live in peace. Suddenly, a green flash illuminates the area, startling the dew in the narrow corridor. Placing her hand over her wounded shoulder, the young woman notices that strawberry juice is slowly leaking from her skin. But reassuring her friend, she says that she is fine, as it is just the result of too much recent movement. Looking at her own hand, the girl wonders to herself if she is feeling vital energy being released little by little, or if it is just her wound. Concluding that they must hurry as if they want to succeed in the mission, they cannot afford to lose a single second. Efer suddenly stops walking and looks at Ellie, asking if she is absolutely sure that this is the correct path. The young woman responds firmly that she is, as the place is emanating an intense and unmistakable vital energy. With wide eyes, the creature stares at her and asks if she is really not feeling anything strange around. since the environment is filled with the corpses of monsters. Suddenly, a figure that combines human and monster traits appears, asking if there are still subordinates of Alejandro left to be defeated. Stating that he must fulfill his duty, he prepares to attack without hesitation, moving with great speed. The man transformed into the monstrous creature is Hendy, leaving the dark-haired young woman and her ally in complete shock. However, before they can react, a fireball appears in the air, hitting the enemy directly and throwing Ellie far away. Furious, the creature turns to Attis and asks how she dares to interrupt his mission in such a manner. Fallen on the ground, the young man lifts his face and says that he never imagined that a level 50 priest like Henby would end up becoming nothing more than a test subject. Shouting to make himself heard, he declares that the trio is not the man's enemy, as they have actually come to destroy that place. But Henby does not listen and launches his attack, stating that anyone who interferes with his mission will be treated as a mortal enemy. On the surface, Ryu Hanbin continues his fierce battle against Alejandro, advancing with determination while defending himself from a lightning attack. Using his great sword as a shield, he blocks the strikes, leaving a trail of destruction around him with each movement. Face to face with the young man, the swordsman asks if it is only his strength and speed that are allowing him to block his attacks, stating that if the young man could truly eliminate him, he would be an extremely dangerous enemy to face. Quickly retreating, the protagonist gains momentum and prepares to deliver a devastating punch against his opponent. But Alejandro ducks and, with a mocking smile, asks if the young man really thinks he would allow himself to be hit by a non-lethal strike. Revealing that he has already figured out his fighting style, he says it is clear that the young man has never faced someone who uses lightning. Using a refined skill, he explains that against Ryu, this technique works better than any powerful ability. And gripping his two daggers firmly, he shouts that, above all, he is also a PvP specialist. Then, unleashing his magical ability called Flash of Light, the man launches a swift attack, catching the young man by surprise. The young man is thrown into the air, unable to defend himself, while Alejandro says that it will be easy to end the fight as soon as he touches the ground. Thus, without hesitation, he casts the Flash of Light ability again, creating a massive funnel of blue lightning. In the air, he waits for the young man to swing his giant weapon and become completely vulnerable. Delivering the strike called Thunder Spear, the swordsman confidently states that this is the end of the game for his opponent, and that the young man no longer needs to worry about his friend, as the level 68 monsters in the underground will take care of her. A great explosion occurs, shattering the ground and making the environment tremble with the force of the impact. But to Alejandro's surprise, Ryu Hanbin remains standing, revealing that he managed to stop the strike using only one of his hands. Mocking the situation, the young man says that he was curious to see how strong Alejandro really was to boast so much. With wide eyes, the man is perplexed, trying to understand how this could be possible. Holding his great sword, Red reflects that the level 68 monsters are probably just a bluff from his opponent to destabilize him mentally. And aloud, he confidently reveals that his ally is actually a level 67 dragon, making the situation much more favorable for him. Upon hearing the information, the magic swordsman begins to laugh exaggeratedly, as if he had just heard an absurd joke. Intrigued, the protagonist asks what could be so funny at such a critical moment. Mocking, Alejandro replies that Ryu's final trump card was simply the fact that his companion was a dragon, which he finds disappointing. After all, according to him, the same cannot transform while under the effect of his unique item, rendering him useless in battle. But as he places his hand on his neck, the man realizes with shock that his necklace has vanished without him noticing. Quickly recalling the recent events, he concludes that Elegy probably tore it off before falling into the pit. Now in the underground, the young woman finds herself lying on the ground, surprised to witness Addis's true form revealed before her. The warrior stands firm, bravely facing the priest who has been turned into a test subject. In his true form, the young man orders Henby to regain his composure, knocking him to the ground with all his strength. The creature stands up again, positioning itself in front of the dragon boy, demonstrating that it still has the strength to continue the fight. It lets out a threatening roar, making the air around them vibrate with an intense and terrifying force. Using its large mouth, it lunges at Attis and bites one of his paws brutally. But the dragon retaliates and also bites the priest, sinking his teeth into the enemy with all his fury. Throwing him into the air, he makes the priest collide violently against a nearby structure. Afrir and Ellie approach, and the young woman asks what happened to Alejandro, who is fighting a man on the surface at that moment. Responding, the young man says that it is a friend of his, but that in order to defeat the swordsman, the Vital Force fusion device must be shut down immediately. They just need to find a way to do it without blowing the place up, as any mistake could have disastrous consequences. Thus, the dude decides to help while the dragon takes care of the priest. The blue creature asks her friend if they can't just let Hendy destroy everything and the problem once and for all. But she says no, because that would cause a massive explosion, and no one would escape alive. Observing the fusion device, the young woman suggests that they cut a green pipe, which might make the Vital Force relocate. However, the priest opens his mouth to unleash his power, a purple energy ball that shines intensely. Addis shouts for his allies, who are hit directly and begin spinning uncontrollably in the air. With her wings, Effer manages to protect Ani, who asks if she is okay and if she can keep fighting by her side. The creature responds that it's nothing as long as they can put an end to Alejandro once and for all. Thus, both run and complete the mission of cutting the pipe, ensuring that the transfer of vital force is interrupted. Meanwhile, Atis, using his fireball, manages to put an end to what was once the priest, eliminating the threat once and for all, which creates a hole so large that it reaches the surface, making the ground tremble. Ryu Hanbin and the swordsman begin falling into the underground but do not stop fighting for even a second, exchanging fierce blows in the air. Alejandro wonders if the dragon the young man spoke of has appeared and whether it could really turn a lich to dust so easily. They land and the man asks if the young man knows the dragon's level because he is also an earthling and if he was actually the one who eliminated the lich. Ryu confirms and asks if he wants revenge for his fallen comrade or if he just intends to continue the fight without hard feelings. Smiling, the swordsman denies it and says that he didn't like the man either, but that people have been wanting the head of whoever did it. Curious, the young man asks if he is referring to the demon god Ornflas, but his opponent states that there are far more powerful people involved. There is not a single place in Ratha where they don't have influence, so having them as enemies is the same as having the entire continent against you. However, approaching, Alejandro says that he can just say that it was a dragon who eliminated the lich and that he was the one who killed the dragon. All the young man has to do is take his allies and leave while he claims his reward, ending the fight once and for all. Unlucky for him, Ryu Hanbin kicks him and asks if he is suggesting that because he can no longer heal and is running out of options. The man falls to the ground, screaming in pain, and the young man says that the deal wasn't too bad. However, Atis, who may just be a mob but hates bad guys, would never let that slide. Attacking, the swordsman asks if the young man is relying solely on the fact that he is an earthling and if he thinks that gives him any real advantage. Because compared to the others, the two of them are nothing, and there are many beings even stronger who could easily destroy them both. Showing the artificial guide, the man laughs as he injects the substance into his own neck, and begins to undergo a mutation while the protagonist wonders if it is some kind of unexpected and dangerous side effect. However, he quickly feels the same sensation as when he was transported from Earth, realizing that something very strange is happening. Alejandro transforms into a level 72 creature that possesses an incomplete blessing from Ornflas, becoming even more threatening. The young man is in shock as the swordsman walks past him, stating that he needs to obtain more vital force to reach his full potential. Meanwhile, near the fusion device, Atis apologizes to Henby for what he did. Smiling, Ellie says that the group's enemy will no longer be able to receive vital force after the pipe has been cut. This leaves Effort, who is worried, relieved to know that the main threat has been contained. The young woman's aunt appears and she asks what she is doing there since it is extremely dangerous and any mistake could be fatal. However, the woman asks how she dares not to be grateful to Mr. Alejandro and if she does not understand how much the man has sacrificed for them over time. Stabbing a sword into her own niece, the woman runs toward the fusion device without showing any hesitation. Positioning herself at the two ends of the cut pipe, she attempts to resume the transfer of vital force to save Alejandro, causing a massive explosion, which ends up drastically affecting lower-level people who collapse unconscious. Using her wings as a protective shield, Effort tries to defend herself and avoid fatal injuries, while splashes of vital force fly toward her, causing part of her skin to melt, generating immense pain. Atis begins punching the wall repeatedly while questioning whether the vital force fusion device is actually exploding or if it can still be saved. Concluding shortly after that trying to stop the explosion will buy everyone a little more time to act. Grabbing the artifact's wires through the hole in the wall, the young man starts screaming desperately, stating that his draconic core is stabilizing the fusion device for now, but that this stabilization will only last for a short period. Thus, the only way to return the vital force to the people is by destroying a massive accumulation of energy using Ellie's abilities. In a panic and with a trembling voice, the Blue Wyvern says that her companion is seriously injured and completely unconscious. Alejandro continues speaking with the muscular young man, saying that he now understands why his allies wanted Ornfla's blessing so badly. Because now he can accurately see the enemy's levels, detect their species type, and even gain experience by eliminating them. But there is an incompatibility between the blessing and the guide, and he also needs an infinite stock of vital force to fully regenerate his body. The good thing is that, as a lich, he cannot be destroyed with the four main powers and can observe everything happening around him. Thus, his only goal now is to completely absorb what remains of the vital force. Mocking, the former swordsman asks what the young man will do, given that buying more time now will only result in his allies being eliminated one by one. Meanwhile, Atis reaches his limit and, apologizing, asks Efer to just flee from there as quickly as possible. Desperately trying to find another way out, the creature thinks that if she does nothing now, all of her friends will perish. So she opens her mouth and begins concentrating her energy, launching her power directly at the massive accumulation of vital force. Ellie slowly regains consciousness and tells the red-haired young man that she has one last important request to make. The blue creature's power reaches its limit and she begins to question why she can never do anything that truly succeeds. With tears in her eyes and sobbing, she says that she doesn't want to be alone anymore. Her companion slowly approaches, spilling her strawberry juice on the floor, and says that she shares the same sincere wish. And as she falls to the ground, she apologizes, stating that she only stopped her ally from doing dangerous things because she never wanted to lose her. The creature says that she was never of much help, but the young woman holding Alejandro's necklace reprimands her for speaking that way about herself. Lying on the ground, Atis says that this special item can help a dragon imitate another species with incredible precision. But it was made specifically for dragons, and there has never been a wyvern that successfully took on a human form. Ellie says that her plan will work and apologizes once again to Ifr, stating that she has no choice but to believe in her. Smiling with conviction, the creature affirms that she will make the young woman's choice worthwhile no matter what, and she begins to transmute rapidly, spreading a great brilliant purple light throughout the place. Ryu Hanbin manages to severely injure Alejandro's arm, making him grit his teeth in pain. But healing quickly, the former swordsman laughs as he asks when the young man will finally understand the true meaning of immortality. Firmly gripping his great sword, the young man says that even if he is immortal, he can still feel pain. So he will make him suffer so much that he will wish he had never existed or received that immortality. Thinking to himself, the Lich says that no Earthling has ever remained sane for long, which means that the young man in front of him is an extremely experienced and dangerous hunter in combat. Soon, he will have to envelop his body with armor that possesses the strength of a dinosaur to block the attacks. His body unexpectedly explodes, causing him to completely lose consciousness for a brief moment. But due to the vital force acquired through the blessing, all parts are restored in less than 5 seconds. The downside is that the pain that passed through his body was still felt by his brain, and there was absolutely nothing he could do to prevent it. While he was trying to process everything that was happening, Ryu Hanbin attacked him again with a precise strike. Causing him to lose consciousness once more, the shocked former swordsman wonders if this is happening because his blessing is still incomplete. His only way out at this moment would be to absorb the remaining vital force to continue fighting. Glancing toward the fusion device, he notices something different happening and prepares to act. With her transformation finally complete, Effer asks Ellie if her appearance looks too strange. Her friend assures her that it does not and says that anyone who sees them now would think they are twin sisters. Now the Blue Wyvern is no longer a creature but a level 5 magic swordswoman. Focusing as much as possible, she tries to maintain her rhythm and consider her center of gravity to stay on her feet. Still confused, she wonders where exactly she should start in order to walk and whether she should move her arms first to maintain balance. Trying to take her first step, the former wyvern concludes that falling will not be a problem due to the center of gravity that a human possesses. She just needs to lean slightly forward, and before completely hitting the ground, she must firmly catch herself with the other foot to stabilize her body. Addis watches in shock at her friend's ability to walk on her very first transformation. Since even a dragon, which has the ability to use magic by pure instinct, takes days to learn even when living among humans for a long time. Ellie smiles excitedly and tells Effer with conviction that she can definitely do whatever is necessary to adapt to this new form. Suddenly, without any prior warning, a massive hole opens in the ceiling, shocking everyone in the room. With Ryu Hanbin and Alejandro plummeting from above, fighting non-stop and ignoring everything around them. Shouting, the former swordsman orders the monster to stay out of his way, while the young man smiles and tells him that he should look in the mirror. Worried about the situation, Atis quickly asks his friend to look down. He then realizes that if he does not dodge immediately, he will end up crashing into the newly transformed wyvern in a disastrous manner. He kicks his enemy forcefully and lands on the ground, while Effer, gripping her sword tightly, runs to get away. Quickly, the protagonist instinctively reacts and catches the young woman in his arms, feeling relieved to realize that nothing hit her at that moment. Away from the massive energy cluster, the girl thinks to herself that it took her ages just to learn how to walk to that specific point, which irritates her so much that she ends up biting the young man's arm, startling him as he asks what her problem is. Addis asks Effer to calm down, leaving Ryu surprised as he sees his ally's new form for the first time. Curious, he questions what exactly is happening, but his friend simply responds that he will explain everything in detail later. Watching the scene attentively, Ellie feels great relief in realizing that despite being an Earthling, the young man is actually a good person. Furious with the situation, Alejandro appears again, shouting for everyone to shut up because he is the one who makes all the decisions. It is then revealed that his body can no longer withstand the power of the blessing, and the artificial guide is demanding that he transfer to another host. Rushing toward the massive energy cluster, the former swordsman declares that all he has to do is absorb all that vital force to save himself. But before he can execute his plan, he is blocked by the protagonist's massive sword, firmly standing in his way. Ryu Hanbin quickly understands the plan and states that he will keep the man away until everything is properly resolved. Meanwhile, Afer, focused on her own goal, resumes walking slowly and cautiously to ensure she succeeds. Her ally calls out to her, but the young woman simply turns around and smiles, then asks her not to worry and just wait until she returns. With a slight understanding smile, Ellie clearly demonstrates that she understands her friend's request. Meanwhile, Attis is completely surprised to see how the young woman is already able to run, which could possibly mean that she is already able to use even her magic swordsman abilities. With her strawberry juice dripping, the dark-haired girl agrees with the young man and says that this was exactly why she was so nervous before. Ryu Hanbin continues his battle against Alejandro, becoming increasingly irritated by the fact that his enemy simply won't stay still. Dodging an attack, the monster says that he has been struck by the young man countless times, but now as a god, he will finally return all the blows. However, before he can do anything, he is violently struck by an unexpected kick. Being launched directly toward the ceiling again, the man realizes with frustration that his fight against the young man will never reach a definitive end. Quickly changing his strategy, his new goal now becomes attacking the former wyvern directly. Noticing the imminent danger, the young man realizes he must act fast to protect his friend, who is currently on the ground. Meanwhile, she wonders if she will be able to save herself on her own if she has to face this challenge without help. Looking at her own reflection in the blade of the sword, she sees her new appearance clearly for the first time. Immediately after, she manages to dodge one of Alejandro's tentacles with agility and precision, realizing at that moment that she still remembers clearly how to evade attacks. She just needs to carefully follow Uni's dance and keep perfect timing with the steps. Doing so without hesitation, the young woman begins to skillfully dodge all the tentacles trying to strike her brutally, leaving the former swordsman completely incredulous at such an unexpected display of skill. Holding tightly onto the monster to avoid falling, the muscular young man quickly prepares to deliver another precise strike, while stating that the man's shock is valid after all. As someone who was almost eliminated by hellhounds, he knows that mobs are terrifying. Charging toward the massive vital force cluster, Effer finally manages to achieve her goal of destroying it once and for all, causing yet another massive explosion of green light that completely erases Alejandro from existence. The plan works, and the victory that day is considered a miracle, because the people below level 10 awaken after having their vital force drained, having no issues returning to their routines after a little rest. Of the 36 casualties, most were caused by the implementation of an artificial guide, which hindered the plans of the Great Earth, and those who defeated Alejandro came to be regarded as heroes. However, the group's victory was not celebrated. There were no cries of joy, only tears at Ellie's departure. Everyone, including Effer, was taken by the Order of Light and has been under their protection for 3 days now. Inside the Crater Temple, the man with glasses states that the cause of the incident will be announced as an unknown magical disturbance, and the group will receive many contributions, but secretly. Addis says it's fine after all. It was a very complicated situation. Ryu Hanbin asks if the people should know what really happened, as it is unknown what Alejandro's allies might do. The man asks if, even as a Valterra, the young man is aware of the attack the goddess suffered 20 years ago, because that was when the hunt for Earthlings escalated drastically. But only 30% of those eliminated were actual Earthlings, while the other 70% were innocent people. It was all just an excuse for the nobles to harm countless individuals in the name of purging the evil caused by the demon god. That was when the Order realized its mistake and began striving to put an end to judgment without evidence. However, even after 20 years, the Order's hostility toward Earthlings still exists, which means that Effer will be judged in 10 days and then sent to Crater Camp. After all, there is a lot of evidence suggesting that she worked with Elegy, a direct subordinate of Alejandro. Seeing his friend inside his cell, the protagonist realizes that the Inquisitors are not there to protect her, but to punish her. Furious, Atis charges at the man with glasses and yells that if it weren't for the young woman, they all would have been dead. In response, the man says that if she claims to have no involvement with Ellie, she will be declared innocent by the judges. Trying to reach the former wyvern, the red-haired young man asks if she is really okay, then promises that they will find another way to help her. One of the Inquisitors intervenes and says that he cannot cross the line or touch the prisoner, as they are only there because of Priest Emil. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist says that he is counting on the man. Then, using only one arm, he breaks down the door that was separating them from Effer. The Inquisitor asks what the young man thinks he is doing, and he replies that he just touched the door, but his bone must have broken along with it. Emil follows the plan and feigns desperation, asking if the young man is only now feeling the impact of the last battle. Asking the Inquisitor for help in getting him out of there, the masked man states that he needs to stand guard, but the priest says that Atis will keep an eye on everything. The three leave the room, leaving the dragon boy and his friend alone. With her head down, the young woman says that the duo really are good people after all, helping her even though they haven't known her for long. And smiling, she says that she really is fine, so they don't need to worry so much, because she stopped to think and realized that she had also known Uni for only a short time, having to go through horrible situations alongside her, and being careful every day so that no one would discover that she possessed a draconic core. Remembering past moments, Effer says that she never understood the need to care about other people's lives while fighting, but it was Alejandro who said that her friend tried to save the life of a wyvern she had just met, which means that Ellie was an idiot since there were many ways to be happy and one of them was running away. Realizing how broken the young woman is inside, Attis embraces her. And with tears in his eyes, he says that after transforming for the first time, a dragon cannot assume a different form. This may seem like a curse, but her current state was the most desired by the person she loved the most. Unable to hold back, the girl bursts into tears, releasing the pain she had been hiding. Outside, sitting on a bench, the protagonist tells Emil that old men like him are actually useful sometimes. The man says that despite not being old, he agrees. But there is nothing he can do to interfere in the trial, as it is not conducted by the order. Thus, for the next 10 days, he will leave the young woman's safety in the hands of the duo, who will be judged in her place if she flees, which would require them to be pardoned. All they would have to do is complete a simple mission for that, given the number of contributions they received. Smiling, the young man says that the Order of Light is also just a place where people are used. The priest replies that as a spiritualist, he should accompany him, but he cannot leave at that moment, ending the conversation by saying that despite this, he and Attis shouldn't have much trouble eliminating just a few ghosts. A man observing a cracked white sphere says that even as Ornfloss's blessing is still very unstable, then states that Alejandro was too greedy. Sitting in front of him, another person asks if he has nothing else to say. The man responds by praising Leslie, who managed to retrieve the item despite the Order of Light having investigated the dragon's nest. Soon they will be able to appease their superiors for the loss of the place. The woman says the problem is that there is no way to know if the Order will suspect anything, and besides, it seems they now have a very useful hunting dog to start the search for the Great Earth once and for all. The man says that even so, it is a relief that it was the Order who took the initiative, because if it had been the Inquisitors, it wouldn't still be there. Standing up, the young woman says that before the people of Rathena would tremble just hearing the name of the Great Earth, but now they don't even care. So why do they still have to endure them even with that power in their hands? Disagreeing with the woman's statement, the man says that there are many Earthlings who can replace them, and the only reason he chose them is that they can control their urge to harm others. So it's best that they clean the place up before they raise suspicion. Izale asks if he is sure if he wants to run away, because together they can tear the fangs out of their enemies. All they need to do is gather everyone at once with a forged mission. Summoning a creature that emerges from the wall, the red-haired woman asks it to take care of the visitors. Laughing, the level 35 ghost responds that it will do as she wishes. It is explained that a destroyed mansion, sold by a bankrupt family, became famous for being near a village and for being haunted. But the truth was that the place was used for Great Earth's experiments. To protect their secrets, they spread various perfectly hidden traps throughout the area. Painting the walls, the house's ghost says that fighting is not something suitable for an artist like her. That's why she prefers the terror that causes despair and feeds her so well. 4 days pass, and she wonders why her victims have not yet arrived. Sad, she decides to restart her painting to regain her wounded pride, while thinking that maybe no one comes there because the place is hard to find with so many trees around. Which means she also needs to prepare the house's facade to attract more attention. 2 more days pass, and she spots Attis, Ryu Hanbin, and Effer talking. The former wyvern and the muscular young man argue about how long she took to get dressed. Watching the trio from inside a small house, a creature gets excited and mentally begs them not to disappoint her. Upon reaching the front of the place, they come face to face with a massive decorated arch, and they start criticizing whoever built such a huge and flashy thing. Shocked by what she hears, the ghost responsible for the construction declares that they won't make it past that day, revealing that her first victim will be Effer, who will be eliminated while fleeing in fear. Ada says that since they don't have a spiritualist with the ability to attract ghosts, they will have to find them on their own. Stepping closer, the white-haired young woman suggests that they split up due to the limited time they have to complete the mission. Ryu Hanbin disagrees and says that in movies, the person who splits up is always the first to get dragged away. The red-haired young man and his friend then say that he should go alone since he can handle it if there's only one ghost. Scared, he asks how both of them can be so calm in such a creepy place, then states that since he can't use any of the 4 energies, he should stay outside and keep watch. Effer startles him and starts laughing at seeing the mighty Volterra warrior scared of ghosts. Taking charge, Attis says he will go to the right, so the other 2 can go together to the left. That way, the former wyvern can explain more about the ghosts of that world to the young man. Meanwhile, the creature watches everything from the upper floor and gives a sinister smile. Walking through the corridors, the muscular young man gets annoyed with his partner, who won't stop singing. The young woman says she was just trying to lighten the mood, especially since, unlike him, she has already seen many ghosts. They are low-rank monsters that absorb their victim's life energy, being especially irritating due to their ability to fly. Smiling, the young man asks if that means the creatures are Rathena's version of mosquitoes, joking that in his world he used SBP to get rid of them. Interrupting their conversation, a level 7 ghost appears, making the house's owner happy, thinking that this is the end for her visitors, since they will follow the lures and end up venturing deeper into the mansion, getting caught in a hidden traps as soon as they move to attack. The young man falls for it completely, and his ally shouts to warn him, but he starts running in desperation, breaking all the weapons. passing by the mansion's master without even noticing. Drawing her sword, Effer starts fighting all the creatures alone. Finding her friend alone at the end of the hallway, she approaches and tells him that if he panics again, he will end up getting hurt. Irritated, he shouts that he was not panicking and that he is only sweating because he had to deal with the ghosts. Now they need to go after Attis, as the young man might end up getting hurt in the traps. Laughing, the young woman says that won't happen because everything is way too obvious. Besides, once triggered, the place actually becomes safer since the traps can only be activated once. Turning around, the young man shouts that she should apologize to whoever placed the traps in the house. Utterly offended, the one responsible for everything appears, screaming that they have destroyed her works of art. Terrified, Ryu Han-bin runs and throws himself against a window, but realizes that his sword is stuck. Looking back, he notices that with only 4 days left until the trial, they are now trapped in the mansion. Han-bin and Effer are trapped. The warrior sees a type of ghost and calls it a fake, while the girl asks if the mage in their group is okay. Smiling, he says they don't have a mage and that he could leave whenever he wanted, unlike them who were stuck and would have to do what he asked. The two start whispering about how the house was actually a dungeon, and the young man comments that there should be a way out. As long as they find the artifact at the dungeon's core, they should be able to clear it and be transported outside without needing to find an exit. Tests have been set up in the rooms by the ghosts. All they had to do was clear all the chambers. Han-bin curiously looks through the door. They enter the room knowing that somewhere inside is the key to opening the next door, with clues hidden in small spaces throughout the room. The girl is excited to be on a treasure hunt, but her companion says that back where he's from, this is just a normal date. She laughs as she couldn't believe he had ever been on a date, and irritated, the young man challenges her, saying he will find it first. The problem was that with every wrong spot they checked, a trap would be triggered, potentially killing them. The ghost was thrilled to watch it all unfold. She wonders if it would really be that hard for them to figure it out since they were supposed to use their heads. However, her excitement ends when Effer uses her strength to find the metal key and open the door. Annoyed, appears, saying that was cheating and refusing to let them leave. He declares that the next test won't be so easy and tells them to check the clock if they want hints. Once again, the ghost is frustrated when the young man opens the door by simply pulling it out of the wall with one hand. The two gang up on him for breaking the door while he boasts about it. At the third door, they had to walk across wooden stumps on the floor to avoid a swinging object when Effer stepped on a button. She and the ghost placed swords in a barrel with the man trapped inside from the other door. In all the challenges, the ghost would help one of them against the other, and they ended up having fun with it. The three stop in front of a giant snake. Bravely, they charge at it together. Mages make up less than 10% of hunters, and those who surpass level 40 represent less than 2%. Most of them work as hunters to earn money for their studies and to eventually join the group of thinkers. This was a high-level magical research institute that recruited talented witches with a focus on magicology, regardless of their compatibility or level. Those who became part of the guild could move to the realm of mages and gain access to all the latest magical theories. That was why Attis was sure that the dimensional seal in magic was one he had never seen among the thinkers. She wonders who in the world created it and why they placed it in a decaying mansion like that. As long as that magic was present, the place functioned as a dungeon, and no one could leave until the magic was dispelled. But it was unstable because Attis had discovered a mistake that Castor had made. However, she realizes that it wasn't a mistake, but rather intentional. It would only activate when an intruder tried to escape. Approaching the mansion, the girl knew that soon she would cease to exist. Inside, the three of them sat around a bonfire while the ghost spoke about her childhood. She said that now she could live as a human and then give it all up, crying as she admitted that she understood. However, the ghost realizes what is happening and angrily throws away the snake meat. Frustrated, she asks why they were doing that, and the man responds that they were just hungry, but they still had to face the final boss. Looking at them, she asks who they are and why they are so calm, even though she was trying to kill them. Han-bin says that the traps were too easy to kill them since they had no poison and didn't cause fatal injuries. Threatening him, the ghost declares that she is level 35, and even if he is strong, he is just level 5 and was only being used for her entertainment. The young man asks if she wasn't feeling so lonely anymore. Taking her hand, he tells her that she's not a ghost, but just a normal person who feels lonely and has never killed anyone before. Effer says that the people of Great Earth are different, that they see human lives as worthless, but it's not too late. Leaving the ghost astonished, she proposes that they leave together. She begins screaming desperately, and the man tries to approach, asking if she's okay. Beneath their feet, the ground begins to crack. The girl asks if dungeons usually collapse like this, and he comments that this is completely different. At that moment, Attis comes running toward them. He explains that the place is a trap, and that they need to find an operational tool to destroy the source. She asks how they hadn't found the 2 key locations, and the man responds that they had gone through multiple rooms. Attis tells them that they had actually only entered and exited 2 rooms while the source had been with them the entire time. The two start arguing because he doesn't have the artifact, and the mage insists that he does, when Effer says that the artifact is right there. The only thing that had been moving with them the entire time was just one person. Smiling, the ghost asks if they are planning to get rid of her just like Richard and Leslie did. She picks up a pile of stones to throw at them, saying that everything they are saying is a lie. Ryu grabs the two of them to keep them from being hit and throws them far away. With a smile, he apologizes. All the stones fall on him, leaving them worried. Effer asks what they should do, and Attis says that it didn't even scratch him. The priority now is to destroy the source. Looking up, he notices that the ghost has climbed higher and says that they can't let her escape. Hanbin appears through the dust, and the girl rushes to him, asking what they should do. But the man seems strange, and when he looks at her, he swings his sword to cut her in half. That magic belonged to Great Earth. Since they could create something like the directive, it wasn't impossible for them to turn a test into an operational tool. Attis needed to find it quickly to prevent the place from being destroyed and wonders where it could be hidden. At that moment, she suddenly gets an idea of where it might be and is surprised. Looking behind her, she sees the girl being attacked by the warrior. A loud crash is heard where they stood. The mage manages to save the girl, who is confused about what just happened. He explains that the other man was possessed, and she argues that only children could be. He says that's true, but their enemy wasn't an ordinary ghost. It was an intelligent experimental test. He clarifies that it wasn't a normal possession, and Effer shouts at Maiden, asking why she was doing this because everyone would die. She pleads with her to let them help her so they could all leave together, alive. Charging toward them, the ghost declares that if they want to live, they must kill her along with Hanbin. But instead of hitting them, he ends up punching himself with great force. Both of them are bewildered by the scene. He gives them a thumbs up, signaling that he has it under control. Attis comments that a trained physique could surpass magic, and that his brain was not overpowered by his muscle strength. Ryu was fighting against himself, but he seemed to be losing. Something was happening within his memories. He was taking a beating. She starts reading one of the books inside his memories, and the young man begs her to stop. A battle was taking place inside Hanbin's mind. They were sharing each other's memories. The young man had a dark past, and she was using it to attack him. That past was hurting him, and the damage was helping Maiden possess his body. He had survived alone in the Stone Mountain for 22 years, so it was inevitable that he had stories of loneliness. She sets down one of the books and asks if it was over, but the young man asks where she was looking. But it was the same case for Maiden. With her dark personality being caged inside the mansion was her own personal dark past. To attack the ghost, Ryu starts recounting a story about someone he loved. As he continues talking about calling them and them never answering, Maiden begs him to stop. With a final strike, he recites the last part of a love letter written for an imaginary lover. The embarrassment was for the spectators. Maiden grabs more books and says they are for him. He flips through the pages of another of her stories and declares that this is her ending. They stand face to face, causing an explosion of colors. Outside, Effer wonders how intense the battle must be. Turning to Attis, she asks if the device he was working on would function, and he replies that Great Earth's devices did. But a mage from another world uses guidance, so their foundations were unknown. Creating one independently was nearly impossible. He was sure there was a Great Earth spy among the thinkers. That spy was watching them from afar, listening to their conversation. Using the mirror of the plot, the spy remarks that they should finish up because that side had taken the bait. The spy comments that it was a shame they couldn't use them, and the man replies that they could be used for the mission. He is content because they were in Rune, the holy land of magical tools. Looking at his companion, he asks if they can go shopping, but the other tells him to check their mission first. Putting on a mask, he asks when they will report on the creation of Ormfloss, and the other replies that there is nothing left to do. Scaling the castle wall, the man says that the person wouldn't want them to be noticed. The Mage Symposium started as a simple lecture. When nobles began collecting magical tools as luxury items, the place became interesting and numerous magical tools were revealed there. It became a place where nobles went to socialize and show off what they possessed. They reach the top and stealthily enter through the window. Below them, the guards grow suspicious at the noise but do not notice the intruders. One of them wants to kill the soldiers, but the man says there is no reason to leave evidence. They approach a massive mechanical being, which frightens the girl. The golem begins emitting an intruder alert. One of them tries to fight it, but his sword shatters in two. However, an aura blade quickly slices the golem into pieces. She exclaims that there was no way a monster like that should have been there and asks why he destroyed her sword, knowing it was artificial. Behind them, a woman says they ruined the product that was about to be announced at the symposium. Besides having destroyed her laboratory in the past, upon seeing her, the two kneel and apologize. Zenovia says she doesn't care as long as what they had to expose was worth it. Maiden wakes up in a strange space. She thinks she had just been fighting and wonders if she is dead. She finds it odd that the place looks like hell. Regretting her fate, the young woman thinks she was used as a tool, and that since she has died, the others must have escaped from the mansion. For that reason, she would feel bad if they had also died, but she is happy to have died quickly and to have had fun in the end. A red dog passes in front of her and moves forward a little, catching her attention. She is surprised because there shouldn't be any animals there. It looks at her and orders her to stop whining about being dead, that everything will end if she doesn't start moving, and then monsters appear behind her. Shocked, Maiden realizes that she is not dead and wonders if she is still inside the man's consciousness. Her soul emerges from Ryu's head. In desperation, she thinks he is extremely dangerous, full of hatred, despair, and trauma. Effer signals that she has been expelled, and Attis promptly activates the spell inscribed in the magic circle. This spell causes a massive explosion in the area, leaving everyone unconscious. One day later, Ryu suddenly wakes up on top of his companions. Startled, he asks what happened to the place and the mansion, and the mage responds that the spell worked even after the impact. He is surprised that the day is so bright, realizing that they are late, and the swordswoman looks embarrassed. Maiden, still in shock, wonders what just happened. Attis replies that he nullified her function in the spatial trap, and that she has also lost her abilities, returning to being a normal human. She is terrified and asks why he didn't kill her, and the mage replies that he would have if the possession had actually occurred. Because of all this, Effer no longer has time to attend her trial, yet she still insisted on helping the girl. Maiden gets frustrated because she didn't want to be saved and refuses to thank them, saying it's all just pity for her. Effer comments that her colleague was also used just like Maiden, but that's why she will go to the trial and survive, even if she ends up in prison. The mage states that she won't be going to prison, and Ryu remarks that it wouldn't be such a bad place for her, earning himself a punch to the face. Amazed by everything she sees, Maiden says she has a way to resolve the swordswoman's situation. She then presents the group with a magic-powered carriage with an injected energy core. This carriage has its energy refined by mana stones, and every detail was designed with aesthetics in mind. The mage is shocked by what he sees, but then he approaches in fascination, thinking he would never get to witness something like this, and Effer comments that the golem had been inactive there for years. However, Attis notices a problem. Even though the carriage is fast, it still requires a high-level mana stone. As he laments having to leave a unique item behind, Ryu thinks that maybe he has something that could help. Pulling it from his inventory, he shows them an incomplete fragment of Ormflaws and asks if it would work. A short time later, in an open field, the group is speeding ahead in the carriage at an extremely high velocity. Maiden asks why she is being taken along with them, and the warrior responds that she has nowhere else to go. Attis is impressed by the fragment and wonders about its connection to the Thinkers, while Ryu asks if there is any way to report it to them. The mage replies that it is impossible since the group consists of powerful individuals like Zenovia, the Archmage. The Archmage managed to halt the attacks on humanity and is also the queen of the magical kingdom, with many seeking to marry her. Ryu asks how old she is, and he replies that the four heroes were blessed by the gods with bodies that do not age. The warrior is surprised by this information and comments that Effer had mentioned something about it before, prompting the mage to elaborate further. Berold is a Valtirian and also the strongest of the four heroes, but no one has heard from him in years. Holian is the mightiest among the nymphs and rules as queen in the Elendia Spirit Empire. Lastly, there is Garhan, the monarch of Kaldari, who has killed more beings from other worlds than anyone else. Hanbin asks if all of them are from the past, and the mage replies that if they were to gather to represent their kingdoms, no one in the room would even dare to make a sound, because it would either be a place that would start a war or a place of extreme importance. Zenovia, leaning against a window, comments that the nobles who look at her do nothing. Thanks to Garhan's help, her last creation was sold, and comments that those who buy it have little military power. The swordsman asks what she came there for, and a woman responds that Holian would agree with whatever measures the two of them decided. Understanding the situation, he asks if the mage has obtained the blessing of Ormflaws. She asks if they can begin while showing the orb. As they enter a dimension, a voice asks if the void is the end and if the end is a beginning. One should know that among the 6 gods of the world, the one who controls darkness is the goddess Kivriel. Under the name of Kivriel, the goddess of darkness asks who is entering the dimension, the one who aligns with the will and words of the goddess, who is also the personification of the goddess of darkness. She calls herself Kivir. The goddess commands Kivir to bring the 2 people who have heard her prayers and send them to meet her at her altar. Then the woman begins reciting magic and opens a portal of light and space. In this space, Zenovia and Garhan appear, and she introduces herself as the personification of Kivriel. She proceeds with her introduction, asking the 2 if they have truly received the goddess of blessing. In an instant, the swordsman draws his weapon and beheads the woman, questioning the so-called blessing. Finishing his attack, he mocks her words. They fought against the beings from another world who were on the side of the demon god 20 years ago. At that time, they were old and sacrificed themselves for the goddesses. Even though it was only for a short time, they were victorious and gave everything they had for the world's final resistance. They received the blessings. Their youthful bodies, wisdom, and the power to rebuild the city took shape to end the war. But at the same time, they were constantly reminded of their lifespan, which filled them with anxiety. They never believed she would be greedy for immortality, but it seems they were too kind. However, mistakes are reserved for those who cherish life, and if the woman received her answer, she should leave. Because her desperation was not justified, her lifespan had a limit. He asks what the goddesses did after the incident. Despite their children sacrificing themselves to fight against the demon of that world, they were dying unjustly. even though their names were on the goddesses' lips, when all the goddesses did was grant blessings and watch the chaos. That's why their despair was the goddesses themselves. A person who only had a fraction of time could not understand the chaos before their eyes and see the truth. The world does not need a god who is merely a spectator, but a hero who punishes evil and upholds justice. Thus, they had no choice but to become the pillar of immortality that sustains the world. As Garhan pleaded for immortality, his companion began to wither beside him. He looks at Zenovia in shock. Seeking eternal life was not a sin, so the death they were being granted was not a punishment. There was no other way to avoid the pain of fearing death except by granting them a painless rest while their glory remained. Garhan shouts that this was an opportunity they had granted and the goddesses betrayed them. As his skin disappeared, he screamed for Kivriel. His body, along with his existence, was erased. At the crater tribunal, Attis descends the stairs, saying that they barely escaped. The man asks what will happen, and the mage replies that they did everything they could to ensure she would be exempt. He told Emil about Great Earth, and he decided to protect Maiden since she was a victim of someone who turned her into a ghost. If they claimed to have gotten involved with Great Earth's affairs again, it would only raise more suspicion about their connection to them. Ryu says that the Lich incident may have been an accident, but if the Order finds out about Alejandro and the mansion, it will be hard for them to believe your innocence. Judging by how they destroyed one of their bases, it seems they are just focusing on staying alive and don't even know their identities. Attis comments that if they find out they have a fragment of Ornfla's blessing, they will come after them. They shouldn't report it to the Order and should keep it to themselves. He shows the bracelet on his wrist, and they begin discussing the directives. They could insert new abilities or magical spells into it. They could even use those they weren't compatible with. Everyone could use it regardless of their skill. With the bracelet, a person could surpass their own limits as a mage. The only way for a human to use advanced magic was through directives or Ornfla's blessing. Even so, they were lucky to have escaped the mansion. They only managed to nullify the magic because Maiden was trapped with them. That was just a fragment of the magic. If it had been complete, they would never have escaped because the mage wouldn't have been able to do anything. Attis was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice the warrior eating his burrito. He starts complaining because they hadn't eaten in a long time, and the young man tells him he should focus on the food. If they were on the stone mountain, he would have been eaten instead. Hanbin wonders how his life would have been if he hadn't come there. He probably spent 5 years living in fear on the mountain, but thinking about it was still useful. Probability doesn't matter when time passes, the important thing is why he was there at that moment. Proud, the mage says that they were able to survive until now. Above them, Efer and Maiden appear, and he asks how things went. She says they didn't take long because the coast had evidence, but both of them were too startled, thinking they had caught them kissing. When he asks what's going on, the mage just says the man was eating and shows the burrito. Misunderstanding the situation, the girl charges at him, attacking with a flying kick. The three of them try to talk to him while the mage explains, but she keeps trying to kill him. The goddess is from a higher dimension, completely different, and cannot comprehend those who live in 4 different dimensions. Thinking of it another way, just as they are forms drawn on a plane from the god's perspective. That eternity they desire is just another dimension, and that's why they couldn't attack the goddess. That was the rule until now. Garden mocks how Kivriel, being a high-dimensional being, ended up in a low-dimensional space-time cube where the future repeats itself continuously. He asks Zenovia if the goddess will figure out their plan, and she replies that maybe the goddess forced them into the neutral zone, that the magic started to take effect when the swordsman cut off her head. He comments that it doesn't matter if she finds out because they've already consumed half of her power, and that it's strange she didn't recognize the blessing of Ornflas. Even consuming half wasn't enough to obtain immortality, but if they had the full blessing, they could absorb the rest. The Archmage asks how he intends to complete it, and reminds him that to keep the goddess trapped, they cannot leave the neutral zone. Since time doesn't flow there, their lifespan won't be consumed, so they can simply keep absorbing. But then, she hears the goddess's voice echoing in her mind. This frightens her, and she asks if it's really her despite being trapped. But Garhan responds that if that surprised her, then it was worth it. Zenovia realizes what he has done, and he replies that he can use this ability to communicate, though she comments that speaking with Great Earth doesn't have much use. The swordsman suggests that they use religion against religion. All they have to do is use the name of Kivriel within the Brotherhood of Darkness. Back on Earth, Efer is happy to have her emblem. The guild receptionist comments that she never expected Attis to form a group and include someone at level 15, but he replies that he has his reasons. She says she will cover all costs and she owes the warrior and plans to spend all of her brother's money without any remorse. Taking the opportunity, she asks if Attis would like to register a new guild card, while in another hall, a young man approaches for assistance. He says he heard about becoming a hunter if he came there, and Ryu remembers the first time he arrived, also asking to be a hunter. The level 20 young man with brand new equipment confirms that he wants to enter this line of work. Hanbin finds it suspicious that the boy is level 20 and only now registering, and the woman asks for his name and place of birth. He introduces himself saying he is from Shanghai and that his name is Sana, the warrior. In the snow-covered mountains 1,000 years ago, someone shouted about intruders. One of the men complains that he hates the cold and doesn't understand why the dragons had to build a nest there. The inhabitants of the area start running as they see the Inquisitors of Heresy approaching. One of the individuals who possessed a fragment of Ormfla's blessing grows furious at their appearance, just as the experiment had been a success. As he runs, he wonders how they managed to find that place. He had to escape from there, but someone suddenly places a foot in his path, causing him to trip. The Inquisitor asks where he was trying to go. Lying on the ground, the man says they were just men with nowhere else to go and wonders how he had even made it this far. Since he cannot attack without knowing the man's level, he kneels and begins to plead for them to let them go. But the Inquisitor laughs, saying they are not after refugees. He starts talking about Great Earth, when suddenly, a gunshot hits him in the chest. Laughing, the man holding the gun says he should have killed him immediately. He started talking about the weapon he created when the Inquisitor punched him, sending him crashing into a stone wall. Looking at the body against the stone, he comments that the way he handled the weapon made it seem like he was a man from another world who had appeared there recently. He then asks the other man if he knows why old people never use weapons, that there was a reason they had let him live. On the ground, everyone was watching a brilliant purple light coming from the top of one of the towers. Feeling the power of the fragment, he understands why they wanted it so badly. A monster grabs the man, saying that his abilities had increased since he was now above level 80. Raising his arm, he wonders how Alejandro lost despite having such power. He remarks that it's a shame his first opponent is a weak spiritualist, then asks him how he knew about Ormfla's blessing. Even while captured, the Inquisitor pleads not to have his mask touched. But ignoring the plea, the monster uses his finger to break the young man's mask. Looking at him, he is surprised and intrigued. He could now see his level and wonders how someone could have reached such a level. Placing his hand on the man's arm and using his power, he repeats that there was a reason everything had happened the way it did. In Crater Valley, a monster was emerging from the dungeon while people were chasing after it. Effort jumps from one of the bridges to the ground. The men were being defeated by the creature and couldn't stop it. It was heading toward the captain, who was level 50. Preparing for the attack, the captain declares that he will show the creature the power of the shield that protects the crater. The millipede uses its tail to strike the captain, sending him flying. They see the creature climbing toward the city when suddenly, something appears falling from the sky toward them. Noticing the figure holding a sword, they wonder what she is doing. Effort drives her sword into the millipede's head and uses her ability to connect with it. She continues to fall but manages to dodge before the creature can crush her. The soldiers recognize Effort and say that she could single-handedly defeat all kinds of monsters. They start discussing her life while she fights. The monster wouldn't be defeated with a weak attack, and Etis appears to help, using a fragment of the stone. He activates a mechanism that breaks the fragment and uses magic to paralyze the monster, freezing it. One of them is shocked by the magic being used. Attis was the famous #1 mage who could both attack and provide support. He could also use the magic he invented, which was why he wielded spells that exceeded his own level. The captain is impressed by the mage's beauty, even though his companions remind him that he is a man. Looking at him, one of them recalls seeing the young man in a photo in the newspaper. He was with someone else. It was the man from the Sword King's tribe, the Valtirian warrior. At that moment, he appears to help his friends. However, instead of Ryu, 2 fighters show up, apologizing for letting them do all the work. One of the soldiers comments that he is smaller than expected, and the other explains that an incident occurred 2 months ago. Meanwhile, Hanbin is chained, and in front of him, a message appears, asking if he wants to end his own life. Looking at the city's buildings, an older man asks if hunters have no sense of aesthetics. His colleague says that they influenced the architecture of that world as they traveled. They begin discussing Effort, as she was on the man's mind. He remarks that the girl is very beautiful and that it's a shame she's doing dirty work as a hunter. The other restrains himself as the older man makes large donations to the order. The atmosphere in the Hunters Guild was noisier than usual. Due to the nature of their work, conflicts between hunters were always high, and they carried weapons that could end someone's life in a fight. To prevent this, fights using weapons were prohibited, and those who broke the rule would lose their hunter's license. However, there was one exception to the rule when a new hunter registered with a level above 20. Essentially, this happened when someone suspected of being from another world appeared in the Hunters Guild. On the ground, the young man asks the warrior why he pushed him. Attis asks if he is sure the boy is from another world, and he responds by asking if they know Shanghai or Zhang Luxin. The two don't understand if those are the names of food or places. Those were words used on Earth, which is why he knew the young man's identity. As a Valtirian warrior stood his ground, the other hunters made no moves. All the 22 years Hammond spent living in the Stone Mountain were more than enough for him to remember the countries of Earth with precision. He knew that the boy was an Earthling, and that he had recently made the passage, yet the directive should have warned him to hide his identity. He thought about scaring him away when the young man started saying that this was a challenge sent by God to him. Standing up with his sword and shield, he said he would not run or hide from his destiny. However, being a warrior meant taking down another opponent, so he asked him to step aside. The young man called Ryu a warrior with a tiny head at level 5, and he began to boast without understanding the insult. When he realized it, he charged at the boy, punching him in anger. Hammond told the other to go die somewhere else and not to announce his level to everyone while he spun around the hall. Behind him, all the other hunters began discussing the fighter's level. The girl and the mage started laughing and celebrating the situation. The others didn't understand how a veteran warrior could be level 5, as it made no sense for him to fight that way with such a level. They talk about the level 70 monster he had defeated and dismissed the other young man as crazy. The young man who had given him the spear artifact appeared, but the warrior acted as if he didn't know him. However, when he looked around, he saw several guards pointing spears at him, and Emil ran in his direction. Ryu asked the priest to do something about those guys, but they weren't from the order. They were soldiers of the judge because the boy he had thrown ended up falling on top of him. The crater prison field was built to confine beings from other worlds. It was designed by Garham using naturally formed dungeons on both sides of the valley, with 26 floors to house those from other worlds. If they tried to escape, they would fall into a steep cliff, and even if they tried to fly, the walls were 15 to 48 meters thick. Not even Berold the Sword King managed to penetrate the wall during a test, so no veteran could escape. A guard was shouting the story at Ryu and finished by saying that he was no longer a veteran. He would remain that way for the 100 years of his sentence. Seeing the judge looking down at him, he was terrified by the years he had received. Behind bars, the warrior said it was an accident and that the boy was to blame. Addis told him that they couldn't appeal, and that the priest had no chance of helping, as the judge was responsible for the prison, and there was nothing they could do. Effer said he would pay the man, and the mage told him to wait and stay calm because they would save money. Hanbin would be hunted for the rest of his life if he escaped from there, and would lose the chance to receive the goddess's blessing through the order. He couldn't ask them to take him back home, so he decided to wait for his friends. Next to him, one of the prisoners was being beaten by the others. Looking at him with a smile, he said he had done nothing shameful. His crime was attempting to assassinate an aristocrat with the same sentence of 100 years. Ryu was sentenced for throwing an unidentified person toward a noble, also receiving the same sentence. On the ground, the boy started calling his attention, calling him a friend, and he thought he should have punched him instead of slapping him. Turning his back, he told the others that he didn't know him, and the aggressors began to ask if he was a newcomer too. The young man said he was too strong for a level 5 person. Hearing his level again, Ryu became irritated and used his ability to take down the two criminals with just his fingers. Excited by what he saw, the young man asked what ability that was, but the warrior covered his mouth and told him to stay quiet. He couldn't believe he had to deal with the boy and that his identity could be revealed because of him. If that happened, Attis and Effer would suffer too, so he wondered if he should kill him. While the young man talked about how lost he was, the warrior's hands went to his throat. Seeing how happy he was to be with someone he knew, Hanbin started seeing his younger self in the boy. Sitting on the ground, he asked him to call him Felid, and the boy introduced himself as Zhang Luxin. He asked how the other had survived since he made it so clear to others that he was from another world. Noticing how he was hiding, the man realized he knew but didn't quite understand what exactly needed to be hidden. Felid needed to explain to him the difference between them and the Radnians. While he was thinking, Luxin offered him a symbol as gratitude. Extending his hand, he showed magical stones he had taken from the monsters he had hunted there. The warrior discovered that there were monsters in the prison, and that it was possible to hunt them. The others had been trying to rob him when he appeared. Since the prison was in the middle of the dungeon, they could enter it, and he asked why the others were trying to steal from him. Luxin says that if they gave those stones to the guards, their sentence would be reduced, leaving him surprised. He shouts at the young man that he should have told him from the beginning. From above, the judge says that other worlds never forgot the taste of killing a Radnian, and the higher their value, the more experience they gained. Looking at the box beside him, he says he was envious because things were getting boring for him. He says that the veteran would be his next target, and that it seemed the other couldn't stay still at the thought of tearing apart his proud face. Inside the box, the man begins to struggle and mumble. Since his mouth was tied, the only thing he could say was Eric Garun. People coming from Earth have fragile bodies because they didn't need to hunt monsters like the Rathnians do. Even though they need to move more, they are still human, and to hunt monsters, Rathnians must fight to increase their physical level as they level up, but even so, a human has a maximum body level of 15. However, a monster's level can increase much more, making a human's level 15 insignificant. That's why Rathians have 4 powers: aura, mana, strength, and prana, called the Rathna, 4 energies. Hunters must train these energies to level up and be able to handle dangerous monsters. However, humans in prisons cannot use magic due to energy sealing shackles. Inside the prison, a level 45 warrior loses a battle against a level 36 bee. Despite the level difference, a human who cannot use any kind of energy was nothing more than food for the monsters. There was no exception to this fact as the bee prepared to finish the warrior. A knife was thrown from a distance. The projectile tore the bee in half. The warrior was surprised because it looked as if the bee had exploded from the impact. Looking to the side, he saw the kitchen knife stuck in the ground. He wondered how that knife had done that since it hadn't used aura. It made no sense, even for a Valtirian. Ryu remembered his past in the mountains, wielding basic knives and adjusting his strength to avoid killing enemies. His intention was for his companion to finish them off to gain experience. After the hunt, the duo took their spoils to sell. The guard informed them that it was possible to reduce their sentence by 2 months, and the warrior said that only half was his. He also wanted to buy bread and 8 kitchen knives, and his companion asked why the knives. He explained that his sword would break easily due to his strength, and the other felt grateful for his support. 5 months had passed since they arrived, but it would be faster if they went deeper. However, his companion would be unable to endure the battles, and he had a guiding thread that worked. By having this active guide, he would be useful when negotiating with the goddess, so the two had to leave at the same time. But his companion asked for 100 loaves of bread instead of reducing his sentence. All the prisoners who had been bullied received a loaf of bread and thanked the young man for his kindness. Embarrassed, he said that more monsters would appear and that everyone should help themselves. The warrior became stressed and asked if he wanted to die in prison, and he replied that he wanted to be a hero and help everyone. At that moment, the guards lined up the prison entrance and a figure appeared in the shadows. With a look of disdain, the judge entered, calling the place filthy. A prisoner asked the judge if his family could visit him, and he asked why. The guard explained that he had been sentenced to 15 years and his family was paying his financial penalties, and the last time he entered the dungeon was 3 months ago. He stopped going because he lost a leg to a monster, and the judge became enraged that he could no longer collect magic stones. He then decided to throw the prisoner into the dungeon despite his incapacity. As he was dragged away, the noble told the guards to discard anyone who didn't produce and said he was looking for someone. The man being dragged begged a companion for help, but he didn't assist him. As the guards dragged him away, they were relieved they didn't have to kill him, but they were interrupted. Ryu and his companion stood at the entrance to the dungeon. Calling them crazy, the guards raised their weapons and asked if they wanted to fight. Hanbin replied that they were heading into the dungeon, and his companion said they had already cleared another dungeon. As they entered, the warrior asked the guards why they were standing still, if they were going to enter or if they actually wanted to fight. To the northeast of Caldari and the ice mountains of the Dragon's Nest, the team of inquisitors was there, and one member said this was the 6th nest they had captured and that the citizens had been evacuated. She asks her companion what happened, and he responds that he heard the captain stayed behind to resolve something. But he wonders what there was to resolve since the entire place had turned into a crater due to a massive explosion. She asks where the captain was, and he replies that he went to the temple to report the incident. At the main temple of the Brotherhood of Darkness, in a vast corridor of the Chapel of the Saint asks the captain how the expedition went, and he replies that they collected a fragment of Ornflaws and that the nest belonged to beings from another world. She is impressed by how powerful the fragment is and says that if not for the goddess, the world would be in chaos. Kivriel, the goddess of darkness, would look favorably upon Captain Sir Leonhardt. The captain remains silent and she asks what happened, to which he replies by questioning if it wasn't strange. In the past, the goddess sent prophets into the world to clarify things for everyone and never influenced their behavior. The saint responds that this implies the disrespect of beings from another world, and Leonhardt's as that when they arrived, 100 people had already died. If the goddess knew this, she should have informed them earlier, but she calls the captain by name. She says she has been a saint for 70 years and has truly never received so many oracles at the same time, but that he should never question the order of things or the goddess, as that was unforgivable. Leonhardt apologizes, and she adds that she prays he does not make any mistakes like before and that he should be careful. That on his next visit, he should remove his mask because he was too handsome to wear it on such occasions. The saint begins her ritual and offers the Ornflaws fragment to Kivriel. The captain thinks that they are now able to collect fragments from beings of other worlds quite easily. But no matter how many times they ask who they are, they always respond that they are existences that must not be revealed, making him wonder what is truly happening. Garhan in the neutral zone receives the fragment and says he knew he could count on the Brotherhood of Darkness. The Ornflaws orb absorbed the fragment and increased from 88% to 91%. Zenobia asks how much progress was made with the fragment, and the swordsman replies that only 3% because there weren't many refugees there. She comments that even with Richard's help and the Brotherhood, they can get rid of the remaining beings from the other world. That it was good the young man had increased his political level while he was there, and he replies that he had sharpened his skills over time. The Archmage comments that it is disappointing and a shame that the group they assembled is so fragile, and he responds that the Brotherhood is not weak either. He questions whether the Brotherhood has been able to defeat the beings from the other world with the information they have been providing. The Brotherhood has Leonhardt, the one who also received the blessing like the heroes. He asks if that is not a good thing since they could try to bring him into their team, but she responds that his purpose is different from the group's. They wonder if it would be easier to get rid of him, that he is still useful, and no one from the otherworldly beings would be able to deal with him. The Inquisitor's goal is to gather information about beings from another world, and he was a specialist in close combat and healing techniques. But what if some information were to leak, because someone of a low level might attempt to do so to escape unpunished? Even if they tried to leak something, they wouldn't succeed. They would break the rule of revealing information, which would activate the taboo magic that was implemented, making their brains twist and causing them to die. This would work because no healing magic would be enough. Their bodies would turn to dust and disappear after death. Garen asks about the magic, and she responds that she doesn't remember all the spells she has created. She was busy trying to understand the goddess's power, and the swordsman says they need to wait for the blessing to be completed to drain the remaining power. She asks if there is still a missing fragment, and he replies that there was none left in the dragon nests, that a being from another world was trapped in the prison crater they had created, and he had sent someone to retrieve it. They just need to wait for Leslie's return, as she has already infiltrated the location. Leslie thinks that the two of them are covering their tracks and that she cannot fail because she could die if she made a mistake with them. She needs to hurry and retrieve the fragment, but she wonders about the scene she is witnessing. They were preventing the guards, and the others commented that they had interfered because of the man being dragged away. The swordswoman notices that the warrior's companion was not the one Garen mentioned and that his level was low. Everyone begins to fall silent at what they see. Noticing the man, one of the prisoners says that he's a being from another world. Ryu wonders if he really is who he claims to be, and his companion is impressed. Leslie realizes that this was the being from another world that Garen had mentioned, a level 61 swordsman. The judge calls everyone uncivilized and says that showing them fear is the right way to control them. As soon as they release the man, everyone would die, and the woman thinks it would be complicated to deal with him while he is under restriction shackles. The noble says that it is fair and that he will add 50 years to the sentences of everyone who participated in the rebellion, and that the madman who started the rebellion would have 100 years added, but the companion mentions the warrior, who also receives an additional 100 years of sentence. Continuing his judgment, he says that the duo is different from the others due to their attempted assassination, but that he had a proposal worth all of their sentences. The duo would have to fight against the being from another world. If they won, then everyone's sentences would be reduced, and the warrior responds that he will not fight. The judge is impressed, and Ryu thinks that just hunting for 2 months would be enough to get out. He responds that they will pay their own sentences, but the being asks if that would really happen. He then calls the warrior by the name Eric Garoon, shocking the man for knowing that name. The being replies that he still had wounds from their last fight, and that they should fight again. Ryu wonders if that man was really who he thought he was. The judge is surprised that the two have some kind of history, and says that the warrior should accept the fight. But it wouldn't be fair for it to be a 2-on-1 fight, so he asks the prisoners if anyone else would like to fight alongside the being from another world. The reward for participating would be immediate release, regardless of the fight's outcome, which catches everyone's attention. One man turns to another and comments that no one would be able to defeat the Valkyrian, and it makes no sense to be released if they were dead. Leslie sees an opportunity and stands up, saying she wants to participate. She thinks it is an irresistible offer. The Ornflaw's fragment was possibly inside the being, as he had been alive for so long. And with this fight, she could get rid of the warrior, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The judge is entertained by how things are unfolding. A portal forms at the dungeon exit, and from it, Lattice and Effer emerge. Then the mage congratulates the swordswoman on completing her first dungeon, and she asks how he endured absorbing so much life energy. The method used with the mage was that Ryu left the enemies with low health so he could finish them off and absorb life energy, becoming stronger. She says that leveling up is good, but she feels bad, and he comments that it was difficult for him and that it made his stomach uneasy. But still, it was incredible that she managed to form the core and absorb the energy at the same time, and she comments that flattery won't make the duo continue. Lattice comments that they should take a break and return home. Since they finished a dungeon, they must take the artifact they obtained for evaluation. The mage comments that it would be easier with Ryu. Effer says that if people heard that, they would think the warrior was dead, and both become worried about the man. He comments that he hopes the warrior allows himself to be hit because a single slap from him could kill someone. The swordswoman then changes the subject and asks how they should return given the distance from home. Effer had to assume his dragon form so they could return quickly. 20 years ago, Rathians defined beings from other worlds as enemies due to the Great Land Incident, but they tried to kill the goddess. Garhan, one of the 4 heroes, built a prison in the crater dungeon, imprisoning these beings to learn about their various abilities. Beings from other worlds cannot be identified, and defeating them does not grant points. Dungeon monsters do not identify either, and when they die, they disappear. However, it became impossible to manage the beings who killed themselves out of obsession as their level increased drastically. The prison became a place to confine common Rathnians managed by the aristocracy, while experiments on the beings continued, in the form of a secret fighting arena. The announcer tells the audience that the moment they have all been waiting for has finally arrived. As usual, the game's rule is simple. Dungeon monsters enter through openings on the sides of the arena, and whoever collects the most magic stones is the winner. There is no time limit, stealing from others is allowed, and if any accident occurs, the judge simply ignores it. On the blue side, after countless battles and without a single scratch, comes the incarnation of victory, the being from another world coming from the demon god Ornflas. The King of Darkness comments that he is struggling to contain the power in his arm and that he will soon have his revenge. The audience boos the young man and asks if he has no shame, while Leslie is visibly embarrassed. She thinks she just needs to do her job, so she asks the man if he has considered her offer, to which he replies that he doesn't need it, because just her smile is enough, while the woman in rage imagines stabbing him during a fight. The king is lawed, and he thinks he was mistaken for a being from another world, but never forgot the pain of that day. For that reason, with just one glance, he could recognize the warrior. On the other side of the arena, Ryu appears. He wonders who this king is and thinks that only beings from another world of the Great Land would know his pseudonym. In the end, they have already discovered his identity, as the group must have investigated his past. If they know who he is, then it means that after the fight, they will go after Attis and Efer. The warrior thinks he must kill his enemy and disappear from there. His companion calls out to him and says he respects his strength, but he wonders if it is right to have to kill the being from another world and whether they should try to talk first. Ryu thinks it makes sense for him to think that way because he doesn't know much about the Great Land Group. The announcer continues, asking who will be the match's winner. There was no escape, as all sides of the arena were surrounded by monsters. 20 spiritualists maintain a powerful barrier on the second floor for protection. The pairs prepare for battle. The battle begins. Muscles sculpted like a warhorse and a dominant abdomen. Every time he swings his sword, his chest becomes defined. The women in the VIP section shower the warrior with praise and wonder how he is so strong for such a barbaric race. One of them comments that the Baron might get jealous if he hears those compliments and wonders why they don't make him a slave after the battle. Felix enters the room and explains that it would be impossible to turn the warrior into a slave, and they ask who he is. When the merchant introduces himself, they recognize him, and he says he is flattered to be acknowledged. He asks if he can take a picture while holding a camera and explains that it is a magical artifact that records images in real time. The woman is impressed that the man so casually uses such a rare object, and he responds that he was once a hunter and has a high level. The merchant asks for a moment and uses the camera to test if it is working by aiming it at the arena. Through the lens, he wonders if the King of Darkness is a being from another world, as he cannot see his face. Drawing everyone's attention, the judge approaches. Coming closer, he orders the merchant not to conduct business and says that it must have been very expensive for someone who is not a noble. Felix responds that he is not doing business and that he appreciates the concern for his wallet. However, the Marquis sold the tickets to enter the arena for next to nothing. The judge, starting to get angry, repeats about buying the ticket for such a low price to access his arena. He then decides to snub the merchant, saying that since his pockets were so full, they should place bets between the being from another world and the Valtirian. Betting on the King of Darkness, he states that the merchant must bet on the warrior. Felix is impressed by the amount that was wagered, but a woman notices something strange in the arena. The merchant wonders what is happening while the judge laughs. Ryu cuts down all the opponents who come toward him. With enthusiasm, the announcer narrates what happened. They were crushed with ease, and it was unbelievable how strong he was even with the restriction shackles. The warrior thinks that there is nothing special about the monsters, but they simply won't stop appearing. Even the announcer asks what is happening as a wall of monsters forms, trying to swallow the warrior. He uses one of his horizontal slashing abilities and quickly eliminates the ball of ants that was piling on top of him. The announcer comments that the force pushed the monsters back, and Ryu comments that he tried to adjust his strength but broke his sword. Zhang calls for help as various monsters begin piling on top of him. The warrior rushes forward to help him. On the other side of the arena, Leslie comes face to face with a monster ant staring at her. But the monster does not attack, and she wonders why they are targeting only the opposing duo. She has never seen such an ability in the guide and wonders who the King of Darkness really is. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.